Chapter 216. The curses were really vulgar. It wasn't just Yi Kai, Jiang Xian and Fu Yu were the same. After greeting Ling Mo, they stared intently at the television. Seeing this, Ling Mo curiously leaned over to see what was going on. Noticing her approach, the three of them tacitly shifted their positions, making room for Ling Mo. After sitting down, they discovered that the television was broadcasting a live stream. Looking at the people on screen, they didn't seem to be Chinese. Which country's live stream is this? Ling Mo asked casually. Haven't you been watching the news in your room lately? This is a live stream from Red Dot Country. The person on it is a player who said he obtained an item, the red telephone he's holding. After testing, it was determined that this telephone can talk to anyone, Jiang Xian explained. So? Ling Mo continued, this item can talk to anyone, so what's he doing broadcasting this? Although China's communication equipment was relatively intact, other countries weren't so lucky. This live stream seemed to be global. It must have taken a lot of effort to start it. Yi Kai shifted his posture and said, they want to livestream calling drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, and incidentally poach him to Red Dot Country. Their emperor just promised that if drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy agrees to join Red Dot Country, his royal family will share the throne with him. A mocking smile played on Yi Kai's lips. If he actually agrees, I'll have to question his intelligence. Ling Mo, while I wouldn't agree, you don't have to resort to personal attacks. However, this gadget that allows communication with anyone is quite interesting. At this moment, the man in the livestream moved. He looked at the camera, revealing what he thought was a friendly smile, but was actually quite lewd. Drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, you should have done this before the livestream, right? I spent a huge amount of money to start this livestream, but it's okay, I did it voluntarily for you, don't worry about it. Meanwhile, the chat was filled with unanimous complaints and sarcasm. Don't worry about it. Don't say it out loud. Exactly, exactly. Obviously, the people in the live stream could also see these comments, because Ling Mo noticed his expression turn ugly for a moment. Kaiman, find this person. Ling Mo said quietly in his mind. Yes. The person in the live stream readjusted and cleared his throat, saying, although everyone thinks you are Chinese, I think she should be one of our Red Dot countries. That's really filthy. Ling Mo said this almost through gritted teeth. +1 +1 +1. It's probably because of some reason that drunk soy sauce and acted crazy is trapped in China. The person's words were meant to lead the viewers in the live stream to believe that China had kidnapped the person who drank soy sauce and acted crazy. And this item in my hand is something I obtained after countless near-death experiences in the game. It allows me to contact the person drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, regardless of distance. What I want to say is that the entire nation of Red Dot is extremely worried about you. But don't be afraid anymore, because we will soon rescue you from your predicament. Ling Mo watched the person inside speaking a lot of gibberish. She couldn't understand the language of Red Dot, but the live stream thoughtfully included subtitles. At this moment Ling Mo heard the voice of Kaiman. Master, found him. Okay, got it. At the same time, Ling Mo's mental power reached the skies above Red Dot Country through the red heavenly eye, locking onto the person who was talking animatedly during the live stream. Ling Mo also noticed that this person was surrounded by heavily armed individuals, including tanks and armored vehicles. These people hadn't appeared in the live stream, it was probably intentional. Ling Mo almost immediately realized what they were up to, they were lying in wait for her. But how did they know she would definitely appear? Soon, Ling Mo discovered that on the other side, in another blind spot of the live stream, stood a man with dead fish eyes, holding something resembling a compass. Originally Ling Mo had planned to make some threats like in a novel, but now it seemed she absolutely couldn't let this call go through. Simultaneously almost everyone in the world with the means watched the live stream. Everyone was extremely curious about the identity of the person drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. Many also hoped that Red Dot Country could successfully uncover the true identity. In contrast, the atmosphere in China was extremely serious. Xiecheng looked at Mu Tao. "How is it? Did you get in touch?" Mu Tao shook his head. No, he didn't reply. Ling Mo, who was being worried about by them, was currently considering which one to deal with first. Fine, she'd deal with both at once. She could also try out the new moves she'd learned in the game. While watching the live stream, Ling Mo suddenly clenched her fists. At the same time, the man preparing to use the item in the live stream, in front of the entire world, suddenly clutched his heart in agony, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape, but unable to utter a sound. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Falling with him was someone outside the live stream. Clutching his heart, with the same pained expression, eyes wide open, dying with unfinished business. Presumably, in their final moments, neither of them knew why they were dying or who had killed them. At the moment of their death, the items in their hands also disappeared. In front of the television, Ling Mo slightly curled her lips. Such dangerous things of course had to be confiscated. This sudden scene startled everyone present, as well as those watching the live stream who were unaware of the situation. What happened? Is this person dead? The pupils are dilated, they're definitely dead. I'm a medical student, this person's condition just now resembled a heart attack. However, everyone knew that someone with a heart condition couldn't be a player. Could it be drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy? Inside the base, Xiecheng, looking at the dead person in the live stream, asked the others, "What do you think happened? Was it really drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy?" A researcher wearing glasses stood up, adjusted his glasses, and said, "I think it's highly likely. Otherwise, it's too much of a coincidence." "And did you notice that more than one person died? Someone else died somewhere we can't see." One person having a heart attack can be explained, but how do you explain two people having heart attacks simultaneously? Furthermore, after these two people died, the items they were holding disappeared. Chapter 217 Risk of National Destruction. All signs indicated that the deaths of these two people could not possibly be accidental. Silence fell over the scene. Could drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy really kill someone from 1,000 miles away? Meanwhile, the live stream didn't end there. With the assistance of the Red Eye, Ling Mo found the mastermind behind this farce, the Prime Minister of Red Dot Country. This person was also a player, and through his talent, he had now controlled the entire royal family and high-ranking officials of Red Dot Country, somewhat like a puppet ruler. His reason for wanting to find drinking soy sauce and acting crazy was simple. He coveted her resources and wanted to use them to achieve his ambition of ruling the world. Now that his first plan had failed, he still didn't intend to give up. He gathered all the people in the country with precognitive abilities, intending to use them as a sacrifice to obtain the true identity of drinking soy sauce and acting crazy. Just as he was about to begin, the live stream feed moved again. Everyone watching the live stream was puzzled. What was Red Dot Country trying to do now? Hadn't they made a fool of themselves enough? But what these people didn't know was that the live stream was now being controlled by Kaiman instead of Red Dot Kingdom. At that moment, a note floated down from the sky, landing precisely in front of the camera. "In consideration of your efforts in searching for me, I'll treat you to a dazzling visual feast." Upon seeing this, some quick-thinking individuals immediately realized that the person who had just killed someone was indeed drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. "It seems that this time, Red Dot Kingdom has truly angered him," Jiang Xian said. Fuyu looked at the tarot cards in front of him, casually flipping one over. A face-up image of the Grim Reaper appeared. "I predicted they might face the risk of national annihilation." Yi Kai, his eyes wide, said, "Is he really playing this big?" Fuyu nodded. At that moment, the livestream camera suddenly zoomed out, farther and farther, until the entire Red Dot Nation filled the screen. Then, a crimson heavenly eye appeared in the broadcast. Soon after, 3 crystals of different colors materialized. "What is he planning to do?" "Stop talking. My instincts tell me what's coming next will be spectacular. The 3 crystals plummeted downward at incredible speed. A few dozen seconds later, a sudden gust of wind swept through, swaying the live stream camera wildly. Even those watching the broadcast, knowing it was just a live stream, instinctively gasped. They saw a colossal tornado raging across Red Dot Country. At that moment, almost everyone had the same thought: this was the spectacular performance drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy had described. Of course not, because it wasn't over yet. Hundreds of meters high waves crashed heavily against Red Dot Country, creating a visual effect like God swatting flies with a giant fly swatter. But it still wasn't over. Before the seawater receded and the tornado dissipated, hundreds of purple lightning bolts descended from the sky. The already silent livestream room fell even more silent. Those who had been determined to find the person silently abandoned their plans. This was terrifying. Everyone else was targeting individuals, but this person had gone and attacked an entire nation. Although the nation was small, no one dared to gamble on how many such trump cards the person had. After this ordeal, it was uncertain whether anyone was even alive. However, some people sensed something was amiss. The person who had initially only killed 2 people had suddenly changed their attitude. There must be other reasons. Everyone wasn't stupid. Was Red Dot Country's high-profile search for someone just for a phone call? There must be other conspiracies involved. But even if they suspected Red Dot Country had other schemes, it didn't matter anymore, because, after the tornado, tsunami, and lightning strikes, a volcano within Red Dot Country's own territory erupted. No one believed that Red Dot Country could survive such a series of natural disasters. Is the world map going to be redesigned? A comment silently scrolled through the live stream, but received no response. The power of the crystal lasted for about 3 days. That is to say, tornadoes, tsunamis, and lightning strikes ravaged Red Dot Country for 3 days. During this time, Ling Mo specifically checked the online comments and found not a single negative one about her. Before this incident, there were occasional criticisms of drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy online, with some even calling her a coward. But now, these people seemed to have vanished overnight. Even their previous comments had disappeared completely. Whether it was the previous killing from afar or the subsequent cataclysmic disaster, they all realized once again that drunk on soy sauce was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. 3 days later, the tornadoes disappeared, the sea returned to calm, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Did you think that was the end of it? Don't forget about the volcanic eruption. The first 3 would disappear once their energy was depleted, but the latter was a true natural disaster. Ling Mo looked at the information transmitted back by the red eye. A few years ago, Red Dot Country discharged sewage into the sea. Now Red Dot Country has disappeared, but the marine life was innocent, so Ling Mo planned to use purifying moss to clean the seawater. However, according to the information brought back by the red eye, although the destructive power of the crystal was astonishing, it also had its own purifying power. The ocean had now returned to an unpolluted state. As for the volcanic eruption, Ling Mo was powerless to do anything about it. 3 days later, the live broadcast was cut off, and the world returned to peace. Back in her room, Ling Mo looked at the items brought back by the red eye. A red telephone handset that could communicate with anyone regardless of distance, and a compass-like item, part of the red dot telephone handset, that could teleport the person on the other end of the line to her side. Indeed, killing those 2 people in advance was the right choice. Besides these 2 items, there was one last item, something the size of a football. The interstellar live streaming device, a latest development by Hentang Technology, enables live streaming anytime, anywhere. It is adaptable to any inclement weather and can convert wind, electricity, solar energy, and other forms of energy into its own power source. Simply put, it's something that can be used for live streaming. Chapter 218 Flower Fairy. Unable to think of any use for these things, Ling Mo temporarily put them away. With Yun Haixing's name officially approved, Ling Mo took out the other 4 silver certificates. Which one next? After much thought, Ling Mo decided to go to the ecological resource star first. The sooner she handed over the data to China, the sooner they could begin developing this ecological resource star. Thinking this, Ling Mo put away the other 3 silver certificates, then picked up the last one, opened it, and a teleportation portal appeared before her. Passing through the portal, Ling Mo arrived in another world. All around her were towering ancient trees reaching into the clouds. However, unlike the trees on Blue Star, the trees here were shaped like those in fairy tales, with colorful leaves on their crowns, looking magnificent and incredibly beautiful. According to the preliminary investigation by the Nawe auction house, this planet was already very well developed, with abundant resources, and the animals living here were very friendly. However, this planet is enormous, several times the size of the original Blue Star, making this report seem far too general. She took out the planetary surveyor. Touching it to the ground, the top screen showed it would take 10 hours to explore the entire planet. Back on Cloud Sea Star, it only took 10 minutes. This planet's size was partly due to its size, but also because life existed there. Seeing the countdown on the screen, Ling Mo naturally couldn't just wait idly. After setting the planetary probe to stealth mode, she prepared to explore the surrounding area. For safety, she also released Black Wolf, Moonwheel, and Soothing Bell. Moonwheel obediently floated behind Ling Mo, acting like a bodyguard. Soothing Bell happily circled around Ling Mo, its bells jingling melodiously. Although Ling Mo wouldn't stay in the space for long, the 2 beasts, nurtured by her spiritual energy, were exceptionally affectionate towards her. "Awoo. Where is this place?" "This is one of my properties," Ling Mo explained. "However, this is my first time here. I called you out because I want you to help me explore." "Awoo. Is this the Explorer's Forest?" Black Wolf thought that the property Ling Mo mentioned referred to this forest. Ling Mo, naturally unaware of its thoughts, nodded and said, "Let's explore this forest first, and return in 10 hours. In 10 hours, the planetary probe will have completed its work, and all information about the entire planet will be readily available to it." Immediately, Ling Mo released several golden heavenly eyes. In an instant, mountains and rivers were all within Ling Mo's view. It was undeniably beautiful. If it weren't for the skyscrapers built by humans, Blue Star would probably look like this. Not far along, Ling Mo discovered a large patch of red berries. Sweetberry, a wild berry that turns bright red when ripe, with a sweet taste, highly favored by dessert lovers and pastry chefs. The sugar content in sweetberry is very special, rich in nutrients, and won't cause weight gain even if you eat a lot. Seeing this, Ling Mo picked a sweetberry and put it in her mouth. The moment she bit into it, a wonderful flavor instantly filled her mouth. Sweetberry was sweet, but unlike sugar grass, it wasn't cloyingly sweet, it was a refreshing sweetness. Ring ring. The soothing bell floated over, its big watery eyes looking at Ling Mo. "Try some too." Ling Mo picked a sweet jasmine plant for the soothing bell, then picked another for the moon behind him. Ring ring. The soothing bell's cheeks puffed out, its eyes narrowed into slits, saying how delicious the food was and how it wished it could eat at any time. What's so difficult about that? There was a large patch of sweet jasmine plants here, showing their vigorous vitality. After collecting some more, Ling Mo transplanted a few more sweet jasmine plants into her space. Since the shop was upgraded, the things in Ling Mo's space were disappearing rapidly. The creatures she brought back from interstellar space, as well as the fruits and vegetables she couldn't finish eating, all had a place to go. With the piled-up food gone, the space suddenly became much larger, which was just right for Ling Mo to expand her breeding. In the following period, Ling Mo fully witnessed what biodiversity meant. There were fragrant little pigs that liked to eat flowers, electric bugs that could be used as power banks, and dandelions that looked like puffs but were actually alive. These creatures didn't flee upon seeing Ling Mo, a stranger. Instead, they stopped and curiously observed her. Even when Ling Mo approached, they weren't afraid, some even boldly nuzzled her hand. Just as the report from the Nawe auction house stated, the creatures on this planet were indeed very friendly. No, not friendly, but rather they had never encountered any danger, so their perception of danger was close to zero. They probably lived too comfortably and didn't know what danger was. If that was the case, it was both a good thing and a bad thing. After walking for about an hour, a dark shadow descended from the sky, landing precisely beside Ling Mo. "What's that in your mouth?" Ling Mo looked at the black wolf and immediately noticed something amiss with its mouth. The black wolf opened its mouth, and two small, winged creatures fell out, looking exactly like fairies from fairy tales. "Awoo. I found this not far away. It looked quite interesting, so I wanted to catch it as a pet." Flower fairy, a type of fairy, peace-loving, with little offensive power, extremely fragile, and fond of living among flowers. They are simple-minded. If you treat them sincerely, they will reciprocate. Where flower fairies live, all flowering plants will be blessed, their blooming period extended, and they will bloom even more profusely, always at their most radiant. "Kaiman, are flower fairies intelligent beings?" Ling Mo asked. She already knew that the Elven race was very prosperous in interstellar space, and these flower fairies were also fairies. Would the Elven race also try to interfere here? Although flower fairies are fairies, they are extremely weak and considered appendages of the elves. Simply put, flower fairies are too weak. Although they are fairies, the Elven race doesn't acknowledge them. Ling Mo thought of the fairy she had encountered before, and looking at the two in her hands, asked, "Are these flower fairies naturally this big?" "Yes, flower fairies are among the smallest of the fairies, the weakest of the weak. When faced with danger, they only know how to run away, and that's all they can do." Chapter 219 Chingyong Star. In the brief moment of conversation, the two flower fairies awoke. Ling Mo, seeing this, was about to greet them politely, but before she could utter a word, the two newly awakened flower fairies, seeing themselves lying on a giant's back, immediately fainted again. "Am I that terrifying?" Ling Mo touched her face with her free hand. Not to brag, but with her current face, if she participated in a talent show, she'd definitely debut as the center of attention. Seeing that the two flower fairies didn't seem to be waking up, Ling Mo temporarily put them into her pocket. Flower fairies are social creatures. Since the black wolf had discovered two flower fairies, there were likely many more in this forest. Guided by the black wolf, Ling Mo arrived at the location where it had found the two flower fairies. At this moment, the golden heavenly eye spotted a sea of flowers not far away. Arriving before this boundless sea of flowers, Ling Mo unleashed her spiritual power, and sure enough, there were numerous life fluctuations within it, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands. Ling Mo took the two flower fairies out of her pocket and gently placed them on a nearby rock. "I know you're here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ling Mo, and I'm now the owner of this planet. I mean you no harm." Ling Mo softened her spiritual energy, releasing goodwill towards the flower fairies hiding among the flowers. At the same time, the soothing bell continuously emitted melodious sounds. About 10 minutes later, a flower in the sea of flowers suddenly moved, and a flower fairy wearing a flower crown, with two pairs of transparent wings on her back, and less than 30 centimeters tall, flew out. "Hello, owner of this planet, I am the chief of the flower fairies. May I ask what business you have with us?" Ling Mo looked at the chief flower fairy before her, lost in thought. What business? Actually, there wasn't anything. However, her silence made the chief flower fairy uneasy. The flower fairies weren't native to this planet. They had been driven away by the elves and wandered for many years before finally finding this habitable planet. Ling Mo's silence now made it hard for them not to think the worst. After all, the flower fairies were notoriously weak in interstellar space. Raising them was tantamount to raising a burden. At this moment, Ling Mo's spiritual energy stirred slightly, and she looked up at the sea of flowers before her, discovering they were withering at a visible rate. Looking at the anxious flower fairy chieftain, Ling Mo, though unaware of what had happened, still reassured her, "Don't worry, I don't mean to harm you." "Really?" The flower fairy chieftain suddenly looked up. "Then you won't drive us away, right?" Ling Mo blinked and chuckled. Why would I drive you away? That's wonderful. The flower fairy chieftain cheered. You're such a good person. Looking at the flower fairy chieftain's happy face, Ling Mo thought to herself, so naive, so easily trusting. If they encountered a bad person, they'd probably be sold out and still be counting the money for them. If these flower fairies were sold as pets on Earth, they'd probably be incredibly popular. However, Ling Mo only thought about it, she wasn't that cruel. How much do you know about this planet? Ling Mo asked. The planetary surveyor would need a little more time, but that didn't stop her from gathering information from the flower fairies beforehand. After all, sometimes written information differs from what people say in person. The flower fairy, delighted by Ling Mo's promise, happily replied, no problem, I will tell you everything I know. Just then, the two flower fairies who had fainted awoke again. Upon seeing their familiar chieftain, the two flower fairies trembled and hid behind him like two frightened little beasts. Chieftain, let's run. A monster is coming from nearby. Yes, chieftain, that monster is terrifying. It has a mouthful of fangs, and its eyes glow. Hearing the two flower fairies' description, the chieftain was clearly startled and turned to look at Ling Mo. Don't be afraid. They encountered my pets. Their actions might be a little rough, but they're not inherently bad. He just thought the two flower fairies were amusing and wanted to take them back as pets. Of course, Ling Mo would never say that. Fortunately, she had driven the black wolf away when they approached the flower sea, otherwise, the chieftain probably wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. Next, the chieftain began to answer Ling Mo's question. We came here 100 years ago, and since then, we've lived a very peaceful life. Elves are generally a warlike race, but flower fairies are an exception. They not only dislike fighting but are also utterly weak in combat. For these flower fairies, the past 100 years had been the life they had always dreamed of. Their population had grown from less than 1,000 to tens of thousands. Under the introduction of the flower fairy chieftain, Ling Mo gained a basic understanding of the planet. You said you wouldn't drive us away, right? The flower fairy chieftain said. At this moment, the other flower fairies emerged from the sea of flowers, their big eyes looking at Ling Mo innocently. Of course. These flower fairies were very skilled at caring for plants, and Ling Mo was hoping they could help maintain the planet's ecological balance, preventing overdevelopment from destroying the environment. The flower fairies cheered upon receiving the affirmative answer. By the way, I'll send people here to develop it in a while, Ling Mo said. Will they drive us away? One flower fairy asked worriedly. Flower fairies in interstellar space were often met with expulsion and contempt, filled with malice, so such worry was understandable. No, Ling Mo said decisively. They are a very lovely group of people. Can you try to get along with them peacefully? 10 hours later. Ling Mo returned to the planetary explorer and obtained the detailed data on this planet. Looking at the thick stack of data, reaching her waist, Ling Mo instantly lost the desire to read it. She decided to leave it to Chiaming. 10 minutes later. Information has been fully entered. A planetary data folder has been automatically generated. Do you want to name it? Seeing this, Ling Mo realized that she hadn't named the planet yet. After thinking for a few minutes, then let's call it Chingyong Star. There was no other reason, she just thought it sounded nice, and she didn't have any other names in mind, so that was fine. She took out the silver certificate and quickly entered the name Chingyong Star. Chapter 220. A 50/50th split. After changing the name, it will also be reviewed within one business day. This planetary exploration will be faster than the previous one on Yunhai Star, since there isn't as much work to do. After returning to her room, Ling Mo checked the time. It was already 3 a.m. Everyone should be asleep by now. Ling Mo plopped down on the bed, a mischievous expression on her face. She opened the game panel and went to the back-end private messages. Among a long list of unread messages, Ling Mo accurately found red. Country. Since the Red Dot Country incident ended, Ling Mo could clearly feel that the number of people who used to fawn over her had decreased, and everyone's tone of voice had become more polite. At the same time, there were more people trying to win her over, but Ling Mo ignored them all, always saying she was too busy. Drunk and acting crazy, planet data, want it? At this moment, Ling Mo felt like a boss calling his employees in the middle of the night to make them work overtime. On the other side, 123 Wooden Man was woken up in the middle of the night by the urge to urinate. He was about to go to the toilet and then go back to sleep. He hadn't slept well for several days because he was dealing with the unresolved issues of Red Dot Country. Of course, a large part of this was because drunk and acting crazy hadn't replied to his messages for the past few days. Just as he groggily walked to the bathroom, he suddenly heard a notification sound. This was a notification sound he had specifically requested funding from his superiors and then purchased from the system shop. Whenever drunk and acting crazy replied to his messages, this sound would immediately play. So, upon hearing this long-awaited sound, 123 Wooden Man, who had been drowsy, instantly woke up. He opened the chat interface with drunk and acting crazy and the first thing he saw was, "Planet data, do you want it?" Without any hesitation, 123 Wooden Man replied while shaking Xie, who was sleeping in the bunk above him, awake. 123 Wooden Man, yes, 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 yes. Xie was shaken awake from his sleep. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard 123 Wooden Man say, "Boss, wake up. Drunk and acting crazy is sending over the planet data." What? Xie eyes widened instantly, and he sat bolt upright in bed. "Quick, notify everyone, call a meeting." With that, Xie threw on a coat, grabbed his phone, and rushed out. At the same time, Ling Mo was unaware of the chaos on the other side. Because there was so much data, it took a full 10 minutes and a half to send over all the relevant information about Chingyong star. 10 minutes later. 123 Wooden Man, ninth brother, is this the planet we're going to auction next month? What do you want us to do? After sending this message, 123 Wooden Man glanced back at Xie. The data had barely arrived when thousands of scientists had already begun their research. Although only 10 minutes had passed, the detailed information provided allowed them to glean a considerable amount of information. One crucial piece of information was that the planet was highly habitable, with an internal environment comparable to, or even superior to, Earth, and larger in area. However, they faced a problem: such a large planet might be too much for them to handle, requiring cooperation from other countries. Before that, they decided to have 123 Wooden Man probe drunk on soy sauce to find out his thoughts. 123 Wooden Man had become his dedicated liaison with drunk on soy sauce, no wonder, since he wouldn't respond to anyone else's attempts to contact him. Ling Mo, seeing the message, quickly replied, "Drunk on soy sauce, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly auction off a planet like this?" 123 Wooden Man was stunned, as were everyone else who saw the reply. What did that mean? One quick-witted person grasped the implication almost immediately. His face flushed red, and his hands began trembling with excitement. 123 Wooden Man, ninth brother, does that mean what I think it means? Drank soy sauce and went crazy. If you're not mistaken, then yes, that's what it means. Drank soy sauce and went crazy, but don't celebrate too early. I have conditions. Hurry, hurry. Ask him what the conditions are, we'll agree to anything," said an elderly man with graying hair. If they could really get the development rights to this planet, then the current predicament facing China would be easily solved. Even if any natural disaster broke out on Blue Star, even if Blue Star was destroyed, they would at least have a way out to preserve the flame of civilization. Drank soy sauce and went crazy, you've seen the data I sent. That's an ecological resource planet and also an excellent colonization planet. A complete ecosystem has already formed inside it. My condition is that you must not damage this ecosystem. The implication is that reasonable development is allowed, but unrestrained exploitation is not permitted. After all, the destructive power of humanity is obvious to all. Drank soy sauce and went crazy. As for the rest, I'll provide you with a copy of the Interstellar Code of Law. You must abide by its provisions. Additionally, aside from rent, I will take half of all resources extracted from the planet. Drank soy sauce and went crazy. Don't think I'm asking for too much. By interstellar standards, my rates are already very cheap. While researching, I learned that most planet owners, when unable to develop their planets themselves, choose to outsource the development, typically receiving a 40-60 split, or even a 30-70th split. For resource-rich planets, which are like golden goose nests, the split can reach 20/80ths. That's why Ling Mo said her fees were already very low. 123 Wooden Man agreed. No problem. 123 Wooden Man, we'll let the life forms on that planet know, we're joining this family, not here to destroy it. Ling Mo, that sounds a bit strange. Oh well, strange it is. Ling Mo had Kaiman compile the interstellar code downloaded from the internet into a file and sent it over. Now that everyone in China is learning interstellar language, understanding the above shouldn't be a problem. 123 Wooden Man, hey ninth brother, you said this planet wasn't going to be auctioned. Can I ask how many planets are going to be auctioned? Drunk and Acting Mad, 3. Chapter 221 Signing the Contract. Upon seeing this, 123 Wooden Man couldn't help but gasp. They'd won the development rights to 3 planets at auction, and then another one. That meant Drunk and Acting Crazy held at least 4 planets. 123 Wooden Man, can I ask where you got your planets? Could they have been won through a lottery? But the system's lottery only appeared in the 3rd round of the game. The first place winner of the previous round did have a chance to win, but unfortunately, their entire team was wiped out by a sudden volcanic eruption. Who won first place was nobody's guess. Drank soy sauce and went crazy. You're asking too many questions. 123 Wooden Man, one last question, how do you plan to deal with the survivors of Red Dot Nation? Drank soy sauce and went crazy, they still have survivors? Evil really does live long, Ling Mo muttered. 123 Wooden Man, some players with awakened water-type abilities survived by chance. Others weren't in the country when it happened. What he didn't mention was that in recent days, various nations had already issued expulsion orders to these people, demanding they leave within a set time frame. Ling Mo had no interest in how they were handled. If they hadn't tried to provoke her, she wouldn't even have bothered with them. Drank soy sauce and went crazy, handle them however you like. The planetary development rights weren't something Ling Mo could just grant on a whim. First, a formal contract had to be signed. Ling Mo wasn't very knowledgeable about these things, so she simply left it all to Qiaman to handle. She only needed to read and sign. After closing the game panel, Ling Mo took out the remaining 3 silver certificates from her space. According to the existing data, aside from Little Mocha Star, the environments of the other 2 planets were extremely harsh, either swamps or deserts. After thinking for a moment, Ling Mo decided to inspect them personally. First, she went to Little Mocha Star. In a forest, Ling Mo skillfully set up the planetary scanner. About 5 minutes later, the scan was complete. This Little Mocha Star seemed even smaller than Yunhai Star. Though small in area, its data file was several times thicker than Yunhai Star's. Ling Mo skimmed through it. There were tens of thousands of plant species alone. In addition, there were various minerals, water-cooling stone, waterwood stone, and many others. Even more ore veins lay deep underground. She focused on the mineral section. There's actually a vein of mithril ore. She had once seen this mineral mentioned in archived data. Mithril was incredibly lightweight yet extraordinarily durable. It could even reflect attacks, making it ideal for crafting weapons and armor. The vein covered a considerable area. She wondered whether the previous owner had known about it. Most likely not. Ling Mo marked the locations of the mithril and other mineral veins. After finishing, she proceeded to the remaining 2 planets. This time, her luck ran out. The first was a garbage planet entirely covered in swamps. The moment she stepped through the portal, she sank ankle-deep into muddy marsh. She quickly summoned a hovering device to avoid sinking further. Dense trees blocked out all sunlight overhead. A cold wind occasionally swept through, making her shiver. This place isn't haunted, is it? She deployed the planetary scanner. An hour later, the scan was complete. Though it took an hour, the data file was only slightly thicker than Yunhai stars. Ling Mo guessed the longer time was due to its larger size. She flipped to the first page. Looking at the surrounding trees, she read aloud, so they're called light-absorbing magic trees. These trees absorbed all light around them. As long as light existed, they could grow endlessly. No wonder there's no brightness here at all. They were also an extremely aggressive invasive species. Wherever they took root, they squeezed out the survival space of other plants and even animals, until nothing else could thrive. The swamps beneath her feet were also caused by these trees. In other words, before this planet could be developed, the light-absorbing magic tree problem had to be solved. She wouldn't worry about that, she'd leave it to others. After returning and changing out of her filthy clothes, Ling Mo prepared carefully for the final planet, a world of deserts and gobi. She wrapped herself tightly from head to toe and switched her eyes to goggle mode before stepping through the portal. Good thing she did. The moment she exited, a fierce gust nearly knocked her over. Sand lashed against her ears. Looking around, it was nothing but endless yellow dunes. Not a single green plant in sight. The sun overhead was so blinding she could barely open her eyes. Perhaps she should transplant a few light-absorbing magic trees here. She set up the scanner. Half an hour later, the complete planetary data appeared before her. Better than Yunhai Star. Yunhai Star seemed to be the most barren of the three garbage planets. Aside from the plants she had introduced herself, it had almost none. Ling Mo packed up the scanner and left without hesitation. She could review the data later. She couldn't endure this environment another second. In just 30 minutes, she had nearly been buried in sand. By the time she returned to her room, daylight had broken. Moon wheel and calming bell drained 3/4 of her mental power right on schedule. Ling Mo stretched, took a bath in her space, and collapsed into bed. Nothing was more important than sleep. Everything else could wait. She slept until the afternoon. The development rights contract for Chingyong Star has been drafted. Ling Mo opened the contract and read it directly from her bed. After confirming there were no issues, she printed it, signed it, and transmitted it through her shop to 123 Wooden Man. 5 minutes later, the signed copy was sent back the same way. After storing the contract safely, Ling Mo opened her shop and listed all the collected data regarding the 3 planets. Her shop, don't miss it, was constantly monitored by various countries and forces around the clock. So the moment the information about the 3 planets appeared, it was immediately discovered. Chapter 222, Training. Ling Mo divided the 2 garbage planets into several sections and auctioned them off separately. As for Little Mocha Star, she only auctioned the mining rights to its ores. After finishing everything, she closed the shop and stopped paying attention to it. When she walked downstairs to the first floor, Jiang Xian and the others were working out. One of them was casually tossing a 100-kilogram dumbbell with one hand as if it were a toy. Another was treating a punching bag like it was an actual player. The last one had the treadmill running so fast it looked like it was about to start smoking. "What are you guys doing?" Ling Mo asked from the stairs. Yi Kai flipped the dumbbell in his hand and replied casually, "Working out." "Can't you tell?" "Honestly? It looked more like they were playing with oversized toys. Maybe you should try something different." "I feel like you're about to break the equipment," Ling Mo said, pointing at the treadmill. "Look, it's practically smoking." The 3 of them stopped. "Our physical stats have increased too fast. These machines can't keep up anymore," Yi Kai complained. Compared to other players, the number of rare and high-quality items Ling Mo's group had consumed was staggering. Although Ling Mo didn't want to reveal her identity, she had quietly given Jiang Xian and the others special access in her shop. Whenever they entered to buy something, they could almost always get what they wanted. At that moment, Ling Mo remembered something. Back when she dealt with the Lion Beast Man, she had collected a batch of training equipment. Aside from the weighted wristbands she was currently using, there were many other large devices. Because they were too bulky, she had never taken them out. Her consciousness entered her space storage. In a warehouse filled with miscellaneous items, she found the dust-covered equipment. Fortunately, she hadn't sold them. Though honestly, even if she had listed them, few people would probably buy such specialized gear. "Clear out the living room," she said. "I've got something good." The three immediately lit up with interest and quickly moved everything out. "Mo, do we move the swimming pool too?" Yi Kai asked. "That's filled with insecticide water," Ling Mo replied. "Move it to the second floor. Replace it with a humidifier." "Got it." Soon, mist was rising gently from the humidifier. Once the living room was empty, Ling Mo brought out all the fitness equipment from the Lion Beastman's stash. It filled nearly 2/3 of the space. "What are these?" Yi Kai asked. "They look like gym equipment," Jiang Xian said, then turned to Ling Mo. "How do we use them?" Ling Mo blinked. "No idea. But they all have instruction manuals." No one asked where she got them. Everyone had secrets. After some trial and error, they finally figured out how everything worked. The equipment was divided into 5 categories: speed, jumping, strength, evasion and combat simulation. The Lion Beastman had clearly been wealthy. Even his discarded equipment was top-tier quality. All devices used virtual simulation technology. The combat mode could even simulate the pain of battle injuries, without causing real physical damage. After a brief introduction, the three eagerly began testing them. Ling Mo chose speed. The moment the machine activated, her surroundings changed instantly. Before her stretched an endless road. "That's it?" Just as she was about to feel underwhelmed, a thunderous rumble came from behind. She turned. A massive boulder was rolling toward her at terrifying speed. Even knowing it wasn't real, her body reacted instinctively. She ran. Faster. And faster. The boulder kept pace, never quite catching her, but never falling behind. It maintained a constant, suffocating pressure, creating relentless urgency and danger. Time blurred. Her stamina began to drain. The scenery streaked past her like flashes of light. She had never run this fast before. It didn't feel like running anymore. It felt like flying. Finally, she hit her limit. The machine shut down automatically. The illusion vanished. Ling Mo collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Her heart pounded violently, as if it would burst from her chest. Sweat soaked through her clothes. "I'm still alive," she muttered. "Yeah, you are. I feel like I'm about to die." Yi Kai's weak voice drifted from nearby. She turned her head with difficulty. All 3 of them, Yi Kai, Jiang Xian, and Fu Yu, were sprawled on the floor in undignified heaps. Yi Kai looked the worst. He had chosen combat mode. Though there were no visible injuries, his limbs were splayed in unnatural angles, occasionally twitching. It was obvious he'd been thoroughly beaten in the simulation. They lay there for a full hour before regaining enough strength to stand. That's when Ling Mo realized their mistake. They had forgotten to adjust the difficulty. The settings were still calibrated to the Lion Beastman's level, not something they could handle yet. Ling Mo took out several recovery potions. She drank one herself. The exhaustion instantly faded by more than half. Her limbs regained strength. "Want one?" Her Don't Miss It shop sold recovery potions. They were a bit pricey, but still cheaper than the systems. Anyone with some strength usually kept a few for emergencies. Under the circumstances, no one bothered being polite. They each grabbed a bottle and drank. Moments later, they were finally able to move normally again. Outside, night had already fallen. Someone's stomach growled loudly. "Boss, shouldn't we cook?" Ye Kai asked. Before he could finish speaking, a loaf of bread flew straight at his face. "Bread only today. If you want real food, cook it yourself." Chapter 223, Crafting Weapons. Seeing this, Ye Kai pouted, picked up the bread reluctantly, tore open the packaging, and started eating. After devouring one loaf in a few bites, he said, "Not enough." "Another one." This time, Jiang Xian tossed over a ration vine tendril. "I'm not eating that." Ye Kai protested. "Then stay hungry." Jiang Xian didn't indulge him. Because Ling Mo had access to a medical treatment device, she recovered the fastest physically. However, while her body had recovered, the mental exhaustion still lingered. Just as Ye Kai was about to start making a scene, Ling Mo suddenly remembered something. Back in Snow Fox Village, she had collected a large amount of leftover dishes. Well, not exactly leftovers. They hadn't been touched. They were simply rejected for failing to meet the serving standards. Since food couldn't be carried over in the previous round of the game, those dishes were still perfectly preserved in her space. She brought the dining table back out and began taking dishes out one by one. Ye Kai's nose twitched. The moment he saw the table full of food, he lunged at it like a starving tiger. "This tastes great." "Mo, did you make all this in advance?" he asked while eating. "I don't have that kind of skill," Ling Mo replied. "It was from a restaurant I visited during a mission 2 rounds ago. The apprentices' dishes didn't meet the standard, so they were going to throw them away. I thought it was a waste and took them." Ye Kai gave her a thumbs up mid-bite. "Still, that's genius." After eating their fill, the 4 of them slumped on the couch, patting their stomachs. Suddenly, Jiang Xian shouted, "What the heck? What happened? Check the news." Not long ago, drank soy sauce and went crazy released all the data for next month's auction planets. Ye Kai and Fuyu instantly perked up. Ling Mo took out her phone. As expected, it was flooded with planetary auction news. 3 planets split into so many sections, that's complicated, Ye Kai muttered. Probably because no single country has the capability to fully develop a whole planet alone, Fuyu analyzed. So they split them up. "I'm still curious how he even got those planets," Ye Kai said. "He's a legend." "Luck," Ling Mo said calmly. "True. You'd need insane luck to get planets like that, 3 at once." Ling Mo silently corrected him in her heart. "Actually, 5. Meanwhile, in the base of China, although Ling Mo had already granted them development rights to 1 planet and even allowed future migration, they still had no intention of giving up participation in the other auctions. There were hundreds of countries on Blue Star. But only a handful actually had the capability to mine resources on alien worlds. Ling Mo, however, wasn't interested in their strategic discussions. She was staring at her shop interface. She noticed that although her shop was packed, the variety of weapons available was far too limited. The quantities purchased were also very small, and everyone was buying exoskeletons and flight suits, followed by anti-gravity shoes and flight cloaks. No, she needed to increase weapon variety. When a psychic type awakens to level 3, they can use mental power combined with minerals to craft weapons. This was precisely why Ling Mo had been collecting rare metals, jade, and gemstones from the very beginning. Let's start with something simple. She initially considered using gold. But gold was extremely rare in the interstellar market, too valuable to waste on practice. So she switched to silver. Soon, a silver bar roughly the thickness of 2 fingers appeared in her hand. For my first attempt, something basic. She modeled it after the shape of the tetanus blade and began channeling mental power into the silver. As her psychic energy flowed in, the internal structure of the metal began to change. Its outer form reshaped accordingly. 10 minutes later, a dagger's rough outline appeared. That wasn't so hard. Sitting on the bed, illuminated by moonlight, she admired the unfinished blade. Creating the rough form had taken less than half an hour. The refinement, however, took her all the way until dawn. By morning, a finely crafted silver dagger lay in her hands. But it still wasn't complete. Psychic-crafted weapons were valuable not only because they were difficult to make, but because they could self-repair after damage. They could possess special attributes. Self-repair required infusing additional mental power. As for attributes, Ling Mo currently mastered 3. Space, healing, annihilation. But she didn't choose any of those. Her potion box had just refreshed its daily stock. She took out a bottle of Thunder God potion and poured it over the dagger. The silver blade absorbed the purple liquid like a calm sea swallowing a tide. Soon, violet patterns appeared across its surface. Crackling purple lightning coiled around it. She tested it on a nearby table. With a single slash, the unknown material corner of the table was cleanly cut off. Residual lightning caused a brief paralysis effect. At least intermediate tier quality. She listed it in her shop. On this seemingly ordinary morning, as usual, countless players entered. Don't miss it the moment they woke up. Some wanted to buy stock to resell to ordinary people for a profit, others were there for potions, and still others were just wandering around the department store area like before the apocalypse. Of course, the food section was the most popular. And then, in the weapon category, a seemingly ordinary dagger appeared. At first, no one paid much attention. Ling Mo watched the shop interface for a while. When no one bought it immediately, she felt slightly disappointed. But she didn't take it down. After all, gold would eventually shine. She believed someone with good judgment would recognize its true value. Chapter 224, The Black Wolf Takes the Lead. For the next few days, aside from cultivating, Ling Mo poured all her energy into researching and developing weapons. The good news was that, besides melee weapons, she had finally created her first pistol with unlimited energy. At her current level, manufacturing a firearm in one go was extremely difficult. So she took a different approach. Since she couldn't forge it in a single piece, she crafted it part by part. Although this method resulted in a weapon that wasn't as sturdy as a one-piece creation, it had one huge advantage: unlimited energy. By the time others finished reloading, she would have already fired countless shots. Moreover, every bullet carried different additional effects. The only drawback was its low production efficiency. She could only make one after 5 or 6 days of work. After several days, someone finally discovered the 2 items she had put out, immediately stirring up the player forums. Chopin's piano, brothers, I've tested it for you, it really has unlimited energy. Loves to eat tremella, ah. I was wondering who grabbed it first, it was you. Say no more, draw your sword. It's night-night, don't get so worked up. The daggers are pretty good too. Each dagger has different effects, and they can be repaired if damaged. They're even better than regular mid-tier gear. Loves to eat tremella, I didn't get a dagger either. It's night-night, what a tragic story. Luckily, I got 2. In an instant, the forum was in chaos again because of Ling Mo's daggers. Just then, Ling Mo received a message on her phone. The base urgently required all awakened ability users to report immediately. Seeing this, she changed her clothes and headed downstairs. On the first floor, Jiang Xian and the others had clearly received the message as well. No rush. We still have time, let's eat breakfast first, Jiang Xian said, placing soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table. Ling Mo didn't like soy milk, so hers was replaced with milk. I wonder why the base suddenly summoned us? Yi Kai asked between bites. We'll know when we get there. Ling Mo already had a vague idea. Her mental power now covered the entire base. She quickly sensed that a massive crowd had gathered outside. By the time Ling Mo and the others arrived at the assembly point, the place was already packed. It was as noisy as a marketplace, with everyone talking at once. On the platform, 123 Wooden Man was desperately trying to maintain order through a megaphone, but the silence only lasted a few seconds each time. Seeing him nearly shout himself hoarse, Ling Mo decided to help, and conveniently let the Black Wolf make an appearance. At that moment, 123 Wooden Man noticed her and nodded. Ling Mo waved back and even smiled at him. He was stunned. This young lady used to barely glance at him. What was going on? Had the sun risen in the west? The next second, he understood. A dark shadow descended from the sky. A gigantic black wolf, as large as a truck, landed heavily on the ground. Its fierce eyes swept across the crowd. Quiet. Previously, no matter how much 123 Wooden Man yelled, it was useless. Now, the Black Wolf spoke just one word, and the entire crowd fell silent, including him. Rising Sun nudged the captain and whispered, "Captain, this is the Black Wolf I saw with Ling Mo before." He hadn't expected her to bring it out of the game. After asserting its dominance, the Black Wolf walked elegantly to Ling Mo. Ling Mo smiled and stroked its fur. "Well done. But you could have spoken normally." "Oh woo," it whined softly. "I learned that from you." Now that silence had finally fallen, 123 Wooden Man cleared his throat and began. "Everyone, I've gathered you here for one reason. A group of refugees has arrived outside the base. We're short-handed and need your help to maintain order. Of course, this isn't unpaid work. Each of you will receive 2 soldiers' food vines." That immediately piqued many people's interest. After all, not everyone lived alone. Many had families to support. Some were crammed into rooms barely 10 square meters in size, housing 3 generations. 2 soldiers' food vines meant several days' worth of rations. Ye Kai, however, was more interested in the Black Wolf. "Momo, that wolf, you really brought it from the game, didn't you? It's so cool. I want one too, but I don't have your talent." There was obvious envy in his voice. Previously, some had thought Ling Mo's talent was useless, only allowing her to communicate with animals, not command them. Now they had been proven wrong. "Even without my talent, you can form contracts with animals in the game," Ling Mo explained. "As long as both sides agree." The 3 of them immediately lit up. "Really?" Ling Mo nodded. There was no reason to hide it. "But the condition is mutual willingness." That was the hardest part. After all, they couldn't communicate with animals. With payment secured, the group headed toward the base entrance. Ling Mo and the others followed. After staying inside the base for so many days, it felt refreshing to step outside. The Black Wolf remained out, not yet dismissed. As people saw the massive wolf walking through the streets, they instinctively moved aside, gazing at it with awe and envy. They struggled just to secure food, yet someone could afford to keep such a beast. At the base entrance, tens of thousands of refugees had gathered. Their faces were pale and malnourished. Their clothes were filthy. Their hair was tangled and caked with insect carcasses and fluids. Their skin was covered in bite marks. The insect plague was worsening day by day. The base was only slightly better off because fighter jets sprayed insecticide daily. "We made it this far, why won't they let us in?" "Yeah. Let us in. You can't abandon us." "Everyone, calm down. We're not abandoning you, but the base has limited housing. We need time." Chapter 225, The Spy. However, those words did little to reassure the crowd. These people had spent far too long traveling here. Now, after finally reaching the base, being told they couldn't enter made them anxious and irritable, unable to think rationally. It was like desperately needing the bathroom. Before reaching the restroom door, you could still endure it. But if you finally arrived only to see a "under maintenance" sign, anyone would collapse. That was exactly how these people felt. Just as they were about to surge forward, ready to storm the base at all costs, a black wolf appeared at the entrance. Its flowing black fur, powerful build, golden eyes, and razor-sharp fangs created an overwhelming presence the moment it stepped out. Behind it stood over 1,000 awakened ability users. Among them, some were still players, while others had already lost their player qualifications. But at this moment, that didn't matter. The soldiers might try to reason with the crowd politely. They would not. Their mission was simple: prevent chaos and stop anyone from breaking into the base. If even one person forced their way in, it meant failure. And failure meant losing 2 entire soldiers' food vine rations. For that food alone, they would not allow a single person to cross the line. With the black wolf and the awakened users exerting pressure, the crowd quickly quieted down. A few still looked resentful, but after seeing the massive wolf guarding the gate, none dared to voice their dissatisfaction. Seeing the situation finally stabilize, Rising Prosperity let out a breath of relief and immediately began arranging registration for the refugees. Ling Mo and the others leaned casually against the black wolf. "This fur, this texture, absolutely perfect," Jiang Xian muttered, completely absorbed in stroking it. Seeing the 3 of them immersed in petting the wolf, Ling Mo, feeling bored, began sweeping the crowd outside the base with her mental power. Most were ordinary people. Among them, young adults made up the majority. After the extreme heat apocalypse began, the first to fall were those already seriously ill, then the frail elderly, and then children with weak resistance. The apocalypse had been like a sieve, filtering out the unfit. It couldn't be denied that after surviving the extreme heat, humanity's tolerance for high temperatures had increased significantly. Now, even certain insects no longer affected them. Some people inside the base had even started cooking insects, not only eating them themselves but selling them. Supposedly, they tasted quite good. As for dyeing insects, they were now used as natural hair dye, non-toxic, long-lasting, and harmless to hair. Although most people had shaved their heads during the heatwave for convenience, that wasn't a problem. Hair grew quickly. Especially since Ling Mo's shop now sold hair growth serum, saving many middle-aged men from the crisis of baldness. At first, Ling Mo was merely scanning casually. But unexpectedly, she really found something. There were at least 10,000 refugees. Most were sallow-faced, exhausted, and malnourished. But a few individuals, though disguised and deliberately keeping a low profile, stood out to her immediately. Everyone had a form of internal energy, a qi, that reflected their physical condition. No matter how well someone disguised themselves, qi did not lie. The majority's qi was weak and depleted. But those few were different. Though pretending to be frail, their qi was as strong as bulls. It was like cranes hidden among chickens. Ling Mo gently nudged Jiang Xian. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xian asked, noticing her serious expression. Ling Mo's gaze shifted subtly toward a direction in the crowd. "Those people over there. Something's off." Jiang Xian immediately understood. Glancing over, he noticed a few individuals behaving suspiciously, occasionally looking around. However, he didn't sense the distinctive aura of awakened talent from them. Were they just ordinary spies? Trusting Ling Mo's judgment, Jiang Xian walked over to Rising Prosperity and quietly reported the matter. It was taken very seriously. After all, the base had recently signed a contract with Drank Soy Sauce and went crazy and was organizing the first exploration team to Chingyong Star. Players were not being prioritized this time, they still had to enter the game every month. Instead, those who had awakened talents but lacked player slots were being selected. At such a crucial moment, nothing could go wrong. After reporting the matter, Jiang Xian returned. If needed, they would step in. But given the base's strength, he doubted their intervention would be necessary. If those people truly posed a threat, they only needed to protect the civilians. About 10 minutes later, a brief disturbance erupted on the far side of the crowd. It began suddenly and ended just as quickly. Before most people even realized what was happening, several unconscious individuals were tightly bound and escorted into the base. Soon after, Rising Prosperity jogged over. Well? Were they really suspicious? Jiang Xian asked. He nodded. They were sent by Eagle Nation. Were they players? Ling Mo asked curiously. She had sensed ability fluctuations earlier. Yes. But they had already failed the game and lost their player qualifications. If they awakened talents, why weren't they detected earlier? Fu Yu asked. Because of this. Rising Prosperity held up several bracelet-like devices. They likely brought these out of the game. Apparently, they can suppress the unique energy fluctuations of awakened individuals. No wonder. With registration still ongoing, he quickly left after a brief explanation. After he departed, Ling Mo stretched lazily. A piece of gold appeared in her hand. Under the control of her mental power, it twisted and reshaped like golden putty. Previously, her silver-based unlimited weapon had sold for a high price. This time, she planned to try gold. Although crafting each component piece by piece was incredibly tedious. By afternoon, registration was finally complete. After the last refugee entered the base, everyone who had participated in maintaining order wore satisfied smiles. After all, each of them had earned 2 soldiers' food vines. How could they not be happy? Chapter 226, The Most Satisfying Weapons. After returning home, Ling Mo once again threw herself into weapon research. Previously, when she opened the game forum, it was flooded with requests for her to restock recovery potions. Although the medicine chest refreshed healing and recovery potions daily, the results were random. There were many types of potions, and each type came in limited quantities. Sometimes, certain ones wouldn't refresh at all. So Ling Mo decided to create a healing blade. As for why a blade? That was purely her own wicked sense of humor. Imagine pulling out a knife to treat someone. Anyone unaware of the situation might think you felt the injury wasn't severe enough and wanted to stab them again. Or using it in battle, slashing an enemy until they were covered in blood, only for the wounds to instantly heal the next second. No wounds left. Only pain. This time, instead of silver, she chose a piece of green jade. Perhaps practice truly made perfect. Compared to her first attempt, the crafting process went much more smoothly. The final step was pouring healing potion over the dagger and letting it absorb the liquid. Ling Mo vividly referred to this as enchanting. From that moment on, it felt like she had opened the door to a whole new world. Weapons poured out one after another. A Thor's hammer fused with space and lightning attributes that could grow and shrink at will. A whip with a built-in electric motor effect. A whistle that could exhale freezing winds, yes, the kind used during assembly. Her creative inspiration was endless. Players loved her creations, and hated them at the same time. Meanwhile, after careful preparation, the first expedition team to Chingyong Star was finally ready to depart. In addition to scientific researchers, all the combat personnel selected for this mission had used awakening potions, 20,000 people in total. Although the report provided by Drank Soy Sauce and Went Crazy stated that Chingyong Star posed no danger, they remained fully prepared for combat. Their primary mission was exploration. Only by understanding the environment on the other side could they proceed with further plans. Once everyone reached their assigned positions, one person took out the teleportation device Ling Mo had provided. Ling Mo herself could travel freely between planets using her silver certificate. Others could not. And she certainly wasn't handing over her certificate, her name was signed on it. So, to solve the issue, she had spent a fortune, a true fortune, purchasing a top-tier teleportation device from the game system. Of course, she fully intended to earn that money back elsewhere. As the machine activated, a 10-meter-wide light gate appeared. Excitement surged through the crowd. Breathing grew heavy. Let's go. Truck after truck loaded with supplies slowly disappeared into the portal. 123 Wooden Man sighed enviously. I really want to see what Chingyong star looks like. Xiecheng laughed beside him. You'll get your chance. Right now we have more important matters. The next round of the game starts soon, doesn't it? 123 Wooden Man nodded. 5 days left. Hopefully nothing unexpected happens this time. I hope something does happen, Xiecheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. That way, we'd gain more game qualifications. He was about to argue. But after thinking about it, that didn't sound so bad. At the same time, after several days and nights of non-stop crafting, Ling Mo finally created the 3 weapons she was most satisfied with. 1. Space Blade. This blade could open up a hidden pocket dimension large enough for someone to hide in for about 1 hour. It could also store supplies, though it lacked the preservation effect of space rings. And it had a third ability. Standing before the bathroom door, Ling Mo lightly sliced it with the space blade. A clean opening appeared. She stepped through from outside to inside. Behind her, the cut in the door slowly sealed itself, restoring the surface perfectly, leaving no trace. For ordinary players, this weapon was practically divine. Naturally, something this good was reserved for her own people. 2. Infinite Energy Healing Gun. 3. Infinite Energy Annihilation Gun. Unlike her earlier method of simply sprinkling potions onto weapons, these 3 were fully crafted through her own awakened talent. She listed the 3 weapons in her shop, but set them to visible only to designated users to prevent others from snatching them. After finishing, Ling Mo leaned out and shouted downstairs, "Go check drank soy sauce," and went crazy shop. Looks like there's new stuff. Yi Kai's voice quickly responded, really? Let's see what weird gadget he's made this time. Is it stranger than the recovery bowl? Ling Mo's face darkened. Weird gadget? Those were masterpieces. The recovery bowl might have looked odd, but placing it on your head continuously restored stamina and reduced fatigue. Everyone mocked it, yet none hesitated to buy it. Soon, surprised exclamations came from downstairs. This time it's not weird at all. When Jiang Xian and the others read the descriptions of the 3 weapons, their eyes lit up. Each was top tier among top tier items. They had to buy them. Then they saw the prices. An odd feeling rose in their hearts. The pricing was strangely precise, down to the last digit, perfectly at the upper limit of what they could afford. Drank soy sauce and went crazy has always been impulsive and whimsical, Yi Kai reasoned. He probably just typed in a random number. It sounded ridiculous. But considering everything that person had done recently, it somehow made sense. Soon, the 3 weapons materialized before them. Now came the question of distribution. Fuyu's combat strength had always been their weakest link, yes, even weaker than Ling Mo's, so he naturally chose the annihilation gun. Jiang Xian had sufficient combat power, so he picked the healing gun. Yi Kai's advantage was speed, so he selected the space blade. Still, Yi Kai muttered, why didn't he make the space blade into a gun shape too? Although its abilities were incredibly powerful, seeing others wielding guns while he held a dagger made him seem much less imposing. Chapter 227, The Next Round, Desert, Tree Planting. Ling Mo had just come downstairs when she heard Yi Kai complaining about the space blade not being shaped like a gun. She shot him a glare. Be grateful you even got one. Stop being picky. Seeing her, Jiang Xian smiled. This time, we really have Momo to thank. Otherwise, we would have missed out on such amazing weapons. Ling Mo accepted the thanks without modesty. Then Yi Kai suddenly asked, wait, you gave all the weapons to us. What about you? Ling Mo shrugged. I don't need them. I have Black Wolf, so I'm not worried about combat. And don't forget, I have a second talent. Compared to me, you guys need them more. Besides, since she had personally crafted those 3 weapons with her talent, she could replicate similar effects herself whenever necessary. The 3 men fell silent. It was true. 3 grown men, yet they were relying on one girl. Worse, 3 versus 1. A wave of shame quietly rose among them. I'm going to train combat skills, Fuyu declared first, standing up and heading toward the training equipment. I'll go train speed, Jiang Xian followed. Then I'll work on strength, Ye Kai added. Ling Mo tilted her head in confusion as they all left. What was that about? Hadn't they just finished training? The next round of the game was about to begin, she had been planning to prepare in advance. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Now that she had the system's email address, could she just ask about the next game? Why not try? Back in her room, Ling Mo began drafting an email. Dear System, followed approximately 1,500 words of shameless flattery. After exhausting every compliment imaginable, she finally revealed her true purpose, politely requesting details about the next game. On the other side, the game system received the email. Everyone liked compliments. The system was no exception. After being thoroughly buttered up, it felt exceptionally pleased. Especially since not long ago the survival system had been punished by the main system. That made it even happier. So when it saw Ling Mo's tiny request at the end, it waved a metaphorical hand. Just revealing a little information wasn't a big deal. A short while later, Ling Mo received a reply. It contained only these words, desert. Tree planting. She analyzed it quickly. Desert likely referred to the environment. Tree planting was probably the mission. If that was the case, then wood and water element talents would be absolute favorites in this round. With confirmed information, Ling Mo immediately began preparations. When people thought of deserts, they thought of harsh conditions, heat and water scarcity. Water was essential. She had water storage mushrooms, but their storage capacity depended on the moisture content in the air. In a desert, that wouldn't be high. Next, food. Deserts meant high daytime temperatures, so she prepared cooling foods and packed extra ice grass. At night, the temperature would drop drastically, so clothing was also necessary. After organizing everything into one space ring, Ling Mo took out several iron shovels. She soaked them in wood god potion. Afterward, the shovels gained the ability to accelerate plant rooting and sprouting. Since the shovels weren't crafted by Ling Mo herself, the enhancement was only about 1/10 as effective. But that was perfect. Subtle enough to avoid attention. Effective enough to complete the mission. Once everything was ready, she listed the information in her shop. Same as before, 1 gold bean to purchase next game's information. She even added a note, transaction complete upon payment. No refunds or liability afterward. After all, players didn't necessarily enter the same game. That had to be clarified. Within seconds, 10 purchases appeared. So fast. Before she could even react, the number continued climbing. Going downstairs, Ling Mo shared the information with Jiang Xian and the others. If it's from drank soy sauce and went crazy, it should be reliable, Jiang Xian said. With confirmed information, everyone became busy preparing. Ling Mo was already ready, her space storage lacked nothing. But Jiang Xian and the others had limited capacity. Every item required careful consideration. Fuyu asked Ye Kai, how much space can your space blade open? Ye Kai thought for a moment. About 10 cubic meters. It can store items, but time flows the same inside, no preservation effect. 10 cubic meters is enough. Jiang Xian and Fuyu decided to store most of their supplies with Ye Kai and Ling Mo. After all, one had the space blade. The other had multiple space rings. Ling Mo raised an eyebrow. You're not worried we won't end up in the same game? Fuyu shook his head. I just divined it. There's an 87% chance we'll be together. While they packed, Ling Mo casually slipped the enchanted shovels inside as well. Should we stock up on medicine? Ye Kai suddenly asked. Planting trees is physical labor. Maybe we should buy more recovery potions? Fuyu sighed. Drank soy sauce and went crazy's potions sell out instantly every day. It's impossible to bulk buy unless you can contact him directly. Across Blue Star, countless people wanted to contact that mysterious seller. Very few succeeded. As far as Fuyu knew, only one player in the base, 123 Wooden Man, had managed it. And even he couldn't reach the seller anytime he wanted. Ye Kai refused to accept defeat. You won't know unless you try. Worst case, nothing happens. Right in front of Ling Mo, he opened the private message panel and sent a message to Drank Soy Sauce and went crazy. Naturally, there was no reply. Chapter 228, Family. Of course there was no reply to Ye Kai's follow-up question about price. Ling Mo didn't have any extra stock anyway. Everything would have to wait until the next day. Back in her room, she adjusted the designated production setting on her medicine chest, switching it from awakening potions to recovery potions. Unlike awakening potions, which had only one type, recovery potions were a broad category: physical stamina recovery, mental energy recovery, spiritual power recovery, internal energy recovery. After some thought, Ling Mo chose not to specify a single type. Instead, she set it to produce all recovery potions randomly. As soon as midnight struck, 10,000 bottles of various recovery potions appeared in her hands. She opened the back-end message panel. Looking at the endless stream of notifications, Ling Mo blinked in slight confusion. What was Ye Kai's in-game name again? Fortunately, she had a good memory. Daydreamer. Scrolling through the long contact list, she finally found him and opened the chat. There was only one message. Daydreamer, hello, I'd like to purchase recovery potions. Please reply when you see this. Price is not an issue. Polite, at least. Ling Mo replied, drank soy sauce and went crazy. How many do you want? She knew Ye Kai hadn't gone to sleep yet, so the reply came quickly. Daydreamer, there are 4 of us. 100 bottles each. 400 total. Is that okay? Drank soy sauce and went crazy, yes. Come to the 5th floor of the shop. Ling Mo placed 400 bottles on the 5th floor in advance. Simple transaction. Money for goods. On the other side, Ye Kai stared at the screen, stunned. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Wasn't it said that drank soy sauce and went crazy ignored people? Why did this person seem so easy to talk to? If he'd known, he would have reached out sooner. Wait. I didn't even ask about the price. He hurriedly sent another message. Daydreamer, wait, we haven't discussed the price yet. This time, no response. Ling Mo had already logged off. Inside her room, Ling Mo slowly opened her palm. A weapon formed from more than a dozen rotating snow monster horns hovered there. After more than a month of effort, Xiaobai had finally consumed most of the snow monster horns. Now it was Ling Mo's job to refine and remove the impurities completely. Unfortunately, that was far from easy. After working all night, she hadn't successfully purified even one horn. A knock sounded at her door. Opening it, she found Ye Kai standing there, holding a box. Though she already knew what was inside, she still asked casually, "What's in the box?" Recovery potions. Ye Kai carefully set it on the table. There are stamina, mental, spiritual, and energy recovery types, 25 bottles of each. Ling Mo widened her eyes in mock surprise. You actually contacted him? Ye Kai puffed up proudly. That's the power of personal charisma. Ling Mo rolled her eyes. Flatter him once and he'd start showing off. How much? I'll pay you. She prepared to take out gold. After all, clear accounts make good brothers. And technically, the potions were hers to begin with. Left pocket to right pocket, she was profiting either way. Still, taking money and giving her own goods made the small remnant of her conscience twinge slightly. No need, no need. It wasn't that expensive. Ye Kai waved it off quickly. Then he rubbed his hands together and added, "Well, if you insist on paying, I wouldn't mind." Ling Mo narrowed her eyes. "Say it. What did you set your sights on?" "That batch of soul-returning wine you brewed. Give me some?" She hadn't expected that. "It's too potent," Ling Mo said honestly. "If you drink it, something might go wrong." Ye Kai was in his 20s, already full of vitality. If he drank that wine, his nosebleed might shoot straight to the ceiling. "It's not for me. It's for my old man." Ling Mo didn't know much about Ye Kai's family. But from the first day she met the three of them, she knew their backgrounds weren't ordinary. She simply hadn't cared enough to ask. The old man probably meant his father or grandfather. "It's possible," she said slowly. "But it needs to soak for at least a full month." "It hasn't been that long yet." Ye Kai grinned widely. "That's fine. As long as you agree." Ling Mo tilted her head. "Didn't I give you some soul-returning grassroots before? You could brew it yourself." He looked embarrassed. "My grandpa took all of them." Ever since getting those roots, the old man had guarded them like treasures, refusing to let anyone touch them. Except Ye Kai's father, apparently. Ye Kai had even considered asking Jiang Xian or Fuyu for some. But their families had confiscated theirs as well. The three families were close old friends. Since none of them were eldest sons, their families didn't pressure them much. No gambling, no drugs, no crime, no dying, no reckless entrepreneurship. Just stay alive. Because of that, their relationships with their families were fairly good. This time, they were truly out of options, hence targeting Ling Mo's wine. Ling Mo blinked. "Your families are in the base too? Why don't I ever see you go home?" Ye Kai stared at her speechlessly. "Momo, you could at least pretend to care about us." "We do go back occasionally. We just moved out early and got used to living independently." "Oh, right, right." Ling Mo laughed awkwardly. Had she really never noticed? In any case, the wine needs at least a month. After this game ends, it should be ready. Tell your old man to wait. Ye Kai nodded. Then I won't tell him yet. Otherwise he'll start rushing me. After he left, Ling Mo stored the box of recovery potions. That solved the potion supply issue. Stretching lazily, she glanced at the floating snow monster horns again. There were still several days before the next game. She needed to purify them as quickly as possible. And from time to time, she would also check on the various planets through the golden and red heavenly eyes she had stationed there. Chapter 229, Saving the Oasis 1. Over recent days, Cloud Sea Star had changed the most. The growth of chow vine, bellflower kelp, blue shrimp kelp was excellent, and they were ready for batch harvesting. Even the fish previously introduced had survived, some even starting to spawn. The chow vine was slower, likely because the star provided ample space for growth. Although healthy, it focused on extending its vines to cover more sea areas before bearing fruit. On Chingyong Star, after several days of exploration, the Huagua team had selected a site and prepared to establish a base. Thanks to Ling Mo's warnings, communication with the flower sprites went smoothly. Little Mocha Star was a treasure trove of ingredients. Ling Mo felt a bit reluctant to let people exploit it. Even more valuable than the abundant surface ingredients were the underground minerals. The other two stars, as always, had harsh environments. Notably, Ling Mo had planted several light-absorbing magic tree seeds on a desert and barren planet, and they were growing well. Soon, the day of the next game arrived. Ling Mo donned her full gear, mask, hat, goggles, everything had to be on. At midnight, the system's voice sounded in everyone's ears. System, dear players, welcome to this round of the game. This round's theme is saving the Oasis. On the distant Hes Star, most of the land is desert, with scarce water resources. In this harsh environment, oases are crucial for the Jinshasha tribe. However, due to overlogging in recent years, the oases are shrinking rapidly. To protect their homeland, the tribe has hired tree planting experts to assist in reforesting the oases. Game duration, 3 days. Each player must plant 500 trees, ensuring their survival. Failure to do so will result in losing game qualification. Ling Mo exhaled deeply. Finally, a mission that made sense. The next moment, her vision went black. When she opened her eyes again, a wave of heat hit her. Looking around, she saw golden sand dunes and other players everywhere. Thanks to Ling Mo's reminders, most players had come well prepared. If we're saving an oasis, why are we teleported to the middle of the desert? Someone complained. Ling Mo spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Fu Yu. He also noticed her and walked over. Only you? Both asked in unison. Looks like the others were teleported elsewhere, Fu Yu said. Ling Mo nodded. We're in the desert. Our task is to plant trees and save the oasis. Let's find one first. Wait to take out your gear, too many eyes around. Ling Mo gave an okay gesture. Players, realizing complaining did nothing, began searching for companions, eager to locate the oasis. Their time was limited to 3 days. 3 days, 500 trees, that's over 100 trees per day, and every tree had to survive. They would likely have to plant more than 500 to ensure success. Once the crowds dispersed, Fu Yu asked, "Which way do we go?" Ling Mo pointed. This way. Her spiritual perception detected a green oasis several kilometers away. With a wave of her hand, 2 camels appeared, alive and well. These camels had been brought by Jiang Xian, for in total, all kept by Ling Mo. With camels as transport, Ling Mo and Fu Yu enjoyed relative comfort compared to other players. The heat was mitigated by ding-ding fish scales, so it wasn't a major issue. I thought there'd be lots of cacti here. I haven't seen a single one. Ling Mo scanned while writing. This isn't Blue Star. Even there, cacti aren't everywhere, Fu Yu explained. Suddenly, Ling Mo sensed movement beneath the sand. Run! She struck her camel, and both bolted. At that exact moment, the flat sand revealed a funnel-shaped pit, and a plant slowly grew, blooming vivid petals. Golden-crowned scorpion, one of Hastar's top desert predators. The flower on its head lures prey, while its body hides underground, awaiting prey. They hibernate at night to avoid cold. They are social, spotting one usually means a group nearby. Ling Mo grimaced and urged the camels to speed up. Behind them, the golden-crowned scorpions emerged from the sand. Giant pincers and poisonous tails moving toward them. Ling Mo sensed that the entire land beneath their feet was crawling with these scorpions. Which way? Fu Yu held a compass-like device, pointing in a direction. Ling Mo trusted him and commanded the camels to turn, moving along the safer path. There were fewer scorpions here, though still present. Unknowingly, a large swarm gathered behind them. From a distance, it looked like a moving sea of flowers, almost beautiful in appearance. 2 funnel-shaped pits appeared ahead, and 2 scorpions leaped out, pincers and venomous tails ready to strike. The camels stopped abruptly, trapping Ling Mo and Fu Yu. You collect the camels. I'll take you away with the flyer first, Fu Yu suggested. Ling Mo shook her head. No need. I have a better solution. She pulled a cold rock from her space and prepared to act. Chapter 230, Saving the Oasis 2. The golden-crowned scorpions would fall asleep once night brought cooler temperatures. So they were cold-sensitive. Cold was easy to exploit. Ling Mo threw the cold rock. The moment it hit the sand, it exploded, freezing all scorpions within its range as if time had paused. Seeing it work, she handed a spacebound pouch filled with cold rocks to Fu Yu. Don't just stand there. Help me take care of these scorpions. These scorpions were valuable. Golden-crowned scorpion info, main food source for the Jinshasha tribe. Can be roasted. Meat is firm, crispy, chicken-like, rich in protein for bone growth. The flour on its back is edible and an important vegetable for the tribe. To befriend the Jinshasha tribe, offer them scorpions. Warning, the scorpions fiercely protect their flowers. To avoid retaliation, kill them completely. Their tails are the weak point. 5 minutes later, the scorpions froze solid like ice sculptures. Ling Mo knew they weren't dead, just immobilized. Taking advantage of the moment, Ling Mo and Fuyu dismounted the camels. "You're not trying to tame them, right?" Fuyu asked. Ling Mo rolled her eyes. "Of course not. I want their flowers and venomous tails. Come help, the ice will melt soon." She pulled out a large cleaver from her space pouch. Each scorpion was over 2 meters tall. Ling Mo leapt onto one and sliced off the flower, storing it safely. Fuyu quickly followed suit. Within 10 minutes, all scorpions' flowers and venomous tails were collected. Satisfied, the duo mounted their camels and headed toward the oasis. On the way, Fuyu asked curiously, "What are the flowers and stingers for?" "The stingers are weapons and the flowers are food," Ling Mo explained. Fuyu nodded, not asking further. Instead, he asked about the earlier rocks. "What were those rocks?" "Cold rocks. I got them from the game before last," Ling Mo replied. After moving a safe distance, Ling Mo collected the scorpion corpses into her space, valuable nutrition-rich food not to be wasted. About an hour later, a lush oasis appeared on the horizon. "Look! An oasis!" Ling Mo exclaimed. "Don't get excited too soon." "What if it's a mirage?" Fuyu cautioned. "Only one way to find out, let's go." Ling Mo spurred her camel forward. Her spiritual perception never failed, she knew it was real. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a verdant oasis. "It's real." The sand beneath them shifted. Remembering the scorpion lesson, Fuyu tensed, but Ling Mo remained calm. 2 humanoid figures cloaked in flowing sand-like garments appeared. Jinshasha tribe info, desert-dwelling sand manipulators. Their power becomes uncontrollable when angry. Do not touch their cloaks, they hate it. "Are you here to help plant trees too?" one asked. Ling Mo and Fuyu dismounted. "Yes, we're here to help save the oasis," Ling Mo replied. Fuyu could understand their interstellar language, though not as fluently as Ling Mo. "Here's a gift. Hope you like it." Ling Mo offered a golden-crowned scorpion flower. Though their expressions were hard to read, Ling Mo felt their excitement. "We shouldn't accept gifts from those we hired," one said, but naturally took it. Ling Mo smiled brightly. "My people are known for etiquette, visiting without a gift is rude." By framing their help as visiting, Ling Mo subtly positioned herself as a guest, which the 2 Jinshasha accepted graciously. "Thank you. We like it. I'll take you to the seedlings now," one said, leading them forward. The other carried a scorpion flower back into the sand. Fuyu looked at Ling Mo, puzzled. "How did you know they'd like that?" Ling Mo gave a mysterious smile. "It's a secret." "You have another learning device?" Fuyu guessed. Considering Ling Mo's personality, it was very likely. "Something like that, but not a learning device exactly," she admitted. They arrived at a warehouse filled with bundles of saplings, each about 2 fingers thick. "Each bundle has 100 saplings. Take 10 bundles each. If 500 survive, you pass," one Jinshasha instructed. Ling Mo and Fuyu nodded and grabbed their bundles. "Where should we plant them?" Ling Mo asked. "In the desert, but not far from the oasis. Saplings need to survive. These saplings are hardy. Don't overwater, half the water you'd use on others is enough," the Jinshasha added. The real task was about to begin. Chapter 231, Saving the Oasis 3. Hearing that, Ling Mo smiled. That golden-crowned scorpion flower hadn't been given away for nothing. And she still had plenty left. She and Fuyu exchanged a glance and walked toward the edge of the oasis. Along the way, they ran into other players. These people only gave them a hurried glance before carrying buckets of water toward the distance. Their faces practically red. "I'm busy. Don't disturb me. Planting trees needs water." "They're probably rushing to fetch it," Fuyu said. Ling Mo nodded. "Probably. Luckily we have the suck mushrooms. We won't need to run around like them." When they reached the edge of the oasis, they saw many already dug pits and even some planted trees. Ling Mo narrowed her eyes. "Have you noticed? These trees are much thicker than ours." Thicker trunks meant bigger pits, more effort and more fatigue. Fuyu nodded. "At least twice as thick as our saplings." Ling Mo smiled faintly. "Looks like we benefited from you-know-what again." That scorpion flower had truly been worth it. Looking at the planted trees, Ling Mo felt something was off. They looked weak. Like sickly patients. Though leafless, they gave off a wilted, dispirited feeling. And they weren't quite the same as the saplings they had received. "Kaiman. Scan these trees." 2 seconds later, golden sand sapling. A native plant of Hastar. Advantages: fast growth, extremely hardy once established, effective at preventing desertification. Disadvantage: requires large amounts of water during early planting to establish roots, or it will die. Ling Mo understood immediately. That was why the mission required 500 trees to survive, not merely 500 trees planted. Planting 500 trees in 3 days wasn't hard for awakened players. But ensuring 500 trees survived? That doubled or tripled the workload. Unless players cooperated. This mission was practically designed for those with water element or wood element abilities. To avoid attracting jealousy, Ling Mo and Fuyu chose a quieter area. They took out shovels and began digging. Instead of working separately, they cooperated. This task required not just quantity, but quality. 2 people working together ensured better survival rates. Soon, the first pit was ready. Since their saplings were smaller, the pits were smaller too, saving effort. Ling Mo placed a sapling carefully into the hole and steadied it while Fuyu filled the soil. Afterward, Ling Mo took out a suck mushroom and began watering. When she learned the game involved deserts and tree planting, she had prepared these in advance. She only had about 50 of them. Compared to water storage mushrooms, suck mushrooms functioned more like portable water bottles. Ling Mo couldn't bear to waste the precious water stored in the larger mushrooms. So before the game started, she filled all the suck mushrooms with water and distributed some to her teammates. Ling Mo carefully sensed the sapling's condition. When the water reached an appropriate level, she stopped. "Okay." Fuyu immediately began digging the next pit. Then he paused. "Wait. How do we judge whether a tree is alive or dead? Trees don't root instantly, it takes time." Ordinary players had no way of telling. What if they worked for 3 exhausting days only to fail without knowing? Ling Mo realized the seriousness. She could sense life with her spiritual perception, but others couldn't. The safest solution was simple. Plant more. Plant all 1,000 saplings if necessary. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's finish our work first. That was something the system should consider, not players. If needed, she'd file a complaint afterward. Fuyu nodded. "You're right." Ling Mo looked again at their saplings. They resembled the golden sand saplings, but felt slightly different. "Scan this one." Sand silkworm sapling. Similar in appearance to golden sand saplings but rarer. Easier to establish. Requires only half the water needed by golden sand saplings. Ling Mo blinked. Just one gifted flower, and they received superior saplings in return. Worth it. This confirmed something else: the Jinshasha tribe truly valued, or desperately needed, those scorpion flowers. Digging pits was exhausting work. Even with stamina far beyond ordinary humans, After planting over 100 trees, Ling Mo and Fuyu were tired. And that was without having to fetch water constantly. But suck mushrooms weren't bottomless. Ling Mo rubbed her sore back. The last mushroom was empty. At least one thing comforted them, not a single tree they planted had gone to waste. After finishing the last sapling for the day, they decided to refill the mushrooms. Where there's an oasis, there must be water. Earlier, all players had headed in the same direction, that must be the source. On the way, Ling Mo noticed many unfamiliar plants. She scanned them one by one, searching for anything with special properties. Unfortunately, most were ordinary desert plants, some not even edible. Ling Mo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chapter 232, Saving the Oasis 4. As they passed a patch of shrubs, Ling Mo suddenly stopped. Eyelash fruit. After eating, eyelashes grow longer and thicker, even forming a second layer. Effectively blocks wind and sand from getting into the eyes. A favorite snack among Jinshasha children. Ling Mo stared at the fruit, which looked remarkably like a strip of fake eyelashes. Practical in a desert, at least. Kaiman. If you eat this, the lashes won't block your vision, right? No, only after getting confirmation did Ling Mo feel relieved. Anyone who has worn heavy eye makeup knows, overly long lashes can make you look like your eyes are half closed unless you force them wide open. After confirming they wouldn't obstruct vision, Ling Mo picked several ripe ones. Here, try this. She handed some to Fuyu. He bit into one immediately. Sweet and sour. Surprisingly tasty. Recently, to save time, they'd been eating energy bars. Better than nutrient solutions, but nowhere near real food. After finishing one fruit, Fuyu suddenly rubbed his eyes. This fruit, he quickly realized the issue and looked at Ling Mo. He didn't suspect poison, after all, she'd eaten more than he had. Ling Mo waved her hand. Relax. It just grows your eyelashes. They'll be longer and thicker, even a second layer. Helps block sand. Fuyu pondered for a moment. Then, with a solemn expression, Mo. Ling Mo stiffened. Had he figured something out? Those awakened with divination abilities often had sharp instincts. Her heart pounded. Then Fuyu asked seriously, "You're not an alien, are you?" Ling Mo. You're the alien. Your whole family are aliens. She glared at him. Yes, she was reborn, but this body was 100% blue star human. Even her soul came from a parallel blue star. Completely authentic. Fuyu laughed awkwardly. Don't be mad. You just know way too much. It's suspicious. Ling Mo snorted and walked ahead. Hey, wait for me. The Oasis water source was a massive, crystal-clear lake. Around it were written warnings in the interstellar language: waste of water is forbidden. Violators will be permanently expelled from the Oasis. In a desert, every drop mattered. Many players gathered there to fetch water. All looked exhausted, dust-covered faces, clothes, and skin. Each carried 2 buckets. Fill. Leave immediately. No wasted time. Some players with body enhancement abilities carried over 10 buckets at once, drawing envious glances. But the most envied were those with space pouches. Just submerge it, instantly collect large amounts of water. Ling Mo and Fuyu stepped to the lake and dipped their hands in. Others noticed they had no buckets. Ah. Space pouch users. Envy flickered in many eyes. After all, only one shop had ever sold space pouches, the shop run by Drunk on Soy Sauce, going crazy. The price had been astronomical. And they'd long been sold out. Since Ling Mo and Fuyu lingered for 10 minutes filling their suck mushrooms, some players began watching with ill intent. Just as they finished and stood up, 3 burly men surrounded them. The leader had a green dragon tattoo wrapping his arm. A vicious face. Trouble at first glance. What do you want? Ling Mo asked calmly. One of them sneered. Little sister, hauling water back and forth is exhausting. How about you lend big brother your water storage tool? He cracked his knuckles. Threat clear. Ling Mo felt nauseated by the big brother tone. Around them, onlookers reacted in different ways: pity, gloating, indifference. These three weren't good people. In the game, without laws, they robbed, bullied, and worse. All three had body enhancement abilities. Ordinary players couldn't fight them. Some even thought Ling Mo and Fuyu deserved it, for not being discreet. Others hoped they'd be beaten badly enough to lose qualification. Seeing Ling Mo and Fuyu silent, the trio grew impatient. Tattoo Man flexed his thick arm. Hand it over nicely, and maybe you won't suffer. Otherwise, he raised a fist the size of a sandbag. You two probably can't even take one punch. Ling Mo sighed. Since they weren't going to back down, she didn't waste words. She directly released Black Wolf. Chapter 233, Saving the Oasis, 5. With the appearance of the Black Wolf, the situation instantly reversed. The three men who had been acting arrogantly just moments ago froze when they met the wolf's golden eyes. The smiles on their faces stiffened. After a brief pause, the tattooed man said coldly, "Do you really think summoning a wolf is enough to defeat us? There are three of us. Second, third, I'll hold this wolf back. You deal with the rest." His expression was ferocious. As he spoke, two sharp canine teeth were faintly visible, like a snarling beast opening its bloody maw, ready to swallow them whole. However, the moment his words fell, bang! A gunshot rang out. The tattooed man, who had just been shouting arrogantly, stood frozen in place, terror in his eyes. For those awakened with body enhancement abilities, ordinary bullets were useless. Yet now, a dark, gaping hole had appeared in the tattooed man's chest. The weapon Fuyu had exchanged from Ling Mo was the annihilation gun. Its ability was to completely erase whatever it hit. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the wound on the tattooed man's chest rapidly expanded, until his entire body disappeared. The whole process took only 2 or 3 seconds. A living person had simply vanished. A flash of surprise crossed Fuyu's eyes. Even he hadn't expected the annihilation gun to be this powerful. Ling Mo, on the other hand, looked satisfied. The other two men, seeing their leader gone, seemed to lose their backbone. They instinctively stepped back. Their eyes, when looking at Ling Mo and Fuyu, were filled with fear. The players who had been watching the show gleefully lowered their heads and quickly left the area, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Understanding the principle of cutting the grass to eliminate the roots, Fuyu swiftly aimed at the bald man. Bang! The bald man reacted quickly and dodged. At the same time, his body became covered in a layer of metal. The bullet grazed his arm and shot off course. He let out a breath of relief. Luckily, it was only a scratch. He had clearly seen what happened to the tattooed man. But before he could relax for long, his arm began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fuyu immediately fired a second shot. At the same time, Ling Mo gave the Black Wolf an order. The massive wolf lunged at the remaining man. Although their body enhancement ability greatly boosted their defense, it still couldn't withstand the wolf's savage tearing and biting. Within just a few minutes, Ling Mo and Fuyu resolved the three men with overwhelming force. At the same time, they sent a clear warning to anyone harboring ill intentions. Though there were only 2 of them, they were not to be provoked. After returning to the tree planting area, the two resumed digging holes and planting saplings. Seeing this, the Black Wolf stretched out its claws to help. Because of its massive size, what took Ling Mo and Fuyu several minutes to dig only required 2 swipes from the wolf. Ling Mo suddenly slapped her forehead in annoyance. How could I forget about this? Fuyu looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Don't move yet. I'm calling some helpers," Ling Mo said. Thinking of her ability, Fuyu wondered if she planned to summon the stray cats from before. That might work. After all, most of the land here was sandy and relatively soft. At this moment, Ling Mo was negotiating inside her space with De He, Xiao He, and many other dogs. As the saying goes, raise dogs for 1,000 days, use them for one. She had fed and taken care of them well for so long, it was time for them to be useful. Under Fuyu's watchful eyes, more than a dozen well-fed, sturdy dogs were summoned. Aside from De He and Xiao He, whom he had seen before, the rest were unfamiliar to him. He was about to say something when the leading border collie barked an order. Instantly, all the dogs began moving in an organized and disciplined manner. Digging holes was as natural to dogs as eating and drinking, it was instinct. For a while, dust filled the air around them. "Why are you standing there? Plant the trees," Ling Mo reminded him. Fuyu snapped back to his senses. With the help of the black wolf and the dog pack, all they had to do now was place the saplings into the dug holes, fill them in, and water them. Before long, they had planted more than a dozen saplings. With Ling Mo there, the survival rate of the trees was guaranteed to be high. When the water-absorbing mushrooms ran out of water, Ling Mo didn't even move, she simply sent the black wolf to fetch water with them, saving even more time. They worked until sunset, when the temperature suddenly dropped. It was no longer suitable for planting trees, so they finally stopped. The black wolf and the dogs were panting heavily from exhaustion. Ling Mo recalled them into her space to rest. They would need to help again tomorrow. Fuyu put on the thick clothes he had prepared earlier. Ling Mo didn't truly need them, but she still put on a heavy military coat. The moment she wore it, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Fuyu skillfully began setting up the tent, while Ling Mo went a short distance away to start cooking. She tossed a piece of black fire stone into the lit campfire. Soon, the flames roared to life, their light and warmth driving away the surrounding darkness and cold. Ling Mo took out a pot and made egg-fried rice for the two of them. The aroma drifted on the wind toward the other players. Fortunately, everyone had come prepared and wasn't easily lured over by the scent. As they ate, they reviewed the day's results. Although they had wasted some time searching for the Oasis, their productivity was still astonishing. "I've lost count, but today we planted 782 trees. Tomorrow we can finish the task." Fuyu nodded. "To be safe, we should plant a few extra." Ling Mo was just about to find an excuse to refuse. After all, this game only lasted 3 days. She still wanted to explore and see if there was anything in this instance worth taking away, she couldn't afford to waste time. Chapter 234, Saving the Oasis, 6. Just then, Ling Mo suddenly felt the back of her right hand grow warm. When she raised it to look, she saw the number 498 clearly displayed on it. Without hesitation, she showed it to Fuyu. "Quick, check your hand." Fuyu lifted his right hand as well. On it was the number 284. It was almost half of Ling Mo's. "This should be the number of trees we each planted today," Fuyu said. Ling Mo stared at the number on her hand. "So that means if I plant just 2 more trees tomorrow, I'll complete the task?" "But we planted together. Why is there such a big difference between our numbers? How exactly is the system calculating this?" She thought back carefully to what had happened during the day. The two of them had always acted together, just dividing the work. One buried the soil, the other watered. Could that be the reason? Fuyu glanced at the remaining saplings beside them and seemed to guess something. "It probably counts whoever saplings were planted under their name." "Is that so?" Ling Mo blinked, thinking it over. It actually made sense. The Jinshasha tribe had given each of them 1,000 saplings. At the beginning, they used the ones Ling Mo took out from her spatial storage. She had taken out 5 bundles, exactly half. So 500 saplings. But 2 of them had damaged roots and were discarded. That explained why the number on her hand showed 498. Later on, they used the saplings from Fuyu's spatial storage. "Looks like the survival rate of these trees is pretty high," Fuyu remarked. They had planted over 700 trees in total, and apparently every single one had survived. At the start of the game, the requirement was to successfully grow 500 trees. He had assumed the survival rate would be low. Clearly, he had overthought it. Tomorrow, we'll finish your task first, then mine, Fuyu said. Ling Mo nodded. All right. After eating and drinking their fill, Fuyu took the first watch while Ling Mo went to sleep in the tent. They switched halfway through the night. Perhaps because of what happened during the day, the other players were wary. No one dared to disturb them the entire night. However, on the other side of the oasis, several skirmishes broke out. Ling Mo's spiritual sense picked up every one of them. Those players didn't kill their opponents, instead, they confiscated their items and forced them to dig tree pits. By the latter half of the night, the desert temperature had dropped to 0 degrees. Ling Mo stepped out of the tent to switch shifts with Fuyu. The moment they saw each other, both froze in shock. Mo, you. Fuyu, you. Their voices overlapped and stopped at the same time. You ate those white chestnuts too? Fuyu asked. Ling Mo nodded. You did too? Fuyu nodded. My divination said that eating those snow chestnuts would benefit me, so I ate them. By the way, snow chestnut is the name I found in the game's database. I ate them for the snow spirit's blessing. Did you get the snow spirit's blessing? Fuyu asked. Ling Mo tilted her chin up proudly. Of course. She immediately demonstrated what it meant to freeze at a touch. Besides that, I also got several other blessings. Whisper of ice and snow, melting snow, blizzard, body of ice and snow, and aurora curtain. And you? She asked. Hearing her list off so many blessings, Fuyu couldn't help twitching at the corner of his mouth. If he remembered correctly, the probability of obtaining a blessing from a snow chestnut was 1 in 1,000. Just how many had she eaten to get this many blessings? After calming himself, Fuyu said, one of my blessings allows me to control the temperature within a certain area, but only lower it, not raise it. I also got whisper of ice and snow and aurora curtain. Fewer than Ling Mo, but compared to others, obtaining 3 blessings was already extraordinary luck. Alright, go get some rest. I'll take over from here, Ling Mo said. Fuyu nodded. By the way, can the side effects cancel each other out? As far as I know, no. But you were dyed by those color bugs before, did that help? Fuyu remained silent. Clearly, it hadn't. Still, thanks to those color bugs, his previous game had gone incredibly smoothly, almost a free win. Later in the night, a sudden sandstorm swept through the desert. Because Ling Mo had eaten the eyelash fruit and was wearing protective goggles, she wasn't affected much. Through the storm, she noticed fleeting figures in the desert, lights flickering like lanterns, appearing and vanishing quickly. Were they golden king scorpions? No. Their tails didn't look like that. She tried to probe with her spiritual sense. But whatever those things were, they were incredibly sensitive and fast. Before she could determine anything, they had disappeared. She scanned the surrounding area thoroughly with her spiritual sense, but found no trace of disturbance. They must have already left. The next morning, Ling Mo and Fuyu woke early. Breakfast was large steamed buns Ling Mo had prepared before entering the game, soft and fluffy, stuffed with eggplant and minced meat. Since she was cooking for herself, she had been generous with the fillings, even using spices she had brought back from the mocha forest. After breakfast, they first planted Ling Mo's remaining 2 saplings to complete her task. Next, it was time to finish Fuyu's. 500 minus 284 equaled 216 trees. As Ling Mo directed the black wolf and the dogs to dig holes while she and Fuyu planted the saplings, she suddenly sensed slight movement beneath the ground. She walked to where the disturbance came from and lightly stomped twice. Come out. I've already noticed you. After a moment, a small Jinshasha person crawled up from beneath the sand. It wore a tiny cloak made of sand. Its yellowish face was covered in grains, and its large, watery eyes made it look like a doll sculpted from sand. Seeing that it was only a child, Ling Mo didn't drive it away. She bent down and asked gently, "Little one, what's the matter?" The little Jinshasha shook its head, blinking its big eyes at her. Then suddenly, it pulled out a brightly colored red flower from behind its back. "For you." Chapter 235, Saving the Oasis, 7. Facing the flower in front of her, Ling Mo heard the system's voice automatically sound in her ear. Desert iris, a rare flower that grows in oases. The Jinshasha people regard the desert iris as a symbol of friendship and usually only give it to their friends. "Why are you giving this to me?" Ling Mo asked curiously. The little Jinshasha looked at her seriously and said, "Because you gave us delicious food. So thank you." Hearing that, Ling Mo immediately remembered the golden king flower she had given them earlier. She reached out, took the flower, and said earnestly, "Thank you. It's very beautiful." The little Jinshasha blushed shyly and turned to leave. After carefully storing the flower away, Ling Mo turned back to continue planting trees. After working all morning, they finally finished planting the remaining 216 trees. Both of them let out a sigh of relief. The biggest contributors to this mission weren't Ling Mo or Fuyu, but the black wolf and the dogs. Without them digging the holes, Ling Mo and Fuyu could still have completed the task, but definitely not this quickly. However, no system notification announcing task completion sounded. Ling Mo looked at the number on the back of her hand. It still showed 498. Maybe it only refreshes at night? After checking the time, she decided to deal with lunch first. Just then, a burst of fierce barking sounded from not far away. Woof! 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 Ling Mo followed the sound and saw a dust-covered woman holding a sausage, trying to lure her dogs. "Come here, sweetie. Come with big sister, okay? I've got tasty sausage." No matter how she coaxed them, the dogs didn't move. The leading border collie even bared its teeth, letting out a warning growl. As one of the smartest dog breeds, and further enhanced by Ling Mo's spiritual guidance, this border collie's intelligence was no longer comparable to ordinary dogs. They clearly understood the difference between one full meal and long-term comfort. Not to mention, this woman was trying to tempt them with a single sausage. Who was she fooling? In Ling Mo's space, they could eat chicken whenever they wanted. Who cared about a sausage? Seeing that the dogs were unmoved, and even snarling at her, the woman gradually lost patience and seemed ready to use force. At that moment, Ling Mo's voice rang out coldly, "What are you trying to do to my dogs?" The woman froze, embarrassment flashing across her face. It was like being caught shoplifting in a mall by a sales clerk. She forced an awkward laugh. "Oh, nothing. I just thought your dogs were cute, so I wanted to play with them." In times like this, being able to raise dogs so well, your strength must be impressive. After all, feeding just a few of those dogs every day required a lot of food. Though she was smiling outwardly, inwardly she was cursing the two of them for being selfish. People could barely feed themselves, yet they still raised dogs. If they had extra food, why not share it? Ling Mo naturally didn't believe her. The woman's aura was practically tangled into a mess, an obvious sign of guilt. Seeing the sausage still in her hand, Ling Mo waved at the border collie. Immediately, the dog withdrew its teeth, wagged its tail, and trotted over happily. The other dogs followed, gazing at Ling Mo expectantly. After living comfortably in her space for so long, suddenly spending 2 days in the desert, even if they remained energetic. Of course they missed their previous environment. Especially the sled dogs. Alaskan Malamutes, Huskies, and Samoyeds all had thick fur. This hot desert environment was especially uncomfortable for them. Ling Mo understood their meaning. With a wave of her hand, she recalled all of them into her space. Seeing all the dogs vanish instantly, the woman's eyes widened. "That's your talent?" Ling Mo ignored her. The woman clearly had ill intentions. Returning to her usual aloof demeanor, Ling Mo turned to Fuyu and said, "Let's go." As they walked away, the woman suddenly called out, "Wait. You've probably already completed your task, right? Can you lend us your dogs? You look like a kind girl. We're all players from China. Surely you wouldn't refuse such a small favor?" She plastered a flattering smile on her face. Ling Mo looked young. And girls her age were often stereotyped as soft-hearted, kind, and thin-skinned. Even if unwilling, a few sweet words would usually persuade them. Unfortunately for her, she had misjudged badly. The old saying goes, the kind are bullied, the gentle are ridden. The moment the apocalypse began, Ling Mo had already discarded blind sympathy. She could be kind, but not to just anyone. "This auntie has misjudged her," Fuyu said with a smile. "She's not kind at all." Watching the two walk away without even turning back, the woman's expression shifted from shock to anger. Young people these days were truly worse than one generation before. She had lowered herself so much, yet they refused so bluntly. This couldn't end here. The woman's ability was clairvoyance, with a slight X-ray component. A mutated-type talent. She could see through obstacles and view scenes far away. Because of that, she had noticed Ling Mo and Fuyu early on. She saw that their saplings were much thinner and easier to plant than hers. They even had dogs digging holes and a black wolf fetching water. All they had to do was place the saplings, bury them, and water them. Then she looked at herself. Both hands blistered from racing against time to plant more trees. The contrast was painful. They were all players. Why were they so relaxed? The more she watched, the more unbalanced she felt. And the more unbalanced she felt, the more she watched. Eventually, as if possessed, she had come over. Now, staring at the already planted trees around her, she thought, "If you won't lend me the dogs, then taking a few saplings isn't too much, right?" These saplings looked much thinner than the ones she had received. They must be easier to plant. With that thought, she reached out her greedy hands toward one of the saplings. Just as she grabbed it and was about to pull it out, suddenly, a figure shot up from beneath the sand. Chapter 236, Saving the Oasis, 8. Ling Mo and Fuyu were just about to have lunch when they turned and saw the black wolf running toward them from afar, something clamped in its jaws. Looking closer, it was a scorpion about the same size as itself, already dead. Unlike the golden king scorpion, this one's entire body was translucent golden yellow, like jelly, and it didn't have a giant flower on its back. The black wolf dropped the scorpion in front of Ling Mo and let out a howl. A woo. Its tail wagged wildly behind it. Fuyu looked curious. "What does that mean?" "It says it wants to eat this scorpion today," Ling Mo translated. A system description sounded, fruit scorpion. A herbivorous scorpion that feeds on plants. When it encounters ripe fruit, it will recklessly rush to eat it. Sweet and refreshing in taste. "Are you sure it's not poisonous?" Fuyu asked worriedly. Ling Mo shook her head. "Don't worry. It's not." She stepped forward to prepare the fruit scorpion. The most primitive way to eat it would be grilling it whole, but since they didn't have such a large pot, Ling Mo decided to make do with what they had. She spread black fire stones across the ground, ignited them and placed the fruit scorpion on top. Fuyu joined in to help. Just as they were busy preparing lunch, the system's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Warning, a player has attempted to damage trees in the Oasis and destroy other players' labor results. Player Little Fairy will be punished. Player status revoked. Talent abolished. Immediately expelled from the game. System reminder, please complete your own task seriously. Do not harbor malicious intentions." Ling Mo and Fuyu exchanged a glance, then calmly continued what they were doing. It had nothing to do with them. This fruit scorpion was enormous, just seasoning it required handfuls at a time. Suddenly, the backs of their right hands flashed. The system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, players. You have completed the mission, plant 500 trees and ensure their survival. Would you like to remain or leave with the other players after 3 days? As if that even required consideration. Of course they would stay. Ling Mo chose to remain without hesitation. Fuyu made the same choice. Elsewhere, after hearing about Little Fairy's punishment, some players felt guilty. Others who had been planning sabotage immediately abandoned their thoughts. After all, the punishment wasn't merely losing player status, their talents were abolished as well. Some players, even after losing access to the game, still thrived on Blue Star thanks to their talents. But if their talents disappeared too? That was a different matter entirely. Half an hour later, the fruit scorpion was done. Each of them grabbed one of its massive claws and started eating. After grilling, even the shell was crispy. The meat inside carried a subtle fruity fragrance, surprisingly delicious. Ling Mo took out 2 bottles of cola from her space. With a light tap of her ice-coated finger. Instantly, they became ice-cold. She handed one to Fuyu and opened the other herself. In the scorching desert, drinking an icy cola could be summed up in one word: refreshing. After eating and drinking their fill, Fuyu asked, "There's still a day and a half left. How do you plan to use the time?" If he were alone, he would simply divine the next step. But with Ling Mo here, she clearly understood Ha's planet better than he did. He only needed to follow her lead. Ling Mo thought for a moment. I want to explore the entire oasis first. See if there's anything we can take back. Fuyu nodded. All right. We'll do as you say. With their task complete, they felt light and relaxed. After resting briefly, they began wandering through the oasis. Ling Mo didn't recall the black wolf into her space. It followed behind them like a bodyguard, discouraging players who might have been tempted to cause trouble. After walking for some time, Ling Mo suddenly stopped. She looked toward a certain direction. A large number of Jinshasha people seemed to be gathered there, busy with something. Let's go take a look. They headed over. Upon arrival, they saw a crowd of Jinshasha people harvesting a peculiar plant. It resembled a fern, naturally curved, but it was enormous, 3 to 4 meters tall. Its body was purplish red, covered in golden fruits that glowed under the sunlight like small golden orbs. The Jinshasha people were busily cutting them down. The system's explanation appeared. Shasha grass. A plant that grows in deserts. Nutritious with a slightly bitter taste. Extremely tenacious and domineering, it absorbs all surrounding water and nutrients, causing other plants nearby to die. Without moisture and nutrients, the land rapidly turns into desert. P.S. The Jinshasha people deeply despise shasha grass. Once discovered, it is immediately eradicated. Shasha grass seeds will immediately take root and sprout when encountering suitable conditions. Shasha grass seeds, when crushed, the user will be covered in a layer of golden sand, blending seamlessly into the surroundings for 1 hour. In the desert, duration extends to 2 hours. After hearing the description, Ling Mo's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Both the shasha grass and especially its seeds were excellent items. The seeds were practically a camouflage tool. Judging by the amount here, there were at least thousands of golden seeds. Seeing the Jinshasha people preparing to haul all the shasha grass and seeds away to discard them, Ling Mo quickly spoke up. Wait. The Jinshasha turned around. One of them immediately approached. Did you run into trouble? Ling Mo recognized him. It was one of the 2 Jinshasha who had welcomed her and Fuyu earlier. She smiled warmly. Where are you planning to take all this shasha grass? Of course, to bury it somewhere, the Jinshasha replied. It only sprouts in oases. It can't germinate in the desert. Hearing that, Ling Mo looked pained. What a waste. She shook her head gently. Even if you bury them in the desert, they won't truly disappear. And they might still affect the expansion of the oasis. Chapter 237, Saving the Oasis, 9. Hearing Ling Mo's words, the Jin Shasha person in front of her nodded. You're right. But we don't have any better solution. The seeds of the Shasha grass are just too resilient, they take root the moment they touch the ground. If we don't want them to harm other deserts, all we can do is bury them deeper. Seeing the troubled look on her face, Ling Mo smiled. You may not have a way, but I do. You do? The Jin Shasha person widened her eyes at Ling Mo. Ling Mo nodded seriously, pointing to herself and then to Fuyu beside her. The two of us can help you remove all this Shasha grass and its seeds. We'll make sure not to leave behind any hidden danger. Really? That's wonderful. Wait here, I'll go tell the others right now. After watching Jin Shasha run off, Fuyu finally asked, Mo, can this grass be eaten? Ling Mo raised an eyebrow. It can. The taste might be a bit bitter, but it's nutritious. Though that's not the most important part. Did you see those golden seeds? Following her gaze, Fuyu looked at the golden seeds. What about them? They're items, Ling Mo explained. If you crush one, your body will be surrounded by sand, allowing you to blend into the environment. The effect lasts 1 hour. In a desert environment, it can be extended by 2 more hours. After hearing this, Fuyu's eyes widened in shock. He didn't doubt the accuracy of Ling Mo's words. Do we have enough storage rings? There seemed to be quite a lot of Shasha grass and seeds here. It'd be great if Ye Kai were here, he added. He has the space blade. Although the space blade could only open limited-sized spaces, there was no limit to how many spaces it could create. In theory, it could open an infinite number of spaces. Of course, that was only in theory. As the person who made the space blade, Ling Mo knew its limit was probably around 50 spaces. Well, you still have me, Ling Mo said reassuringly. Her spatial ability couldn't be exposed, but she had plenty of storage rings, more than enough to hold everything. While they were talking, the Jin Shasha person returned, now carrying a bundle. They've agreed. Please handle all the Shasha grass and its seeds carefully and make sure it's completely dealt with. Also, this is your reward. She opened the bundle, revealing 2 golden fruits the size of fists. Unlike the golden color of the seeds, these fruits looked like crystal spheres filled with flowing sand. Shasha fruit, a specialty of the Haas planet. After consumption, the body can merge with sand, gaining the fluidity of sand. Duration, 10 minutes. Ling Mo accepted the 2 Shasha fruits and said, Don't worry. We're professionals. Good things like this, of course they wouldn't leave even one behind. After the Jin Shasha person left, Ling Mo handed 1 fruit to Fuyu and explained its effect. From its description alone, the Shasha fruit was clearly far more powerful than the Shasha grass seeds. Too bad there are only 2, and it only lasts 10 minutes, Fuyu sighed. Ling Mo rolled her eyes. Be content. Other people don't even have the chance. You're right. Fuyu quickly adjusted his mindset and began collecting Shasha grass and seeds with Ling Mo. Before they arrived, the Jin Shasha people had already cut down part of it and packed it up, saving them a lot of effort. After collecting everything that was already prepared, they took out tools and started cutting down the remaining Shasha grass. Although the stems were thick, the 2 of them were no ordinary people. What previously required 2 or 3 Jin Shasha people striking several times to cut down now crumbled before them. Holding sickles, they harvested rapidly. Before long, all the Shasha grass had been cut down. Ling Mo took out an empty storage ring to hold the grass and seeds. After an hour of work, they finally finished collecting everything. Once Ling Mo confirmed nothing was left behind, she looked at the now deserted land, took out a few saplings from her storage ring, and casually planted them. What are you doing? Fuyu asked in confusion. We're here to work, Ling Mo replied. Fuyu nodded, they had indeed been sent here by the system to work. But what did that have to do with what she just did? Seeing he still didn't understand, Ling Mo explained directly. If you were the boss, would you prefer employees who are proactive and efficient, or the kind who clock out exactly on time and slack off? Fu Yu suddenly understood. Looking at the 2 or 3 saplings she planted, he asked, "Isn't that too few? Should we plant more?" "No need. This is enough." With that, Ling Mo stepped away first, continuing to explore other parts of the oasis. The deeper they went, the more plant species appeared. During the exploration, Ling Mo occasionally reached out to touch unfamiliar plants by the roadside. Her movements looked casual, but they were intentional. Tooth delight. Whitens teeth after consumption. Mini black grapes, makes the eyes bright and glossy like grapes. Besides those, Ling Mo also discovered plants that could reshape facial features, higher skull structure, double eyelids, high nose bridge, elf ears, plump lips, even dimples. And not just facial features, there were plants for creamy skin, slimming effects, and long slender limbs. She remembered hearing that dance students must have wrists that pass the crotch line. Ling Mo looked at a bone-like flower before her. Bone growth flower. After consumption, the bones of the limbs will begin developing again and grow. Severe pain will accompany the process. Growth length depends on individual constitution. There were also plants for fuller breasts, slimmer waists, even toes were covered. Ling Mo recalled a novel she once read, where the protagonist's toes were described as round pearls. This place was simply heaven for beauty lovers. Of course, Ling Mo didn't tell Fu Yu about any of these discoveries. She secretly collected them herself. After all, aside from beautification, they had little practical use. After gathering them, she stuffed everything, including the shasha fruits and seeds, into her medicine box. She believed that no woman in this world could resist the temptation of painless beautification. This beauty-enhancing potion set would become the next best-selling combo in her shop. Thinking of this, Ling Mo couldn't help but laugh aloud. Chapter 238, Saving the Oasis, 10. Hearing Ling Mo laugh behind him, Fu Yu asked curiously, "Did you discover something good again?" Ling Mo coughed lightly and said seriously, "Not really. I just think teaming up with someone for missions feels pretty nice." "Yeah, right." Fu Yu looked at her deeply, then ultimately chose to accept the explanation. "We've walked for so long. Other than the shasha grass earlier, we haven't gained anything else. And what happened before also proves that we can't recklessly destroy the plants in the oasis. I'm starting to think we may have gone the wrong way." "The wrong way?" Ling Mo looked at him in confusion. "I haven't used today's divination yet." Saying that, Fu Yu sat cross-legged and prepared to cast a divination. Ling Mo didn't disturb him. She left the black wolf to protect him and headed in another direction herself. Just now, she had sensed a faint fluctuation from that direction. Pushing aside the grass, she found a cluster of milky white plants under a tree. Each was about the size of her finger, with 2 thick, milky white leaves. Bone-aligning grass. During growth, minor bumps or unhealthy habits may cause bones to grow misaligned, manifesting as uneven leg length, hunchback, sitting cross-legged, poor development from picky eating, etc. After consuming bone-aligning grass, misaligned bones will return to normal. Sounds impressive. Ling Mo pulled one out and popped it straight into her mouth. Her face instantly scrunched up. Ugh, so bitter. Even after swallowing it with difficulty, the bitterness lingered. Before she could take a sip of water, cracking sounds echoed throughout her body. The cracking lasted for several minutes before gradually stopping. Ling Mo stood up. She didn't feel any dramatic changes, but her body felt noticeably more comfortable, a subtle kind of comfort she couldn't quite describe. She stored the remaining bone-aligning grass in her space and put one into her medicine box. Another potion type added. As soon as it entered, Ling Mo keenly sensed a change in the medicine box. After scanning, it was confirmed, the box had evolved again. The number of designated potions per production hadn't changed, but instead of producing one type at a time, it could now produce two types simultaneously. That meant she could now designate two kinds of potions at once, 20,000 bottles total. The randomly refreshed potions also increased from 1,000 to 2,000. It seemed that for the medicine box to evolve, she needed to continuously feed it various items, the higher the grade, the better. When Ling Mo returned, she saw a faint glow surrounding Fuyu. Moments later, the divination ended. Fuyu slowly opened his eyes. "We're going to the desert." "All right." Ling Mo didn't object. She had already asked Qiaman to investigate. The desert truly held more valuable things than the Oasis. The two rode on the Black Wolf, and 10 minutes later, they entered the desert. Looking at the endless stretch of sand, Ling Mo asked, "So which way now?" Honestly, every direction looked the same. Just then, the ground trembled. In the next second, the Black Wolf swiftly leapt away from where they had just been standing. A sand pit formed, and a familiar plant burst out from beneath the sand. The golden great king scorpion. Ling Mo and Fuyu recognized their attacker at the same time. At that moment, more rumbling came from beneath the sand. Dozens of Jin Shasha tribesmen wearing cloaks and holding weapons emerged. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense. Ling Mo and Fuyu realized they had stumbled into a battle between two evenly matched forces. Would it be inappropriate to leave now? After a brief thought, Ling Mo decided to help the Jin Shasha tribe. After all, they were technically their employers. As a worker, one should leave a good impression on the boss. She took out a cold rock and threw it before the golden great king scorpion could attack. The rock exploded, releasing a wave of icy air. When the dust settled, everyone saw the golden great king scorpion frozen into an ice sculpture. One of the Jin Shasha tribesmen recognized Ling Mo and Fuyu and shouted, "Thank you." Ling Mo waved her hand. "You're welcome. After the job is done, I'll increase your reward," the man added. Ling Mo naturally wouldn't refuse. That's all I needed to hear. Fuyu had already decided on a direction. "Let's go." "All right." They rode off on the Black Wolf again. However, it didn't take long before the Black Wolf began struggling. The blazing sun and scorching sand rapidly drained its stamina. Ling Mo didn't push it further. She stored the Black Wolf away and released 2 camels instead. Though slower, camels were much steadier in the desert. Soon, a patch of green appeared in their vision. "It's a plant." Ling Mo urged the camel forward. They quickly arrived in front of it. "It looks like a cactus," Ling Mo said. "Green, covered in sharp spines, very similar. But much larger than Blue Star's cacti," Fuyu added. Qiaman Ling Mo called inwardly. "Giant immortal thorn, poisonous. Its body and spines secrete venom. Those poisoned will lose all strength, become immediately paralyzed, and eventually die of dehydration. Its fruit is a rare delicacy in the desert." Ling Mo looked up and indeed saw many fruits growing at the top, similar to prickly pears. Each fruit was as big as a watermelon. Bright red and extremely tempting. Fuyu flew up with a device to pick the fruits. Meanwhile, Ling Mo wasn't idle. She took out a small knife and cut a slit in the surface of the giant immortal thorn. White sap immediately flowed out, releasing a pungent odor. Just one whiff made her dizzy. She quickly put on a mask. This potency, it's terrifying. If applied to a weapon, it wouldn't even need to hit a vital point. Just a scratch would be enough to finish someone. Chapter 239, Saving the Oasis, 11. A single giant immortal thorn could grow over 100 fruits. After collecting the cactus sap, Ling Mo saw that Fuyu would still need some time harvesting the fruits, so she decided to look around. "Qiaman, pull up all the resources in the desert of Haas planet." Qiaman had been with Ling Mo long enough to know exactly what she wanted. Soon, detailed information about every desert resource on Haas planet appeared before her. Among them was the giant immortal thorn. So this thing was actually considered a strategic resource. The Jin Shasha tribes also fought among themselves, competing for oases and their resources. Whenever conflicts broke out, they used the thorns from the giant immortal thorn as weapons against each other. Ling Mo glanced back at the massive spines behind her. They were indeed incredibly sharp and long, some even longer than her arm. Held in hand, they could absolutely function as weapons. Since she had nothing better to do, Ling Mo began collecting the longest outer ring of thorns into her space. Just as she finished gathering them, she suddenly sensed a disturbance beneath the sand. She looked down at her feet. Judging from the sound, there were quite a few of them. Pressing off the ground, she used the cactus spines to hoist herself into the air. The rumbling beneath the sand grew stronger. Ling Mo frowned. A nauseating stench was spreading through the air, and it was getting stronger. Fu Yu, who had been collecting fruits above, noticed her strange behavior and immediately stopped. He steered his flying device closer and saw her hanging midair, gripping a thorn. "What's going on?" "There's something underneath," Ling Mo said, her eyes fixed below. The moment she finished speaking, a rustling sound came from beneath the sand. The ground began collapsing rapidly. Soon, a massive funnel-shaped pit appeared. It looked similar to how the golden great king scorpion had emerged earlier, but not quite the same. A wave of foul odor surged upward. Ling Mo rolled her eyes and gagged. Fu Yu didn't look any better. Then several black insects crawled out of the sand. They were completely black and moved rapidly through the sand. Moments later, countless black insects poured out from underground, swarming toward the giant immortal thorn. Flower armor beetle, an infamous insect on Haas planet. They move in swarms. If you see one flower armor beetle, it means you are already surrounded. Omnivorous, extremely resilient, capable of eating anything, even digesting sand. Inside their bodies is a bile sac that stores digestive fluid, which is the source of their stench. If removed intact and diluted with water before mixing with soil, it can prevent pests and diseases. Jin Shasha tribes often use it to repel insects. P.S. When sensing danger, flower armor beetles will self-destruct their bile sacs. P.P.S. Once contaminated by their digestive fluid, the stench can last up to half a year. The fluid has extremely strong permeability. Ling Mo, the appearance of these flower armor beetles reminded her of stink bugs from Blue Star. Once you got that smell on you, it was unbearable. But these insects could prevent pests? That was definitely something valuable. Insecticide worked well, but its duration was short, and it only killed already hatched insects. Unhatched eggs had a protective membrane that insecticide couldn't penetrate. So even after improving soil quality with waterwood stones, newly planted seeds were quickly devoured by freshly hatched insects. They could repeatedly spray insecticide to solve it, but scientists had discovered that vegetables grown with heavy insecticide tasted awful and caused nausea when consumed. After all that effort, producing crops that couldn't be eaten defeated the original purpose. But with these beetle bile sacs, the problem could be solved. The question was, how to extract them? If they self-destructed when sensing danger, then the extraction had to be extremely fast. Couldn't they just grind the entire beetle together with water? No. Except for the bile sac, all other fluids inside the flower armor beetle are highly corrosive. While they also repel insects, the affected land will be unable to grow crops for up to a century. At that moment, Fu Yu's worried voice sounded. Mo, they're eating the cactus. We need to leave now. And the air was unbearable, every breath felt like swallowing rotten garbage. Ling Mo shook her head in refusal. Fu Yu immediately understood, she had another plan. He shifted aside on the flying device, gesturing for her to climb on. Ling Mo didn't hesitate. Like swinging on a vine, she leapt onto it. The moment she left the cactus, the massive plant slowly toppled over. The beetles had already chewed through its roots. As the cactus collapsed, even more flower armor beetles emerged from beneath the sand. Seeing this, Ling Mo asked, "How many cold rocks do you have left?" "About half," Fu Yu answered honestly. "Good. When I say so, throw all of them down. Whether planting can be restored depends on this move." Fuyu had originally wanted to ask why these bugs seemed useless and unbearably smelly. The best option seemed to be retreat. But after hearing her last sentence, his expression turned serious. No problem. Ling Mo focused her mental energy on the beetles below. Once most of them had surfaced from the sand, she suddenly shouted, "Now! Throw them!" The two of them moved quickly. More than a dozen cold rocks fell from the sky, exploding upon impact like blooming ice flowers. From afar, it looked like a strange and dazzling fireworks display. Chapter 240, Saving the Oasis, 12. After throwing cold rocks for several consecutive minutes, Ling Mo finally called for a stop. The desert below was now covered with a thin layer of blue ice. The half-devoured giant immortal thorn and countless flower armor beetles were frozen in place. Suddenly, a series of popping sounds came from below. Looking closer, the frozen beetles' bodies began to crack and shatter under the extreme temperature difference. Ling Mo's eyes widened. She had targeted these beetles specifically for their bile sacs. It didn't matter if their bodies shattered, but the bile sacs had better survive. Otherwise, after wasting so many cold rocks and getting nothing in return, she would suffer a huge loss. She hadn't made an unprofitable deal in a long time. Ever since the game descended, she had always been the silent one making a fortune. Fortunately, the heavens seemed to hear her prayers. After the beetles' bodies shattered, something remained behind, blue crystal droplets, shaped like water drops. Under Qiaman's explanation, Ling Mo learned that these blue crystals were the beetles' bile sacs. Fuyu also noticed them and clicked his tongue in amazement. Who would have thought something so pretty would come from such disgusting bugs? Then he looked at Ling Mo. "This is what you meant earlier by restoring planting?" Ling Mo nodded, picking up one of the blue crystals. "Dilute this with water and spray it over the land. Just one small piece like this can wipe out insects within at least 100 mu. It was 100 times more powerful than insecticide. The 100 mu figure was based on gene shasha research. Using less wouldn't cause harm, but if diluted improperly, the smell would be overwhelming. Still, the bile solution wasn't permanent. One application lasted about half a year. The number of beetles they had just eliminated was staggering, roughly tens of thousands. After an hour of careful searching, the two collected every blue bile sac on the ground. Knowing how important these were, they searched meticulously until they were certain not a single one was left. Ling Mo estimated with her mental scan that they had gathered around 50,000 sacs. Converted to land area, that meant 5 million mu. But that still wasn't enough. Especially since the effect wasn't permanent, the real effective coverage would be much lower. Then Ling Mo had an idea. What would happen if she put a bile sac into the medicine box? She acted immediately. Choosing the largest one, she secretly stored it in her space and placed it into the medicine box. As the bile sac disappeared, she knew it had worked. 2 new buttons appeared on the medicine box: insecticide potion, soil restoration solution. The insecticide potion was self-explanatory. The soil restoration solution could transform barren land into nutrient-rich soil suitable for planting. This soil restoration solution seemed especially suitable for her Yunhai star. After discussing it, Ling Mo and Fuyu decided to specifically hunt flower armor beetles. Ling Mo had plenty of cold rocks. The hard part was finding the beetles. The desert was vast, tracking them down wasn't easy. However, if they couldn't find the beetles, they could make the beetles come to them. From Qiaman, Ling Mo learned that these insects had low intelligence and enormous appetites. They were almost constantly hungry and always searching for food. Their sense of smell was extremely sharp. Earlier, it was the damaged cactus skin that attracted them. That made things simple. The two deliberately hunted a fruit scorpion, killed it, and left the corpse on the sand. Then they flew up and waited. Within half an hour, familiar rumbling came from underground. 1 minute later, the first beetle emerged. Soon, many more followed. Once enough had surfaced, they dropped cold rocks again. Ice flowers exploded. Blue bile sacs rained into their collection. Using this method, by nightfall, they had gathered 200,000 blue bile sacs. As darkness fell, the temperature plummeted. Ling Mo looked at her skin, which was gradually turning pale from the cold. We need to find somewhere to rest. Preferably an oasis. Nights on Haas planet were extremely dangerous. Without the scorching daytime heat, all predators emerged to hunt. Ling Mo scanned with her mental power. The nearest oasis was about 2 kilometers away. This way, she pointed. Fuyu immediately steered the flying device in that direction. Along the way, they saw how lively the desert became at night, completely different from its empty daytime appearance. Suddenly, a vibrant sea of flowers appeared below. Mo, look, that should be golden great king scorpion flowers. Looking down, Ling Mo confirmed it. Golden great king scorpions feared cold temperatures. At night, they extended the flowers growing from their bodies above the sand to collect moisture. It was a risky act. Many desert creatures coveted those flowers, especially the Jin Shasha tribe, who were obsessed with them. To protect themselves during this vulnerable time, the scorpions surrounded their area with quicksand traps. Anyone who stepped in would sink instantly. By dawn, those unlucky victims would become breakfast for the freshly awakened scorpions. Quite the fishing trap tactic. Ling Mo and Fuyu exchanged a glance. Fuyu lowered the flying device. Ling Mo hung upside down from it, gripping a sharp sickle, and began harvesting the flowers one by one. Half an hour later, they safely left the area. What they didn't know was that shortly after their departure, several cloaked figures emerged from the sand. Looking at the now bare patch of desert, they let out furious cries. Chapter 241, Saving the Oasis, 13. Finally arriving at the oasis, the surroundings were quiet and still. Looks like there are other players here, Fuyu observed, noticing a few dug tree pits and newly planted trees nearby. Ling Mo used her mental scan on the trees. Roughly half had survived, quite a high rate. Through her spiritual awareness, she easily located the positions of other players in the oasis. However, neither she nor Fuyu planned to disturb them. Their purpose here was simply to rest, and their main goal remained the same: collecting more flower armor beetle bile sacs. You could never have too many. Ling Mo set the medicine box to prioritize producing soil restoration solution this time. The two quickly set up their tent, with Ling Mo taking the first watch through the early night. Being a former night owl before the apocalypse, she was no stranger to staying up until 2 or 3 in the morning. As a strong wind swept past, the scene from last night replayed before her eyes. Yellow lantern-like objects hovered in the distance, swaying continuously. Lanterns in the middle of a desert? That could only be something alive. Ling Mo immediately guessed that these lantern-like lights were probably the eyes of a creature. She unleashed her spiritual perception to investigate. But surprisingly, her usually infallible senses picked up nothing besides sand. "Qiaman, scan," she commanded. Sandstorm beast, a desert-dwelling creature composed entirely of sand. Its appearance is accompanied by sandstorms. Extremely difficult to kill. Inside its body grows the sand fruit, which grants the consumer sand-like mobility and rapid healing if injured, as long as limbs are intact. The beast detests plants, attempting to destroy any it encounters. Qiaman even showed a short animation: a little figure gets its arm chopped off, but within seconds, the arm transforms into sand and regenerates fully. Ling Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Sand fruit, what a treasure. Even if these sandstorm beasts were hard to kill, she had to try. She roused Fuyu, who had been meditating inside the tent. "What's up?" he asked, opening his eyes. Before he could finish, his gaze caught the lantern-like eyes outside. "You're not thinking of attacking these things, are you?" Fuyu's tone revealed he already knew they were here. Ling Mo nodded and explained the sandstorm beast and sand fruit situation. Fuyu, initially planning to dissuade her, listened and then nodded seriously. "I saw them last night. They stand guard outside the oasis and don't enter. I even divined once." "What was the result?" Ling Mo asked. They couldn't enter the Oasis and are extremely resilient, he explained. Since they posed no threat inside the Oasis, Fuyu had left them alone. Xiaoman had already analyzed their weaknesses. Unsurprisingly, the sandstorm beasts feared water. Composed of flowing sand, they were difficult to manipulate using conventional methods. Anyone who's played with dry sand knows how hard it is to hold. But wet sand? Much easier to control. Ling Mo shared this weakness with Fuyu. Good. The water-sucking mushrooms still have plenty of water from before our last mission. Perfect for this, he said. Despite the sandstorm masking them, the beasts' glowing lantern-like eyes made them easy to target. Each of Ling Mo's hands gripped a water-sucking mushroom. Fuyu mirrored her actions. Nearby, Black Wolf stood ready, holding not mushrooms but cold rocks. Water and ice combined, how could they miss? On 3, Ling Mo instructed. 1, 2, 3. Attack. 4 powerful water streams shot from their hands, hitting 4 sandstorm beasts squarely. Cries of pain echoed through the desert. Seeing the first strike succeed, Ling Mo didn't stop but targeted additional sandstorm beasts. There were more than just 4 near the Oasis, and she intended not a single one to escape. Black Wolf didn't lag behind. Its strong paws hurled cold rocks with deadly accuracy, each landing like an ice flower blooming in the desert. After several minutes, the mushrooms ran dry, and the pair stopped, but this wasn't the time to rest. The sandstorm beasts were only frozen, not dead. They needed to finish the job. Ling Mo approached one. Finally, she could observe its true form. Xiaoman's data stated the beasts had no fixed shape. As flowing sand, they could theoretically reshape at will. Yet the frozen beasts looked like oversized heads, resembling the white sheet ghosts from childhood cartoons, more cute than terrifying. Xiaoman, take a picture of these beasts and upload it to StarNet. Make sure not to include me or Fuyu, Ling Mo instructed. No problem. Xiaoman responded eagerly. Charge for the post? Can we charge? Ling Mo asked. Of course. Collectors in the galaxy pay attention to sensational data. A group photo of sandstorm beasts will draw attention. Do it, Ling Mo said. After all, why leave money on the table? With that, Ling Mo located the sand fruit inside the frozen sandstorm beasts. Once removed, the beasts instantly lost life and collapsed into a pile of sand. Xiaoman, this sand seems a bit different from the surrounding desert sand. Chapter 242, Saving the Oasis, 14, End. Ling Mo looked at the white sand beneath her feet. It was clearly different from the surrounding golden sand. The sand left behind after a sandstorm beast dies is classified as metal in the interstellar system. Although it resembles sand, its essence is more like metal. If sandstorm beasts are so hard to kill, their sand must be valuable, right? Ling Mo asked expectantly. After all, the snow monster horns and the golden and red heavenly eyes had once made her rich enough to feel stuffed. Unfortunately, the sand left behind by sandstorm beasts is extremely cheap in the interstellar market. 50 gold coins can buy 10 tons. What? But aren't they hard to kill? You don't need to kill a sandstorm beast to obtain its sand. Ling Mo's face fell in disappointment. Still, before heading off to hunt the next sandstorm beast, she collected all the white sand from the ground. No matter how small the gain, it was still profit. After eliminating all the sandstorm beasts, Ling Mo and Fuyu obtained 13 sand fruits. They each ate one on the spot. The moment Ling Mo bit into it, her face twisted in agony. The fruit looked golden and appetizing, but tasted exactly like eating dirt, complete with gritty particles. After finishing the whole thing with great difficulty, she stuck out her tongue. The earthy flavor lingered heavily in her mouth, and she quickly gulped down water to wash it away. Fuyu didn't fare much better, he was also chugging water furiously. Of the remaining 11 fruits, 2 were reserved for Jiang Xian and Yi Kai. That left 9. Fuyu took 4. Ling Mo took 5. She accepted the distribution without hesitation. she deserved it. She placed one sand fruit into the medicine box immediately. An orange-yellow button appeared. Sand transformation potion allows the user's body to transform into sand, rapidly heal wounds, and evade fatal attacks. Most suitable for earth element users. P.S. Can only be consumed once in a lifetime. A second dose will cause the body to collapse permanently into a pile of sand. Ling Mo was extremely satisfied with this potion. It clearly inherited all the best traits of the sand fruit. Although Ling Mo and Fuyu had caused quite a commotion, the nearby players had only woken up to watch. None dared approach. Two white-haired figures with pale, almost ghostly skin, accompanied by a black wolf. Anyone who had watched anime knew that white hair usually meant ruthless and powerful. These two weren't just white-haired, their exposed skin was also frighteningly pale. Even someone dead for 3 days wouldn't look that white. And that black wolf? One claw strike created an ice blossom, instantly killing the lantern monsters near the oasis. With that record, who would dare provoke them? Some players were puzzled. They hadn't seen these two before in the area. With such striking appearances, they would have been unforgettable. Could it be they had only just crossed the desert and found the oasis? If so, then surely they couldn't possibly complete the mission in time. A few more calculating players noticed Ling Mo and Fuyu taking items from the monsters. Since their own missions were nearly complete, they planned to approach tomorrow after finishing their tasks and offer help in exchange for those items. They thought it was fair. After all, wasn't game qualification more valuable than any item? They convinced themselves they were doing Ling Mo and Fuyu a favor. With that comforting thought, they closed their eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Ling Mo and Fuyu were too excited from the battle to sleep. Ling Mo held a dagger, itching to test the sand fruit's effect on herself. After all, it tasted that terrible. If the ability wasn't impressive, she'd truly feel cheated. But after hesitating several times, she ultimately decided against injuring herself. Why suffer unnecessarily? Since the game began, she hadn't been injured once. The sand fruit was just insurance. After forcing herself to rest for an hour, dawn approached and the temperature began rising. They ate breakfast, each drank an energy-restoring potion, and left the oasis. It was the final day. They had to collect as many flower armor beetle bile sacs as possible. To be precise, we have 7 hours left, Fuyu corrected. When we first arrived, it was noon. According to the system's habits, the game will end at the same time. 7 hours sounded long, but wasn't. Since they couldn't stay too close to the oasis, finding a suitable location alone took an hour. Here, Fuyu said, pointing to a sand dune. Ling Mo nodded. They flew into the air, prepared cold rocks, placed the bait, and waited. Fortunately, the flower armor beetles didn't disappoint. Drawn by the scent, they arrived quickly. For the next several hours, they made full use of every minute. On average, every half hour they lured a wave of beetles, then spent the next half hour collecting bile sacs. After gathering the final batch, Ling Mo checked the time. 1 minute remaining. As the countdown hit 0, the mechanical voice of the game system echoed in every player's ears. Game over. Players who failed to complete the mission will lose qualification. To those who succeeded, see you next game. Darkness fell over their vision. When Ling Mo opened her eyes again, she was back home. She stretched lazily, immediately changed clothes, and went to take a shower. The current water supply was filled with insect eggs. She naturally wouldn't risk using tap water. Using the water-sucking mushroom as a showerhead, she enjoyed a long, satisfying wash. After drying her hair, she heard a knock at the door. Opening it, she saw Ye Kai standing outside, exhausted and lifeless. "Don't tell me you failed the game," Ling Mo asked. Ye Kai rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking?" "Of course not. I just overused my talent a bit, and my back hurts like crazy." Chapter 243. After the game ended. Hearing him say that, Ling Mo asked, "What happened? Did you get surrounded and attacked?" "No," Ye Kai replied weakly. "I was digging holes." Downstairs, the other two were already seated. This time, Ling Mo and Fuyu had been assigned together, while Ye Kai and Jiang Xian were sent elsewhere. But it was certain, they were all playing on the same planet. Ye Kai and Jiang Xian had struggled to find an oasis. Not being particularly savvy with social maneuvering, they ended up receiving normal-sized saplings. Fortunately, they had the tools Ling Mo prepared in advance, which helped a lot. Later, they hired a group of players to help dig planting pits, barely completing the mission before the deadline. So when they heard that Ling Mo and Fuyu had finished in just a day and a half, with the help of a pack of dogs and a black wolf, they were beyond envious. "I've noticed something," Ye Kai said. "Every time the mission reaches MOMO, it suddenly becomes ridiculously easy. I really hope I get assigned with her next time." "It's random," Ling Mo replied calmly. "Oh, right," Jiang Xian added. "We were able to finish thanks to the healing gun. The saplings had low survival rates, so I tried healing them, and it actually worked." The healing gun's effectiveness far exceeded Jiang Xian's expectations. To think that Drank Soy Sauce and Axe Crazy was willing to sell such a useful item, and the space blade helped a lot too, Ye Kai said. "I opened up a bunch of storage spaces to carry water. Oh, and I brought back quite a lot." They had finished right at the deadline, so aside from water, they hadn't brought anything else back. Still, clean water wasn't useless. Although the extreme heat had passed, Earth's water sources were now full of newly hatched larvae and insect eggs. Even boiling it didn't feel safe. Clean water was extremely rare on Blue Star right now. After they shared their experiences, Ling Mo and Fuyu recounted theirs. For the most part, Fuyu did the talking while Ling Mo nodded occasionally. Compared to Jiang Xian and Ye Kai's near misses and last-minute completion, Ling Mo and Fuyu's 3 days had gone incredibly smoothly. When they mentioned bribing the Jinshasha tribe with an edible flower to obtain thinner saplings, Jiang Xian's mouth twitched, while Ye Kai's eyes filled with blatant jealousy. Then came the part about summoning a massive pack of dogs and a black wolf to dig holes. Ye Kai bit a handkerchief dramatically. "Why? We're all playing the same game. Why do you get dogs to help while we nearly worked ourselves to death?" Fuyu ignored his resentful housewife expression and moved to the key point. "You're saying that if you dilute flower armor beetle bile with water, it can repel insects?" Jiang Xian shot to his feet. Fuyu nodded. This information came from, he glanced at Ling Mo, so it should be accurate. Jiang Xian immediately understood. Ling Mo's information had never been wrong. "How many bile sacs did you collect?" "A lot," Ling Mo replied. "Too many to count. We basically emptied all our spatial buttons." In the final hours, once their storage was full, they began removing other items. All food was used as bait. Anything useless was thrown away or carried by hand. "Boss, you're the one who usually communicates with the base. We'll leave this matter to you," Fuyu said. Jiang Xian nodded. Ling Mo and Fuyu took out several spatial devices containing the flower armor beetle bile sacs and placed them on the table. Ling Mo also produced a printed instruction sheet. "Oh, and this." Fuyu took out 2 sand fruits and explained their effects. "MOMO and I already ate ours. These are for you and Ye Kai." Hearing that the sand fruit allowed wounds to heal like flowing sand, Ye Kai eagerly grabbed one and took a huge bite. So fast that Ling Mo didn't even get to say the words, "It tastes awful." In the next second, Ye Kai's excited expression twisted violently. His mouth worked desperately as if trying to spit it out. Ling Mo reacted instantly, pulling out a steamed bun and stuffing it straight into his mouth. Ye Kai's eyes widened in shock. The bun was jammed in his mouth, his eyes slightly red and suspiciously moist. Clearly, the sand fruit had tasted so bad it made him tear up. Ling Mo pushed the bun in further to stop him from spitting. "It's a good thing. Just tastes a little bad. Bear with it. MMPH. MMPH." Ye Kai struggled. "A little bad? You don't understand," Ling Mo continued sternly. In the interstellar market, sand fruit is worth tens of millions, and it's always sold out. How much do you earn per game? What you're trying to spit out isn't fruit, it's money. Jiang Xian sighed. Mo, if you don't let go, Yi Kai's going to suffocate. Ling Mo froze. Looking up, she saw Yi Kai's eyes rolling back slightly. She quickly let go and awkwardly laughed. Then, seemingly from nowhere, she produced an ice-cold bottle of cola, condensation beating on its surface, and handed it over with a gentle smile. Yi Kai finally regained proper breathing. With the bun still in his mouth, he shot Ling Mo a look. Ling Mo instantly understood. She opened the can and respectfully held it up for him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian picked up his sand fruit and took a bite. His brow twitched almost imperceptibly. It was indeed terrible. But for the sake of face, he maintained a blank expression and finished the entire fruit. Ling Mo gave him a thumbs up and handed him an opened cola. After finishing the whole bottle, Jiang Xian finally spoke, "I'll report the flower armor beetle bile to higher-ups." "You brought it back, what do you two want in return?" Chapter 244. Everything is moving in a better direction. Ling Mo rested her elbows on the table, cupping her face with both hands as she smiled at Jiang Xian. "Boss, you remember that Drank Soy Sauce and Axe Crazy is holding a planetary auction this month, right?" Jiang Xian nodded. "Of course. But this auction is clearly aimed at countries and large factions. It doesn't really concern us. Even if we managed to win something, we wouldn't have enough manpower for development." "That's not what I meant," Ling Mo said. "You can negotiate with the base on that front. No matter who purchased the mining rights, they would have to split profits with her 50-50. This would give her a legitimate reason to use those resources in the future. Besides, she genuinely couldn't think of anything she wanted. She knew exactly what the base had, and none of it interested her much." "Alright, I understand," Jiang Xian replied. Ling Mo stretched lazily, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh, and these saplings." She took out another spatial button containing the remaining saplings she and Fuyu hadn't planted, 999 trees in total. If these trees could survive in desert conditions, they would certainly adapt to Blue Star as well. After placing them down, Ling Mo waved her hand. "I'm going to sleep." Yi Kai also stood up, his bones cracking loudly as he moved. "I'm going too." "Wait," Ling Mo called, stopping him. She pulled out a stalk of bone-setting grass and handed it over. "Take this." "What is it?" Yi Kai asked cautiously. After the sand fruit incident, he was extremely wary. "It fixes bones." "Good for you." Staring at the small plant, Yi Kai hesitated, then shut his eyes and swallowed it whole. "If it tastes bad, so be it. It won't kill me anyway." The bone-setting grass tasted like ordinary wild grass, not delicious, but not horrifying either. Soon, loud cracking sounds echoed from his body again. His bones seemed guided back into perfect alignment. Even his teeth subtly adjusted. When it was over, he stretched. The previous soreness and weakness were gone, replaced by a deep, comfortable relief. His eyes lit up. Ling Mo also gave Jiang Xian one. Though he hadn't overexerted like Yi Kai, it was still beneficial. Back in her room, Ling Mo didn't sleep immediately. She opened the game interface and checked her private messages. As expected, it was flooded. Everyone was asking when the auction would begin. Except one person. 123 Wooden Man. He was asking about awakening potions. Ling Mo thought to herself, this must be what people call being spoiled and fearless. 123 Wooden Man, ninth brother, ninth brother. How many awakening potions this month? Drank Soy Sauce and Axe Crazy, 250,000. In reality, she had over 330,000. The extra 80,000 would go onto regular shelves. 123 Wooden Man, we'll take all of them. Same price as before? Drank Soy Sauce and Axe Crazy, yes. I'll place 250,000 in the VIP room. You can complete the transaction there. 123 Wooden Man, no problem. After a pause, 123 Wooden Man, ninth brother, want to hear about our development progress on Chingyong Star? Scans showed Chingyong Star's environment was even better than expected, rich in resources. Once cities were established, migration could begin immediately. Drank soy sauce and acts crazy, no need. I actually know all your movements. She had placed golden heavenly eyes and red heavenly eyes on Chingyong Star for exploration. Occasionally, she checked on China's progress. As expected of infrastructure fanatics, military bases were already built, roads laid out. The flower elves had adapted quickly to their new neighbors. Initial diplomatic relations had even begun. On the other side, 123 Wooden Man broke out in a cold sweat reading her message. She knows everything? Thankfully, they had behaved properly. After finishing the awakening potion business, he asked whether she had brought back any good items from this game. Ling Mo simply replied, no. She planned to use the land restoration solution on Yunhai Star first. Other potions were random refreshes, impossible to mass-produce for now. Carrying the land restoration solution, Ling Mo opened a portal to Yunhai Star. After some time of growth, the planet had changed dramatically. The Qiao vine had expanded to cover the area of an island and had begun producing seeds, ready for its first harvest. The bellflower kelp and various fish species were thriving. There had been no large-scale die-offs. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Perhaps it was time to introduce carnivorous fish. But before that, Ling Mo summoned 2 cloud whale beasts to ask about the incubation of the Yunhai whale eggs. One flicked its tail. Don't worry. The Yunhai whale is doing great. It should hatch soon. The island turtles have grown a lot too. But there's a serious issue, the other added. What issue? There aren't any fish species in this ocean that Yunhai whales prefer. Ling Mo frowned instinctively. She couldn't return to Hailan Star right now. Sensing her concern, one cloud whale beast reassured her. The fish Yunhai whales like already exist in the ocean we previously lived in, you just haven't released them yet. We're asking you to let them out soon so they can breed. Yunhai whales eat a lot. Ling Mo sighed in relief. That had been her plan anyway. But first, she found an open area and released the massive whale carcass she had stored in her spatial inventory. As the saying goes, when one whale falls, countless lives flourish. This whale would sustain the ecosystem for quite some time. Chapter 245, Considering Hiring Robots. After releasing the whale carcass, Ling Mo took out the small ocean she kept in her space and released half of each fish species into Yunhai Star Sea. The fish inside the small ocean had already stopped reproducing. Most likely, it was due to overpopulation. Even though food wasn't lacking, many fish eggs were devoured the moment they were laid. Since these fish were still useful, Ling Mo hadn't put them up for sale. The shop usually sold freshwater fish. Now that half the fish were released, the once crowded small ocean instantly felt much more spacious. Looking at the remaining fish, Ling Mo still felt there were too many. I'll put some up for sale when I get back. Most of the fish were alien species, she could set a higher price. Next, she moved on to the real task. Although Yunhai Star was mostly ocean, there was still land beneath the sea, and scattered patches of land above it. Ling Mo wanted to test whether land restoration solution could improve the barren environment. Of course, she didn't put all her hopes in one place. She had limited supply. She divided the solution into 2 portions, one for the scattered land patches, and one poured into the ocean. When sprinkled into the sea, nothing happened. It disappeared like a drop of water in the vast ocean, no visible change. Ling Mo wasn't disappointed. She had expected this. But when applied to land, every patch that touched the solution transformed from dry, cracked earth into moist, dark soil. Rich, fertile, alive. Ling Mo looked at the now blackened ground beneath her feet. Such good soil would be wasted if I didn't plant something. She pulled out a baobab vine seedling from her space. As for military rations radish? Absolutely not. It tasted terrible. Ever since Bao Bao Vine appeared, it had become one of her shop's best-selling items. Slice open the outer skin, and inside was a white powdery substance, just like flour. It looked like flour. It tasted like flour. And it carried a faint natural sweetness. Even eaten plain, it wasn't bland. Military rations radish, on the other hand, was the fallback option, only purchased by those who failed to grab Bao Bao Vine. 123 Wooden Man and the others had brought Bao Bao Vine back from the game too. But due to the insect disaster, cultivation hadn't gone smoothly. With the flower armor beetle bile they provided this time, that issue should soon be resolved. After finishing that, Ling Mo harvested the first batch of Qiao Vine seeds using her spiritual power. Rough estimation, 20 tons. Even though she had expected high yields, this stunned her. And this was just the first harvest of the first month. The Qiao Vine would continue growing. Production would only increase. She muttered to herself, maybe I should hire someone. After all, between the fish, Qiao Vine, and Bao Bao Vine, output would only become more staggering. She could manage alone now. But later? Thinking back to the robots she encountered in the first 2 games, perhaps she could hire a few robots to help. Money wasn't an issue anymore. Hiring a few robots should be affordable. She had considered hiring people from Blue Star, but quickly dismissed the idea. First, safety. Yunhai Star was mostly ocean. Second, secrecy. She couldn't keep humans locked there forever. She wanted workers, not slaves. There was still time. She could consider it slowly. Returning to Blue Star, Ling Mo checked the time. 5 a.m. Time for breakfast. Today, she decided to try Qiao Vine seeds. Inside her space, she prepared them 2 ways, with the purple outer skin intact. Peeled, revealing white grains, just like rice. Soon, 2 steaming bowls appeared before her. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up the white one first. She took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. It doesn't just look like rice, it tastes exactly like rice. The only difference is a faint ocean flavor. Slightly salty, but very mild. She quickly finished the bowl. Then she tried the purple-skinned version. Her eyes lit up. Sweet. More precisely, the purple outer layer was sweet. At exactly 6 a.m., don't miss it, shop opened as usual. The food section was limited supply, once sold out, that was it. Customers had been lining up early. Some scalpers had even resumed business, holding spots for others. The moment the doors opened, people rushed in frantically. Then someone sharp-eyed noticed, a new food item. Qiao rice, seeds of Qiao Vine grown in the ocean. Taste similar to rice. Can be eaten peeled or with skin. Many didn't even finish reading before purchasing. As long as it was in the food section, it was edible. Name? Preparation method? Didn't matter, buy first, ask later. Meanwhile, after breakfast, Ling Mo stayed in her space, suddenly realizing she hadn't strolled through it in a long time. Fruits and vegetables were abundant, more than she could ever eat. Chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, pigs, she slaughtered them in staggered batches to ensure the shop always had fresh meat, and she herself ate only the freshest. The alien livestock brought back from previous games were growing well and had started reproducing. But their numbers were still too low. Not enough to eat yet. Everything was thriving and moving forward. And Ling Mo stood in the middle of it all, quietly planning the next step. Chapter 246, Combat Mode. Ling Mo went to check the warehouse. Most of the items she had brought back from the farm and ranch had already been sold, though a portion still remained. Milk powder and cheese were left in the largest quantities, especially cheese. After all, not everyone liked eating it. After checking the warehouse, Ling Mo continued walking in another direction. As she walked, a thunderous snoring sound suddenly rang out, startling her. Following the sound, she found the little creature she had picked up in Mocha Forest. It had now grown as large as a mountain, curled into a ball and sleeping soundly. Not far from it, a lush tree was thriving. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, refreshing and pleasant. Looking closely, wasn't this the tree she had picked up in Mocha Forest, the one that had been stripped bare? Now it had grown into this magnificent form. It was even blooming with pale purple flowers, looking exceptionally beautiful. Kaiman, pull up this tree's information, Ling Mo said. Her intuition told her this tree was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, why would this white lion, she would temporarily call it that, choose to stay here instead of somewhere else? Not only that, she also noticed Little White on the white lion's body. Little White was curled up on the lion's back, sleeping peacefully. As its owner, Ling Mo could clearly sense Little White's condition. It was undergoing a transformation. Its tail, which used to be a fluffy little puff like a rabbit's, now showed signs of bursting open. A moment later, Kaiman returned with the results. Undying tree, a legendary divine tree. It has extraordinary effects on the growth of spiritual bodies. Through a spiritual body, it can channel power back to the main body. Legend says that as long as a spiritual body is placed near the undying tree, no matter how severe the damage to its mental power, as long as it does not die instantly, it can fully recover. After reading the description, Ling Mo looked at the white lion again. So that was why it had survived back then, because of the undying tree. Wait a second. This white lion was someone's spiritual body. She had actually kept a spiritual body inside her space for such a long time. Wasn't that practically the same as keeping the person themselves inside? Hold on. I remember that the connection between the main body and the spiritual body can't ignore distance. The farther apart they were, the weaker the connection became. If the distance was great enough, the connection could even disappear completely. Ling Mo looked at the white lion with complicated emotions. After a fierce internal struggle, she gave up the idea of throwing it out. Forget it. Fate had brought them together. Besides, it had never caused any destruction inside her space all this time. It even allowed Little White to sleep on it. That meant its temperament was probably decent. A spiritual body reflected a person's truest nature, so its owner was likely easy to get along with as well. After making a few adjustments around the space, Ling Mo finally left. She checked the time, already 8 o'clock. Fortunately, she had the habit of sleeping in on the first day after finishing a game, so no one had come to disturb her. After changing clothes, she prepared to go downstairs. Today she planned to wash the clothes she had worn in the game, along with the dirty laundry she had accumulated. In times like this, it wasn't possible to wash clothes daily like before. Most people saved them up and washed them together. Before going downstairs, Ling Mo opened the game interface and entered her shop. As the shop owner, the interface she saw naturally differed from others. She skillfully edited a message and hit send. The message announced the date of the auction. Ling Mo scheduled it for half a month later. After going downstairs, she saw Jiang Xian and the other two already beginning their daily training. She glanced over, only one combat slot was still empty. At the sight, Ling Mo subconsciously shivered. Previously, whether it was her or Jiang Xian's group, every time they entered combat mode, they were beaten without exception. Even after lowering the difficulty, it was still the same. It had nearly crushed their confidence. Especially since the mode could learn. A move that worked once might not work the next time. Ling Mo hesitated and decided to eat breakfast first. Although she had already eaten once, 2 hours had passed, she had long since digested it. After breakfast, she dawdled for quite a while, hoping one of Jiang Xian's group would finish early. She really didn't want to enter combat mode so soon and get abused again. But after glaring at them for half an hour, none of them finished. Resigned to her fate, Ling Mo picked up her equipment and put it on. A mechanical voice rang in her ear. You have entered combat mode. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please prepare. It said 5 seconds, but the very next second after the voice ended, a black figure descended from above toward Ling Mo at incredible speed. The impact was so powerful it created a circular crater in the ground. As if she had anticipated it, Ling Mo instantly dodged. "Your reaction is better this time," the opponent praised. Sometimes, Ling Mo even suspected that the one fighting her wasn't controlled by a machine at all, but a real person. "Hearing a word of praise from you is really rare," Ling Mo said with feigned ease. In the beginning, the four of them had taken turns getting beaten and abused. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the mental blow. This combat mode had an incredibly sharp tongue, like a machine gun coated in arsenic. The opponent shifted posture, and Ling Mo's expression turned serious. As Jiang Xian had once said, Ling Mo's fighting skills were self-taught from watching videos. Her style focused on lethality, chaotic yet fierce, attacking with savage intensity. But she had one fatal flaw: poor stamina. In the early stages, she overwhelmed opponents like a tidal wave. But later, she weakened. And once she got carried away, she sometimes neglected her defense entirely. So in the early phase, the black-clad opponent merely defended, appearing completely at ease. Seeing this only made Ling Mo angrier. In the end, unsurprisingly, she was finished off with a single decisive strike. "With your current fighting style, on a real battlefield, you wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder." Ling Mo lay on the ground, her hair soaked with sweat. "I'm not going to the battlefield. And my talent isn't combat anyway." With her abilities, she would at least be a commander on the battlefield. If not that, then an intelligence officer. Charging the front lines would never be her role. Chapter 247. It wants to be my mom. Ling Mo's words seemed to pique the interest of the person on the other side. "What is your talent?" he asked. Lying on the ground, Ling Mo rolled her eyes. "You beat me into this state and now you want to ask about my talent?" So she replied, "Didn't your mother ever tell you it's rude to pry into other people's secrets?" "I don't have a mother," the other party replied calmly. Ling Mo paused. A trace of guilt rose in her heart, but she quickly recovered. He was a system made of data. It would be strange if he did have a mother. "If you don't mind," she said solemnly, "from now on, I'll be your mom." The other party, receiving no response, Ling Mo didn't care and directly clicked exit. Meanwhile, elsewhere a nearly 3-meter-tall silver-white mechanical pod slowly opened, and the person inside gradually opened his eyes. A man in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses approached, holding a blue screen filled with dizzying streams of data. "How did it feel this time?" the man asked, pushing up his glasses. The person inside the pod slowly moved his limbs and turned to look at him. "Is there some kind of bug in your mechanical program?" The man immediately looked up, visibly agitated. "That's absolutely impossible. You can question my character, but you cannot question my genius design." "Then why does it want to be my mother?" "What?" "Stop talking nonsense," the man instinctively retorted. "Believe it or not." The man stepped out of the machine and headed to the changing room. While changing clothes, he recalled his recent experiences. According to IRC, this was a combat system capable of growth. After testing it for a while, he confirmed that it was indeed true. With continued interaction, the system's combat skills were improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, IRC had said there was only one combat system. Yet inside, he sensed 4 completely different fighting styles, or perhaps 4 entirely different personalities. One focused on offense, using attack as defense. Another emphasized speed, avoiding head-on clashes and delivering fatal blows at critical moments. The third leaned heavily toward defense, like an impenetrable wall. As for the last one, utterly chaotic. Sometimes even resorting to underhanded tricks. If he hadn't known he was inside a system, he would have thought it was the fighting style of some street punk who grew up in the slums. Back on Blue Starling Mo, who had just exited combat mode, suddenly felt her nose itch, then sneezed several times in a row. Looking at the time, several hours had passed. She hadn't realized she had stayed inside that long. Aside from the lingering soreness in her body, she felt her mental power was unusually active. No, excited. Bang! A vase in the distance shattered. Her invisible mental tendrils, like they'd been injected with stimulants, began causing havoc everywhere. At that moment, the healing device sounded an alarm. Warning: mental energy is excessively abundant. Please engage in activities that consume mental energy. Consume mental energy? Ling Mo thought for a moment. That left only one thing: weapon crafting. The annihilation spear was too terrifying. She didn't plan to make more of those. But the healing spear and the spatial blade? She could definitely craft more. Without hesitation, she rushed upstairs to her room and locked the door behind her. From previous experience, she had discovered that the annihilation spear had higher compatibility with metal, while the healing spear and spatial blade were more compatible with jade and diamonds. So she chose those materials this time. Previously, since it was her first time crafting, and for her own team, she had aimed for perfection at every step. This time, she decided to lower her standards slightly. No more infinite energy cores. That way, she could produce ammunition too, and earn extra by selling bullets. Honestly, what had she been thinking before? Why pursue infinite energy? Wasn't earning double the profit better? And she was brimming with energy now, basically too full and restless. Just like that, 5 days passed. Downstairs, Yi Kai chewed on a freshly fried youtiao, glancing worriedly toward the second floor. Boss, it's been days. Mo hasn't come out at all. Do you think something happened? Jiang Xian kept eating his youtiao without even looking up. What could possibly happen? Well, maybe, Yi Kai stammered but couldn't think of anything plausible. Given how strong Ling Mo was, it was hard to imagine her getting into trouble. If anything, the three of them were more likely to run into problems. Still unwilling to give up, Yi Kai turned to Fu Yu. Fu Yu, why don't you do a divination for Mo? I remember you haven't used your divination chances for today. Fu Yu finished his youtiao, elegantly wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin, and said, I already did. What was the result? Yi Kai asked anxiously. God of wealth descending. Prosperity ahead. Ling Mo should be making a big fortune soon. Hearing that, Yi Kai seemed to realize something and nodded. Your divination's pretty accurate. Jiang Xian, sensing something in his tone, looked at him. What did you do? Yi Kai didn't hide it. Well, my old man, you know? A few days ago I brought him some medicinal wine Mo brewed. He took one sip and fell in love with it. Now he insists I bring more. You agreed? Fu Yu asked. Yi Kai waved his hands. No way. It's not mine. How could I decide? I was planning to discuss it with Mo. Money's worthless now, Jiang Xian said quietly. What are you planning to trade? Yi Kai didn't notice the subtle shift in tone. No idea. But when my grandpa was young, he collected a lot of jade. It was meant for us kids. Then all this happened. The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Xian shot up from his seat. I've got something to do. I'm heading out. Fu Yu immediately stood as well. Same here. Going out for a bit. And Yi Kai, don't you dare disturb Mo. Only after watching their backs disappear did Yi Kai finally react. Damn it. Jiang Xian. Fu Yu. You shameless, despicable scoundrels. He sprang to his feet and bolted toward home. As he ran, he cursed them both for being beasts, tricking him into spilling everything. Chapter 248 Warming Up. Inside the room. After 5 days and nights without sleep, Ling Mo's uncontrollable and overly active mental energy finally calmed down. Like a naughty child who, after throwing a massive tantrum, had finally exhausted all its energy and become drowsy and obedient. But unlike a naughty child, after a tantrum, a child leaves behind a complete mess. Mental energy, on the other hand, left behind a room filled with freshly crafted equipment. There were 127 healing pistols and 89 spatial daggers. In the last 2 days, as she became increasingly proficient, Ling Mo could even craft several items simultaneously. There were also countless bullets. Calling them bullets wasn't entirely accurate, they were actually grains of sand. Of course, not ordinary sand, but the sand left behind after killing sandstorm beasts. She had collected quite a lot back then, enough to last a long time. Compared to the original spatial dagger, the spatial mini dagger's abilities had been cut in half. Before putting the items up for sale, Ling Mo decided to build some hype. She opened the shop. It was, as usual, packed with people. Some people didn't even come to buy anything, they just liked staying there, enjoying the lively atmosphere, imagining what life was like before the apocalypse. Ling Mo went to the top floor VIP room and began editing a message. Soon, a huge horizontal screen appeared above everyone's heads in the shop. Red text slowly scrolled across it. Important notice. Important notice. In 5 minutes, a batch of healing tools and spatial tools will be available for sale. Healing mini pistol, fires bullets capable of healing people. Can instantly heal certain wounds. Comes with 8 bullets. Additional bullets sold separately. Spatial mini dagger, can slice open space for short distance teleportation, approximately 5 meters. Can also open a temporary space for hiding, lasting 10 minutes. The created space can store items, but only inanimate objects. Limited quantity. First come, first served. Accepted trade items, gold, jade, and various gemstones. Higher quality items preferred. After the announcement finished, the brief silence in the shop exploded into chaos. Either of these items would be considered extremely rare. Many people hurried to message their superiors, reporting the situation immediately. Without exception, the response was, secure these items at all costs, get as many as possible. And get as many bullets for the healing pistol as possible. In the game, the most frightening thing was getting injured. And the spatial mini dagger? It was practically an escape artifact, an ultimate getaway tool. It could even open a temporary space. Wasn't that basically the same as a space button? Actually, no, it wasn't. A space button couldn't let them hide inside it. Meanwhile, after setting the 2 items to go on sale in 5 minutes, Ling Mo left the shop. Since she finally had some free time, she decided to go out for a walk. Compared to the extreme heat period, the base was now operating steadily. Insects were terrifying, but not all of them. Some were quite cute. Yes, very cute. After all, Chinese people were famously fearless when it came to food. As lifelong food lovers, anything edible would be eaten directly. If it couldn't be eaten directly, it would be processed and then eaten. Even poisonous ones could be used as medicinal ingredients. In short, everything had to end up in the stomach. It hadn't even been that long, and people had already created countless new insect dishes. Now, whenever a new insect species appeared, the first concern was whether it was poisonous. If it was poisonous, they checked the base's recycling price. If it wasn't poisonous, they researched cooking methods. If it was neither edible nor valuable, like the dye bug, they figured out alternative uses. Ling Mo opened her phone and looked at the various insect recipes and dishes people had created, genuinely impressed by their creativity. After putting on proper clothes and tying her hair up, she went downstairs. She had originally planned to leave immediately, but the scene before her stopped her in her tracks. What was going on? Why were there so many things in the living room? Hadn't the supplies exchanged with the base already been delivered days ago? While Ling Mo was still puzzled, an elderly man in a traditional Tang suit stood up from the sofa and walked toward her excitedly. Seeing this, Ling Mo's heart skipped. Don't tell me he's here to claim kinship? Her mind instantly replayed countless melodramatic novel tropes. Please no. She quite liked her current life. She was technically an orphan, but if she really had to take over the original owner's parents, she wouldn't even know how to act. She'd definitely slip up. What parent wouldn't notice something strange about their own child? Besides, she wasn't good at interacting with elders. Fortunately, the old man stopped a few steps away, smiling kindly. Hello, girl. I'm Jiang Xian's grandfather. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa too. Ling Mo smiled politely. Hello, Grandpa Jiang. She then glanced at the living room piled high with valuables. Grandpa Jiang, did you bring all of this? The old man stroked his beard and nodded proudly. Some of it. The other two old fellows brought some too, but not as much as I did. There was even a hint of smugness in his tone. Something felt off. Are you helping Jiang Xian move? She almost said divide the family property. After all, everything in the living room was valuable. Before the apocalypse, any one of those items could have supported a family for a lifetime. What exactly had Jiang Xian done? Was he dividing the family property? Getting kicked out? The latter seemed unlikely. Who gets expelled and still takes this many treasures? Was it really a division of property? Did Jiang Xian get some hidden bonus reward, like an extra grandfather? Ling Mo, girl, why did you rush downstairs like that? Going somewhere? The old man asked with a grin. I heard the base has changed a lot recently, so I wanted to go out and take a look, Ling Mo replied honestly. Ling Mo's homebody reputation was well known throughout the base. The neighbors all knew that the 4 people living in that house were not ordinary. All of them were players, and every time they returned from a game, they brought back valuable items. Yet most people had only ever seen Jiang Xian and the other 2 going in and out. The 4th person was rarely seen. Most people's knowledge of Ling Mo stopped at her appearance and her talent. Recently, they had added one more detail, the Black Wolf. Chapter 249, Leaving the Base. After exchanging a few polite greetings, Ling Mo didn't know what else to say. After all, whether in this life or her previous one, she had no experience dealing with elders. Negotiating with clients, on the other hand? She had plenty of that. Grandpa Jiang, why are you here alone? Where's Jiang Xian? As she spoke, Ling Mo looked around, searching for Jiang Xian. What was that guy doing, leaving his own grandfather sitting alone in the living room? Speak of the devil, the moment she finished speaking, Jiang Xian pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a black safe in his hands. With a quick sweep of her mental power, Ling Mo already knew the safe was filled with valuable items. Their eyes met. Ling Mo blinked. What are you doing? Jiang Xian blinked back. You'll know in a moment. He then turned to his grandfather and hurried over. Grandpa, why did you stand up? Didn't I tell you to sit and wait on the sofa? Old Master Jiang glared at him. What's that supposed to mean? Do you charge walking fees here? Can't I stretch my legs? What are you saying? Of course you can walk around. Walk however you like, alright? Watching Jiang Xian set down the safe and help the old man back onto the sofa, Ling Mo suddenly felt redundant. Maybe even awkward. Should she just leave? I have something to do. You two chat. Before Jiang Xian could say anything, Ling Mo had already disappeared out the door. As she stepped outside, she saw Yi Kai and Fuyu each carrying something in their arms, followed by a long line of people, heading this way. Ling Mo couldn't help but think, what day is it today? Did all 3 of them get their family property divided at once? She ignored them and quickened her pace. A few minutes earlier, the golden heavenly eye she had released had discovered something interesting. She planned to go check it out. Inside the base. Compared to the extreme heat period, when exhaustion and numbness were etched onto every face, people now looked much more lively. Even though insects still swarmed outside, with insecticide spray in hand, wherever there were bugs, there was spray. Now, nearly every household had insecticide. Fighter jets occasionally flew overhead, spraying the entire base in a 360-degree sweep. Through everyone's efforts, 99% of the insects inside the base had been eliminated. The remaining 1% posed no real threat to daily life. Passing by the trading market, Ling Mo saw all kinds of goods. Besides pre-apocalypse luxury items, old clothes, and books, the most abundant products were edible insects. Most were larvae that had just begun developing. Adult insects often had hard outer shells and little edible content, but larvae were different. However, Ling Mo's greatest fear was those legless creatures that squirmed non-stop. Photos and videos were fine. Live ones? Absolutely not. She had clearly overestimated herself. Ling Mo quickened her steps and left the market area quickly. Along the way, she noticed people riding bicycles and electric scooters. The bikes and scooters looked brand new, and the brands were unfamiliar. The electric scooters had a metallic, futuristic appearance, almost like they could transform into robots at any moment. The bicycles resembled the old-fashioned 28-inch bar-style bikes from decades ago. Since the extreme heat period, most cars, electric bikes, and bicycles had been scrapped. Even those that survived had become fragile. With fuel prices soaring, cars had become a luxury. So where did these bicycles and electric vehicles come from? Kaiman, what's going on with these bikes and electric vehicles? Ling Mo asked. What had happened outside while she was holed up at home? Not long ago, there was a minor conflict that resulted in 2 aircraft being damaged. I know that. I even banned those people from buying from my shop afterward. What does that have to do with bicycles and aircraft? Ling Mo didn't understand why Kaiman brought it up. Since the 2 aircraft were beyond repair, Chinese scientists dismantled them. Inspired by the technology, they soon developed new bicycles and solar-powered vehicles. After all, intact aircraft were too valuable to dismantle. Now that there were 2 damaged ones, the scientists were probably thrilled. What's different about these new bicycles and solar-powered vehicles? They're more energy efficient and require less effort. As a superintelligence system, Kaiman viewed these new inventions as little more than children's toys. Outside the base. Once Ling Mo exited the base gates, she saw many people gathered outside. Some sat directly on the ground, chewing wild grass and resting. Others discussed plans with companions. Without exception, exhaustion covered their faces. Beside each group were several sacks taller than a person. Some of the sacks even leaked dark brown liquid from the bottom. Ling Mo could easily guess what was inside. The base now issued daily missions. Completing them earned food rewards. The tasks involved capturing various insect species for research. Ling Mo's appearance drew many eyes. There was no other reason, she was simply too clean. She didn't carry the weariness that the apocalypse had carved into most people. Noticing the gazes, Ling Mo didn't care. She raised her hand and released Black Wolf. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Ling Mo calmly leapt onto Black Wolf's back and swiftly departed. The farther they traveled from the base, the more desolate the scenery became. Occasionally, patches of green appeared, but upon closer inspection, the leaves were riddled with holes from insect bites. Some plants had stems crawling with insects. It was chilling to look at. Fortunately, before leaving, Ling Mo and Black Wolf had both taken insect-repelling grass seeds. She also carried a large barrel of insecticide strapped behind her. Sitting atop Black Wolf, Ling Mo closed her eyes and carefully sensed the position of the golden heavenly eye. After a moment, she suddenly opened them. Found it. After Black Wolf sprinted at full speed for about half an hour, Ling Mo finally arrived at her destination. Chapter 250, Cottonworm Mycelium. Before the apocalypse, this place had been a farm. Now it was completely occupied by swarms of insects. Within the insect mass that resembled dark clouds blotting out the sky, several small white dots stood out conspicuously. Ling Mo had discovered this place purely by accident. After the previous incident, she never retrieved the golden heavenly eyes she had released. Normally, Qiaman, Moon Wheel or Calming Bell controlled those golden heavenly eyes through her mental power. If one were to be precise, this place had actually been discovered by Calming Bell. Amid the black, overwhelming swarm, those few white specks were particularly eye-catching. Like lotus flowers blooming in a muddy pond. Ling Mo held her sprayer and scattered insecticide as if it cost nothing. She didn't waste the dead insect corpses either. She collected them all into her space to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. Compared to regular feed, those poultry were clearly far more interested in insects. Especially the chickens, ducks, and geese brought back from the farm. Because of their larger size, they fought for food quickly and fiercely. The native blue star poultry couldn't compete at all. Fortunately, there weren't many of the larger ones, and food was plentiful. Ling Mo sprayed insecticide while slowly approaching the white dots. Actually, through her mental detection, she already knew what they were. They were sheep with unusually fluffy wool. When she got closer, her guess was confirmed, it really was sheep. However, the sheep didn't seem to notice her. From the moment the golden heavenly eye discovered them, they hadn't moved at all. Wait. These sheep didn't seem to be alive. Chairman, scan this. Chairman responded quickly and soon gave the answer. Cottonworm mycelium, a parasitic insect. Once a host is infected, white mycelium begins to secrete inside the body until the host completely dies. Because infected creatures resemble sheep after death, this insect is also called sheepworm silk. The silk produced by cottonworm mycelium is extremely tough and can withstand tens of millions of tons of pulling force without breaking. After hearing the explanation, Ling Mo immediately retreated several steps with Black Wolf. Chairman, this cottonworm mycelium won't parasitize me or Black Wolf, right? Parasites were the hardest to guard against. No. Cottonworm mycelium only likes to parasitize herbivores. Humans are omnivores, and Black Wolf is a carnivore. Neither of you are on its host list. Hearing that, Ling Mo let out a sigh of relief. Good thing she liked eating meat. With a wave of her hand, she collected all the cottonworm mycelium into her space. She planned to twist the mycelium into a rope for future use. She had watched tutorials online before. It looked simple enough. After storing the mycelium, Ling Mo looked at the still dense insect swarm around her. Since she was already here, she couldn't just leave with only a few strands of mycelium. There were so many insects, perfect for feeding her poultry. That would save quite a bit of grain and time. No sooner said than done. Ling Mo took out a modified high-pressure water gun from her space, with the hose connected directly inside her space. She turned it on. A powerful stream of water shot out instantly, striking the swarm. The next second, countless insects fell from the sky like rain, crackling as they hit the ground. Ling Mo controlled the water gun, chasing wherever the swarm flew. In no time, insect corpses piled up into a small mountain. Looking at the huge pile, she nodded. This should be enough for a while. She put away the water gun and collected all the insect bodies. After her cleanup, at least half of the insects in the entire farm were gone. The place looked noticeably cleaner. She had used up quite a bit of insecticide this time. Before heading back, she decided to find a water source to replenish what she had consumed. Since the extreme heat had ended, drinkable water was still scarce, but water sources themselves were everywhere. Sure enough, before long, Ling Mo and Black Wolf found a fast-flowing stream. The water looked extremely clear. You could see everything at the bottom. However, appearances were deceiving. If anyone actually drank the water, they would start vomiting and having diarrhea within half an hour. Sometimes hatched insects would crawl out of their mouths. If lucky, they'd spend 10 to 15 days in the hospital. If unlucky, they'd report straight to the underworld. As for asking awakened healers for treatment? Impossible. Those people were busy to the point of exhaustion every day. Not to mention that the base had repeatedly warned people not to drink outside water, even if boiled, because some insect eggs were resistant to high temperatures. Even with such warnings, some people still refused to believe it. At that point, all anyone could say was that they respected everyone's choices. Ling Mo went to the riverside and began collecting water. Since the process took some time, she started observing the surroundings. After about 10 minutes, she had collected enough. She stood up and was just about to leave when her sharp eyes caught something flashing in the water. It looked like a fish. There were fish here? Ling Mo immediately extended her mental power to search for it. Within her mental net, she quickly located the escaping fish. With a single thought, she pulled it into her space. Then she took it back out. Suddenly removed from the water, the fish struggled violently in her hands. Ling Mo wrapped it tightly with her mental power, leaving it no chance to escape. She examined it carefully. It looked somewhat like a carp, but it had no scales. Instead, its body was covered in mucus, more like a catfish. Its entire body was white, with several whiskers beneath its mouth. She weighed it in her hand, about 3 pounds. Its belly was big and plump. Just looking at it made it seem fat and meaty. Chairman, scan it. No record of this species in interstellar databases. Based on blue starfish data, it is inferred to be a mutated species of carp. Non-toxic. Edible. Mutated or not, if it was edible, that was enough. Right now, the people in the base were focused entirely on insects. They probably hadn't discovered this kind of fish yet. If Ling Mo brought it back, it would likely cause quite a stir. After all, if you can eat meat, who would choose to eat bugs? Chapter 251 Watergrass. Since there was one fish here, there must be a second, a third, and a fourth. With that thought in mind, Ling Mo began searching around the stream. About 20 minutes later, following the stream downstream, she indeed discovered many more traces of fish. Besides the one she had found earlier, there were many others, big and small, long and short, all kinds. The fish swam around peacefully, showing no signs of sudden aggression. Normally, this wouldn't happen. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp eat algae. Could it be because Ling Mo, driven by curiosity, observed for a while longer and finally realized the truth? These fish were eating the insect eggs and newly hatched larvae in the water. The water was filled with countless insect eggs and larvae, so every time the fish opened its mouth to breathe, it was essentially being fed a mouthful of food. The fish never worried about starving. Instead, their only concern was accidentally overeating. Under such circumstances, they naturally wouldn't attack each other. She collected the larger fish into her space and continued forward. As she went farther, Ling Mo noticed that in addition to insect eggs and fish, there were vast stretches of aquatic plants, dense and unbroken, as far as the eye could see. From a distance, they looked like a green carpet spread over the water. Is this watergrass? Yet another species she had never seen before. Could it be mutated again? What kind of mutation this time? Water hyacinth? Chairman, scan it. Watergrass, edible, tastes similar to kelp, not very nutritious, but easy to grow. It grows quickly and can survive in almost any water environment, whether seawater, freshwater, or even polluted ditches. P.S. Watergrass absorbs nutrients from the water to grow, so do not plant it in overly dirty environments. After hearing Chairman's explanation, Ling Mo began rapidly storing the watergrass into her space. The stream was covered in watergrass as far as the eye could see. Ling Mo didn't know how long it took, but eventually, she had collected it all. Since Chairman had said it wasn't very nutritious, Ling Mo decided not to plant it in her space. It would waste both time and space. The extra space could be better used for planting more kelp ball plants. However, just because she didn't value it, didn't mean others wouldn't. If people in the base found out about this watergrass, they would probably go crazy with excitement. As for the fish, she still didn't know if they were edible. Although Chairman had predicted that the fish were non-toxic, they still needed proper testing to confirm. She searched for a while longer but found nothing. It seemed she had already cleaned out this stream. Looking up at the sky, it was almost evening. It was time to return. As Ling Mo prepared to call Black Wolf to leave, she noticed that he was casually approaching her. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important part was that Black Wolf had a wild boar in his mouth, roughly over 100 pounds. Not huge, but far from small. Where did you catch this boar? Black Wolf dropped the boar and licked the blood from his mouth. Awoo. Just ahead, there was a whole group of wild boars. A whole group? You didn't kill them all, did you? A woo. Of course. These are for my personal rations. The food in your space is tasty, yes, but lacks excitement. I've been stuck in there so long, I was itching to get out. These wild boars are perfect. Hearing Black Wolf, Ling Mo recalled the apple trees in her space whose bark had been stripped to death. At first, she had thought the white lion had done it while she wasn't paying attention, since lions are also felines. Turns out it was Black Wolf. Following Black Wolf, Ling Mo arrived at the place where it had hunted the boars. She had thought a group would mean at most a dozen. She hadn't expected there to be so many. The ground was densely covered with dead boars, some still fresh with uncoagulated blood. They had clearly died moments ago. A rough estimate put the number of boars at several dozen, ranging from large to small. The largest was likely over 1,000 pounds, the smallest just recently born. Black Wolf really didn't leave a single one. How had these boars survived until now? And they didn't seem affected by the insects, was it because of their thick skin? No matter, she would collect them into her space first. With a single thought, all the boars on the ground disappeared. Ling Mo jumped onto Black Wolf's back. Let's go. Time to head back. The next second, Black Wolf shot off like the wind. By the time they returned to the base, it wasn't completely dark yet. After returning, Ling Mo stored Black Wolf away. She didn't immediately go home but headed to the base's dedicated monitoring station. People who discovered unknown insects or plants while outside would bring them back. If confirmed as a new species, they would receive a reward. If the new species was edible or had other value, the reward would double. Because of this, the station was always crowded. When Ling Mo arrived, there were already over a dozen people in line. Seeing this, she quietly joined at the end of the line. The line moved quickly, new species weren't easy to find. Most people went in excited, and came out looking worn out. When it was Ling Mo's turn, a rather tired staff member sat behind a simple desk. Seeing Ling Mo's outfit, the staff immediately guessed she lived in Zone A. After all, in the apocalypse, only Zone A residents could maintain themselves so well. Hello, are you here for identification or submission? Ling Mo placed a basket of fish and a basket of watergrass on the desk. She first pointed at the fish basket. These fish are mutated, non-toxic, but I don't know if they're edible. Then she pointed at the watergrass. These are watergrass, edible, not very nutritious, but grow quickly. The staff blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. What was she talking about? Soon, she realized the importance of this. She stood up abruptly. Because you brought so much, we will need time to examine it. The earliest results will be available tomorrow morning. Please leave your name and address. We will notify you immediately once the results are ready. Chapter 252. Maybe I should just climb through the window. After registering her name and full address, Ling Mo left. The staff member took the sample she provided and walked into the back room. Since the extreme heat, fish had all but vanished. Only species living in the deep sea had survived. It was the first time anyone had brought fish back from outside the base, let alone such a large amount of watergrass. Everyone who had witnessed Ling Mo's actions inside had seen everything, so the moment she stepped outside, she was immediately surrounded by a crowd. A group of middle-aged women crowded around her, asking where exactly she had found these fish. Ling Mo didn't hide anything and openly told them the location. It was very far away, a place few people ever went. Sure enough, once they heard she had gone so far, many immediately lost interest. There was no way their old legs could make that journey. Some, however, weren't willing to give up. You're probably afraid we'll steal it, so you're not telling the real place, said a gaunt, permed old woman, her eyes sharp and cunning. The old woman's eyes narrowed. You're just a young girl. There's no way you could go that far alone. Unless you take us there tomorrow, I won't believe you. She grabbed Ling Mo's clothes, face full of righteous indignation. Anyone who didn't know might think Ling Mo was selling fake medicine and that this old woman was exposing her. The others around heard this, realized the old woman's intention, and didn't argue, all turning to look at Ling Mo. Young people are most impetuous at this age. If provoked with words, they'll agree to anything. If Ling Mo agreed to the old woman, they could insist on coming along too. Ling Mo didn't immediately answer, and the old woman got even more excited, as if she had caught her in a lie. If you don't agree, then everything you said just now is false. Ling Mo expressionlessly pulled her clothes out of the old woman's grasp and said calmly, "Whether you believe me or not is your business, not mine." She turned to leave. The old woman wanted to continue harassing her. "What are you doing?" A loud, commanding voice came from nearby. The people gathered around Ling Mo instantly scattered like guilty thieves. Even the old woman who had been harassing her ran off without looking back. Ling Mo turned toward the source of the voice and saw Chingyong Risheng approaching with a team of people. Chingyong Risheng, real name Feng Yuan, had recently been promoted to team leader. Seeing Ling Mo, surprise flickered across his eyes. Seeing her in the base was rare indeed. "Miss Ling, long time no see." Ling Mo smiled and greeted him back. "Long time no see, Captain Feng. Just now I received news about new food being discovered," Feng Yuan said, suddenly widening his eyes at Ling Mo. "That food, wasn't it brought by you?" Ling Mo nodded. "Yes, I brought it back." "Is it really edible?" Feng Yuan asked excitedly. Right now, nothing was more important than food. During the extreme heat, although they tried their best to salvage supplies, a lot of stored food had been destroyed, causing huge losses. Even though they had started developing an ecological resource planet, everything was still in the early stages. Cultivating land takes time, and crops don't grow overnight. Ling Mo repeated what she had told the staff: "The water grass is edible but not nutritious. The fish seem mutated and are non-toxic, but I'm not sure about the taste." Feng Yuan now understood the situation clearly. However, Ling Mo was still young and cautious. She wasn't sure if the fish were edible. If they weren't poisonous, that meant they were edible. Taste could always be adjusted. After greeting Ling Mo, Feng Yuan hurried toward the testing center. Ling Mo, meanwhile, walked back home. At her doorstep, she used her mental powers to sense inside. Only Jiang Xian and two others were there, which made her sigh in relief. If more people had been inside, she wouldn't have known what to do. Not entering felt awkward. It was her home, but entering felt like intruding on someone else's family gathering. Stepping inside, she saw that the living room seemed even more cluttered than before. Jiang Xian and the others were sitting on the sofa, suddenly glancing at each other with sparks in their eyes. Ling Mo paused at the door, unsure whether to go in. The three of them looked like they were about to fight. Could it be? A dramatic thought flashed through her mind: he loves him, even when he's not there, he still loves him. Actually, she had already suspected that something was off with these three. Could it be finally exploding? Better to just go climb through the window. As Ling Mo prepared to leave and avoid their confrontation, all three suddenly turned their heads. "Stop!" the three shouted in unison. Ling Mo froze and looked at them, saying, "First of all, I have no interest in your love-hate entanglements." "What are you talking about?" Yi Kai asked, confused. "Aren't you? Did they not reciprocate each other's feelings?" She guessed wrong. "What are we?" Fu Yu squinted. "You're not thinking something disrespectful, are you?" Ling Mo hurriedly shook her head. Of course not. So she had really guessed wrong. For some reason, along with relief, there was a hint of disappointment. "So what were you just doing?" Ling Mo's gaze flicked among the three. Jiang Xian cleared his throat first. "Well, Mo, I have something for you." "Something? For me?" Ling Mo followed Jiang Xian to the sofa by the table. Jiang Xian pulled out an antique-looking chest from under the table. Opening it revealed 2 rows of 10 jade bracelets each, all in different colors. Recently, Ling Mo had collected many jades, old, new, good, bad, finished, rough, of all kinds. She had become very familiar with jade, from barely understanding it to now knowing it well. Even among her collection, these bracelets were top quality. "These are for me?" Ling Mo pointed at them. Chapter 253 Worth every bit. Something felt off. Unsolicited gifts are either a trick or theft. Seeing Jiang Xian nod, Ling Mo immediately raised mental alarms. She turned to the other two. "You two also have something for me, right?" Ye Kai and Fuyu nodded and pulled out a similar chest from under the table. Naturally, its contents were similar. In fact, everything in the living room was essentially a gift for Ling Mo. She adjusted her sitting posture, arms crossed, and calmly asked the three, "Why are you sending me all these valuable things?" Ye Kai rubbed his hands together, grinning. "Mo, do you still have resurrection grass?" Hearing this, Ling Mo understood, it was for the same reason she had encountered the old man earlier. Resurrection grass's effect was said to surpass even 1,000-year ginseng, though she didn't fully know ginseng's properties. "You want resurrection grass?" "The shop drunk soybean and wine madness has some. With all these things you're giving me, you could buy several roots there." Jiang Xian waved his hand. The shop's items are heavily watched, especially medical supplies. Once something is listed, it's gone instantly. No matter how fast we are, we can't get them. Ling Mo glanced at the living room again and asked, "Are you sure you don't regret giving me all of this?" The three knew things were going well. "No regrets." "Alright then." Appreciating their generosity, Ling Mo selected 3 large resurrection grass plants from her space. They were too big for a box, so she placed them on the table. One plant alone occupied half the table, with tendrils spreading to the floor. She placed the second and third. Jiang Xian and the others were stunned. Seeing them dumbfounded, Ling Mo waved her hand. "The items are here. You can sort them yourselves. I'm going upstairs." She left without taking anything from the living room. Back in her room, she inspected the chests. Besides jade jewelry, there were gemstones, cloisonné headpieces, antiques, and even calligraphy and paintings. As the saying goes, gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times. If placed in a peaceful era, these would fetch astronomical prices. These items were extremely valuable. Compared to the small resurrection grass in her previous acquisitions, these large ones were incredibly worth it. Ling Mo organized all the antiques, planning to use them for future exchanges or even display them in a museum after the apocalypse ended. She then took out the snow monster horns. A miniature spinning wheel composed of 18 horns appeared. She named it the snow wheel. 2 extra horns remained. Ling Mo used her mental powers to clear impurities from the snow wheel for better control, then opened her intelligent brain to browse online posts. When alone, she preferred using the intelligent brain to free her hands. Opening a trending post, unsurprisingly, it was about her. Since the game started, names drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy and the shop don't miss had been trending almost constantly. She felt glad she had chosen to hide her identity. Posts included, book-loving kid, willing to buy healing pistols and space daggers at high prices, price no issue. Little Princess Lilith, recruiting players with healing pistols or space daggers, join us and receive officer-level benefits. Greek god of fate, you all want healing pistols and space daggers, I want beauty and skincare packages, treat me like a slave if you must. Ling Mo had created beauty and skincare bundles after her last game. She packaged various potions together, making them slightly more expensive but cheaper per bottle than buying individually. Other posts expressed regret for missing her offerings or praised the effects of her potions. Negative posts were quickly deleted or warned. Ling Mo closed the intelligent brain and organized the recently refreshed soil restoration fluid from her potion boxes. She opened a portal to Cloudsea Planet. Several days had passed, and she was amazed at the changes, specifically on the islands where she had applied the soil restoration fluid. The transplanted baobao vines were not only unaffected but had grown a large segment already. Chapter 254 Rewards. The baobao vines were growing well, almost reaching the sea, but Ling Mo decided to wait a bit longer before harvesting. They were still too small. Her vines in the space could sustain them temporarily, so there was no rush. Next, she checked the chow vines, which had expanded significantly since her last visit. A batch of seeds had matured, and the fish below were eagerly feeding on them. Despite this, many seeds remained visible. Ling Mo gathered the new chow rice seeds into her space and continued preparing the islands, first improving the soil with her soil restoration fluid, then planting baobao vines. On small islands, she planted a ring of chow vines around the edges to prevent the baobao vines from reaching the sea. This time, she also planted Bing Liang Luo, but a rare pink variant. According to Chaman, pink Bing Liang Luo is an extremely rare mutation. Ordinary Bing Liang Luo only have a 0.1% chance of mutating. Mutated ones are 1,000 times tastier, with a jelly-like texture. However, the effects and values of mutations can only be verified through testing. Even the weakest mutated Bing Liang Luo is far superior to regular ones. Ling Mo had only one such mutated root in her space and decided to carefully cultivate it. Mutated roots cannot reproduce, essentially sterilized but stronger, explaining their rarity. These could even fetch high prices at auctions. After planting, she poured the remaining soil restoration fluid into the sea. Observing the report, she noted the Cloud Sea planet had become significantly more fertile, with life starting to appear, although the sea itself had not changed much. Planetary transformation takes time, but her spiritual perception confirmed gradual changes in the ocean. The next day, after breakfast, the doorbell rang urgently. It was Fang Yuan, excited. He reported the results of the inspection. Water grass was edible and easy to cultivate, though not highly nutritious, enough to fill stomachs. The fish were confirmed edible. Their taste was similar to ordinary fish, though they had more bones due to mutations. They fed on waterborne larvae and eggs, giving them strong vitality. The base planned large-scale cultivation, creating potential jobs. Fang Yuan also delivered a reward from the base. Normally, rewards were staple foods like Bing Liang Luo, but he assumed Ling Mo preferred other food. He brought a cart of snacks and small hot pot ingredients, popular with young people. Excited, Ling Mo had Jiang Xian and the others move everything inside. Once Fang Yuan left, she asked, "Hot pot today?" "Yi Kai, I'll get the meat." "Fu Yu, I'll pick vegetables." "Jiang Xian, I'll prepare the soup base." Ling Mo stayed back, waiting for the meal. Finally, the hot pot was ready. During the meal, Yi Kai secretly added 2 white thread-like ingredients into the pot. After 30 seconds, he fished them out. Jiang Xian asked what they were. Yi Kai explained, resurrection grass tendrils. Curious, he bit into them. The taste was bitter, but, following the principle of nothing should go to waste, he forced himself to swallow them. Ling Mo handed him a pack of tissues, teasing, "You'll need them soon." She then stepped aside slightly to maintain distance between them. Chapter 255, The auction begins. At this moment, Yi Kai still didn't quite understand what it meant. "What do you mean I don't need it now, but I'll need it soon?" However, before he could ask further, he felt a warm liquid suddenly shoot out of his nose. Notice, shoot, not flow. 2 streams of bright red blood shot from Yi Kai's nose, landing precisely on the sofa across from him. From Yi Kai's position to the sofa, it was at least over a meter. For a nosebleed to shoot that far, it was clear it had a lot of force. The blood kept flowing relentlessly, no matter how he tried to stop it. Only now did Yi Kai understand why Ling Mo had said what she did earlier. He hurriedly grabbed a tissue to plug his nostrils, but it was completely useless. His nose was like 2 open faucets, continuously spilling fresh blood. "Mo, what do we do?" Jiang Xian looked at Ling Mo and asked. The other one shook his head helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. He obviously overdid it with the supplements, it's not an illness. Maybe we should take him to see an old Chinese medicine doctor?" To prevent Yi Kai from bleeding to death at such a young age, Fuyu quickly opened his phone contacts to call for help. A few minutes later, a man about 1.9 meters tall, slim-waisted, long-legged, exuding a mature aura, walked in carrying a box. As soon as he entered, he saw a scene like a crime scene. The living room was splattered with blood everywhere, and countless blood-stained tissues littered the floor. Ling Mo, Jiang Xian, and Fuyu all had blood on their hands and clothes. Ye Kai was lying back on the sofa, dazed, his face covered in blood, still bleeding from his nose, though the flow had slowed compared to before. "Did you have an internal conflict and call me here to handle the corpse?" Fuan looked around and concluded. Fuyu rolled his eyes. "Brother, what are you talking about? Come see Ye Kai, he's basically killing himself." "Oh." Fuan strode over to Ye Kai, first examining his complexion. Pale from excessive blood loss. Nothing else could be seen clearly, since it was all covered in blood. He then lifted an arm to check his pulse. After a moment, Fuan withdrew his hand, his expression complicated as he looked at Ye Kai. Seeing his expression, Ye Kai panicked. "Brethren, that look, am I beyond saving?" He had only eaten the roots of 2 resurrection herbs, could there be something deadly mixed in? Fuan rolled his eyes. "No, your body's fine. You, at such a young age, eating ginseng. It looks like you've been over-supplementing for quite a while. Eat lightly for a few days, and you'll be fine." After speaking, Fuan looked at Ye Kai with exasperation. "You eat anything and everything, you waste all the good stuff." Nothing had happened, yet he got scolded. Ye Kai thought that if regret pills existed in this world, he would go back a few minutes and beat the greedy version of himself. Fuyu got up to send his brother off. Before leaving, Fuan suddenly turned back as if he remembered something, and warned, "You'd better keep yourself busy these days." Then he whispered to Fuyu, "He probably won't be able to sleep for the next couple of days." He deserved it. Fuyu silently thought to herself. After seeing them off, she threw away her blood-stained clothes. "You dirted your clothes, remember to wash them when you're better." Then Ling Mo and Jiang Xian followed suit, tossing their bloodied clothes aside. Ye Kai, holding the 3 blood-soaked garments, wanted to cry but had no tears, looking at them in silent accusation. "I'm still bleeding, and this is how you treat a patient? Don't forget to clean the living room later, or the smell of blood will attract bugs." Ling Mo collected the eaten hot pot and soup, which had cooked meat and vegetables, good food, no waste. Next meal, they could cook noodles in it. A few days later, it was finally the 15th day, the end of the game. Almost the entire world was waiting for this day because it was the day when the development rights to planets would be auctioned. Earlier, all the information about the planets had already been released. 2 planets were junk planets. Ling Mo divided them into several large sections, letting the winning countries develop them independently, discovering resources on their own. As for Little Mocha Planet, the mineral development rights were up for auction, including many additional terms, the most important being not to damage the surrounding environment. This auction was different from previous ones. The top floor of the store had been cleared, showing the full view of all the mines up for auction. The planet was divided into several sections for display. The auction lasted from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 12 hours. During this time, anyone could enter bids under each item. The current highest bid was displayed at the top. Within these 12 hours, anyone could adjust their bid as many times as they wanted. When 8 p.m. arrived, the highest bidder would win. It was a long battle, testing both wealth and psychological resilience. In fact, Ling Mo chose this method simply because she didn't want to auction each item individually. She knew her own speaking skills weren't nearly as good as a professional auctioneer's. If she hosted the auction herself, it would probably be awkward, and the much-anticipated auction could turn into a joke, a permanent black mark on her record. So she decided against it. The main reason was the sheer number of items. The 2 planets were divided into 10 parts, not counting undevelopable areas. Little Mocha Planet had dozens of mineral veins, and that was just the surface. Better to let others negotiate, it wasn't her business. From her recent spiritual awareness, China had already formed partnerships with several countries. China's main focus was on Chingyong planet. A planet that large would never have enough manpower, so other areas were less prioritized. However, the few mineral veins on Little Mocha planet were extremely rare, used as materials for mechas. These were China's targets. At 8 o'clock, countless people rushed into Ling Mo's Don't Miss It store. Chapter 256, Who Truly Owns This Body? Everyone knew the auction was happening on the 5th floor. Driven by curiosity, the crowd eagerly rushed upward, hoping to see the spectacle firsthand. However, Ling Mo had anticipated this and set a threshold on the 5th floor. To enter, one had to pass a verification of assets. Of course, to satisfy people's curiosity, Ling Mo thoughtfully arranged a live broadcast, using the device she had previously acquired from the Red Dot Nation. Representing China were Mu Tao and Xie Qing. These two had visited the so-called VIP room twice before when trading awakening elixirs. Back then, it had never seemed as grand as it did now. The originally limited space now looked like a massive plaza, stretching endlessly in every direction. Even with so many people gradually entering, it still felt empty. Inside this vast space were square white display platforms, each showcasing an auction item. In front of each platform was a detailed description and a place to enter a bid. Seeing this, Xie Qing couldn't help but marvel. How on earth did Drank Soy Sauce and Went Crazy manage to pull this off? Every word he said went straight into Ling Mo's ears. She thought to herself, of course, she had a partnership with the system. That unlucky system, despite being partners, it still charged her a full 10,000 gold coins. Mu Tao looked around and whispered, "Good thing we have a clear target. Otherwise, with so many items, it would take ages just to browse." The items weren't placed close together, there were gaps between each tourmaline and display. Running back and forth like that would be exhausting. Fortunately, Mu Tao and Xie Qing were accustomed to high-intensity training, and as players, this level of exertion was nothing for them. Soon, they noticed that, besides the planet's original mineral veins, there were some additional items here. Purifying fruit, consuming it removes impurities from the body. 10,000 gold coins each, 20/100. Humans eat grains and foods that inevitably accumulate impurities and even toxins, and this purifying fruit could eliminate them. Isn't this thing supposed to exist only in novels? But thinking of Drank Soy Sauce and Went Crazy past feats, they both felt it wasn't too strange for the purifying fruit to appear here. The numbers meant there were originally 100, now only 20 remained. Yet, 10,000 gold coins seemed expensive, and they had other uses for their money. Moreover, the effect of the purifying fruit seemed similar to the purifying elixir in the store. Could it be extracted from the fruit? However, the purifying elixir was extremely rare, appearing only occasionally. And as the store added more types of elixirs, the appearance of the purifying elixir became visibly rarer. This randomness was unavoidable, even Ling Mo couldn't control it. Now the quantity had increased from 1,000 to 2,000, but most were common elixirs. Rare ones like the purifying elixir didn't appear often. Xie Qing, wanting to give it a try, intended to buy one. If it worked well, he could ask Mu Tao to discuss a bulk transaction with Drank Soy Sauce and Went Crazy. But before his finger could press the purchase button, the quantity beneath the purifying fruit dropped to 0, and the auction platform disappeared. In the few seconds he hesitated, it was already gone. Xie Qing, though frustrated, realized the importance of acting quickly. From now on, he would act decisively whenever he saw something he wanted. Mu Tao and Xie Qing moved separately. With a clear target in mind, whenever he reached a display that wasn't what he wanted, he would immediately turn and move on, wasting no time, single-minded in his purpose. As he navigated the platforms, finally, his persistence paid off. He found it. The description was simple: star iron, a hard yet extremely lightweight mineral. Seeing this, Mu Tao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Before the auction began, Mu Tao had tried messaging Drank Soy Sauce and Went Crazy, asking for a favor. Originally, he was just testing the waters, but she surprisingly agreed, with conditions. They had to ensure the surrounding environment was protected while mining, restore the area afterward, and monitor other countries' mining activities. Clearly, she didn't fully trust the citation nations, especially White Elephant Nation. Mu Tao readily agreed, leading to the current situation. Most other mineral veins came with long, detailed descriptions, but a few had only a brief, vague line. Thus, many assumed the mineral from these veins was useless and focused on others. At this moment, many watched the unprecedented auction either from TVs at home or inside the Don't Miss It store. Watching people run back and forth across the massive auction floor, it was oddly amusing. This drank soy sauce and went crazy. Is this on purpose? Making the area this huge, she must be trying to exhaust everyone. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, the center of attention, was pale and nauseous. The body-tempering worms had been moving inside her for some time. Now, it was time for them to come out. However, no matter how many times she tried, she couldn't expel them. It felt as if they were at her throat, yet she couldn't vomit them. The sensation was both uncomfortable and nauseating, as if she had to eat back what she tried to expel. Why does it have to be today? Ling Mo lay on the bed, feeling hopeless. Suddenly, she bolted upright. She couldn't continue like this. With that thought, she approached the bathroom sink and started forcefully retching, as if she could shove her entire hand and arm down her throat. She wanted those body-tempering worms to know who truly owned this body. After intense retching and dry heaving, all the worms finally came out. Ling Mo moved her mouth, realizing it had expanded slightly from the ordeal. Well, that was fine, it would allow her to take a few extra bites during meals. Chapter 257 Yunya's Request for Help. Once Ling Mo had somewhat recovered, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her mind. You have a new message from Yunya awaiting your review. Yunya? After a brief moment of recollection, Ling Mo remembered who Yunya was, the blue elf girl she had met during the competition on Hylon Star Sea. Ling Mo suddenly recalled that when they had encountered the flower elf before, the system had said that elves were warlike. Yet when she first met Yunya, she was told that elves were a peaceful race. How could both be true? The system explained, elves come in many different types. Most are proud and warlike, but some elves are peaceful and friendly. I see. Ling Mo opened her smart interface to read the message. Since they had exchanged contact information, this was their first real communication. Upon opening the message, she saw that Yunya had sent her a long, detailed message. Ling Mo began reading from the start. In the message, Yunya first apologized for the sudden intrusion, then explained why she had reached out. It turned out that while browsing Ling Mo's profile, Yunya discovered she was a recycler, and every employer who had hired her had given the highest praise. Many even commented that her abilities rivaled those of an S-rank recycler. Seeing this, Ling Mo asked, "Chia-man, did you help me update my profile?" "Yes, it's what I should do. But rest assured, I acted appropriately." Ling Mo acknowledged with a hum and continued reading. Apparently, Yunya wanted Ling Mo's help in collecting something, though she didn't yet know what. Yunya lived on a small planet governed by the elf race. Because her race wasn't skilled in combat, they mainly focused on agriculture, producing food and turning it into various edible goods. Not skilled in combat, flower elves aren't either, so why were only the flower elves expelled? Ling Mo wondered. Yunya's race is the sea elves. Their personality makes them less inclined to fight, but that doesn't mean they're weak in combat. In other words, sea elves avoid fighting by nature but are not physically weak, whereas flower elves are simply fragile. Continuing, Ling Mo read that this year's grain harvest had been exceptionally good, so they planned to increase production. But something went wrong with the elf syrup, causing overproduction. Yunya hoped Ling Mo could come help resolve it. Naturally, the payment was generous. Yunya offered 3 elf tree leaves as compensation. As Ling Mo hesitated, wondering whether to accept and how she would get there, the system's voice sounded. Detected player contact with the elf race. Special instance triggered, elf and syrup. Next instance will automatically enter this special instance. Well, no need to overthink it, half a month was plenty of time, Yunya could wait. Ling Mo tapped to reply, agreeing to help, but noted it would take some time. The other side quickly responded, understanding the delay. After closing the chat, Ling Mo grew curious about elf syrup. Qiaman. Elf syrup, a honey-like substance produced by elves. Sweet and fruity in flavor, not cloying. One of the essential food sources for elves. P.S. Liquid elf syrup is very sticky. Once it contacts a surface, it's hard to remove. Protective measures should be taken when handling solidified syrup, especially to protect hair. I see, so elf syrup is a valuable substance. The more, the better, right? But judging by Yunya's tone, it didn't sound entirely positive. The scent of elf syrup attracts a creature called red noses, extremely sugar-loving. If they get sugar, their bodies grow huge, destroying elf habitats. I understand now. But what about the elf tree leaves? Elf tree leaves grants a second chance. If you're unsatisfied with your awakened talent, consuming a leaf allows you to start over. There's also a very small chance of a second awakening. P.S. Each person can consume elf tree leaves only 3 times in a lifetime. Ling Mo was satisfied with her own talent and didn't need a do-over, so the leaves weren't personally useful. However, placing them in a pharmaceutical kit could produce unexpected results. She knew many people on Blue Star had talents that were either useless or came with side effects after use. A potion that could modify talent would sell very well. Then there was the elf syrup. Elves were strong fighters, slim-waisted and long-legged, and what they ate was definitely no ordinary food. Thinking of this, Ling Mo began to look forward to the next game. Meanwhile, in the system space, the light cluster watched the account balance increase, rolling around with excitement. It had recently set its eyes on a cosmetic skin, but the price had been slightly high. With this extra income, it could purchase it without hesitation, or maybe even a few more. Looking around the system space, the game system's face displayed a look of disdain. Blue, composed of all sorts of incomprehensible data, was hideous. After buying the skin, some money would remain, enough to decorate the system space. And the lottery mechanism, it kept failing and needed proper upgrading. Drank soy sauce and went crazy was truly a lucky star. Luckily, the survival system hadn't succeeded back then. As the system danced around in joy, 2 pop-ups suddenly appeared. One of them was from Yunya's Elf Island. The system's avatar formed a little paw. Then this one it is. The other can wait for the next game. After a day of intense competition and waiting, the auction finally entered the last 5 minutes. Everyone knew this was the most crucial moment. A single mistake now would render all previous efforts useless. Mu Tao and Xie Qing called in a few more people to guard the auction platforms for their desired mineral veins. Whenever the price changed, they immediately entered a higher bid. Luckily, the veins they targeted were not large, so competition came mainly from small countries. Major powers had already gone for planets and large veins. Those small countries couldn't possibly compete with China. As the minutes ticked down, hearts raced and eyes remained glued to the screens. Chapter 258 After the auction. As the countdown ended, the auction finally reached its conclusion. Just as everyone was curious to see who had won, the live broadcast suddenly cut off. Immediately, all the viewers, glued to their screens, erupted in curses and complaints. Ling Mo felt very aggrieved. Who would have thought that the device she had brought from the Red Dot Nation would fail at such a crucial moment? After checking, she discovered the problem was prolonged use, which caused the machine to overheat. Seriously? Is interstellar tech really this shoddy? They couldn't even include a cooling system? However, after a more thorough inspection, Ling Mo realized she had been blaming the wrong party. The Livestream robot originally had a cooling system. It was probably removed by the Red Dot Nation or simply never brought back. Fortunately, the machine wasn't damaged and could continue functioning after it cooled down. Anyway, the results would be publicly announced by the countries later. Ling Mo turned her attention elsewhere, focusing on her earnings from the auction. By selling 2 planets and dozens of mineral veins, she had made a veritable fortune. Especially since the 2 junk planets and Little Mocha planet had been obtained in exchange for snow monster horns, essentially free for her. After giving the system the agreed 20%, 80% of the proceeds were pure profit. She had to admit, these people were incredibly wealthy. What shocked her even more was that someone had spent billions of gold coins to purchase half the development and agency rights for a swampy planet. Even more astounding, it wasn't a country buying it, it was a single family. Judging by the name, it seemed to be a foreigner. This made Ling Mo recall the foreign player from the game before last, who had been interested in her black wolf and had once offered an item in exchange. That wallet item allowed the user to withdraw any currency from any race. There was no limit listed, meaning it could potentially dispense money indefinitely. Realizing this, Ling Mo grimaced in regret. If only I had known, if she had known, she would have stolen that person's bid. Besides the family paying entirely in gold coins, most others used a combination of gold, resources, and finally items. Because of the previous healing pistol and space dagger, it was clear these items probably came from drank soy sauce and went crazy. Knowing her preference for gems and jade, buyers catered to her tastes, often paying with jewels. All the money was deposited into her account, and resources were stored directly into her space for future use. Then came the items. No country could release all their items at once, they needed some for their own players. Even so, the quantity of items was staggering, numbering over 1,000. For the next few days, aside from eating and training, Ling Mo focused on sorting through these items. Some items were extremely useful. For example, a crown called Mermaid's Tear, entirely blue and embedded with blue gemstones. Once worn, it transformed the user into a mermaid and automatically gained the favor of all ocean creatures, who would treat the wearer as one of their own. This item undoubtedly went straight to Xiaobai. Of course, such valuable items were rare. Most were one-time use, low-level, or redundant, since Ling Mo already had better versions. Flying Feather, sprouts wings for 10 minutes to fly, cooldown 1 hour. Ling Mo already had one of these from the 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man quest. Now, she had dozens of similar flying items. There were also transformation items, allowing one to become fish or various animals to evade enemies. But since Ling Mo already had the illusion cloak, she didn't need those much. Ling Mo carefully separated these items, forbidding Xiaobai from touching them. She could faintly sense that the level of items Xiaobai consumed greatly influenced its growth. The higher the level, the greater the benefit. Once she understood this, Ling Mo let Xiaobai consume a pharmaceutical kit, but like the snow monster horns, it quickly became too much. Xiaobai clutched its bloated belly and rolled on the floor, obviously overstuffed. One-time use items could be saved for critical moments. The hardest to handle were redundant items, useless if kept, wasteful if discarded. Moreover, due to her identity, she couldn't openly use them. Ling Mo thought, maybe I should sell them in the store? After all, take from the people, use for the people. Well, that sounded a little off. Never mind, the general idea was fine. Since the auction had just ended, it seemed premature to sell the items now. She would wait a few days, until the next game concluded, when everyone would have money. After sorting all the items, Ling Mo returned to Yunhai Star to collect a batch of matured Kiyomi and Baobao vines, then transformed a new island discovered by the Golden Sky Eye, planting more Kiyomi and Baobao vines. This time, the vines covered an even larger area. Ling Mo increasingly considered hiring robots to work for her. She suddenly realized she hadn't checked the system shop in a long time and wondered if robots were available for sale. Ignoring the mess on the newly transformed island, she sat down and opened the system shop, fully focused on finding a robot. The shop was still packed with dazzling items, updated periodically, but the prices were shocking. Only a few were affordable for players. Ling Mo had long wondered who the target audience for the shop was. After browsing the items, she finally found what she wanted: all-purpose nanny robot, capable of performing any task, water-resistant, heat-resistant, adaptable to harsh environments, operates 24/7, converts all kinetic energy into power. Comparable to her protective shield and illusion cloak. The price? 1 million gold coins. Limited time discount, original price 10 million, now 1 million. Having just earned billions from the auction, Ling Mo thought 1 million was nothing. Chapter 259, A New Way to Scam. Moreover, Ling Mo had never trusted the whole limited time discount thing. Original price, current price, she always treated the current price as the original. After all, merchants would never let her lose out. She roughly estimated the area of Yunhai Star. Couldn't figure it out. Ling Mo shrugged and decisively spent 200 million, buying 200 all-purpose nanny robots in one go. Yes, 200 million, if the number is off, it can be corrected. She placed 100 robots on Yunhai Star, the remaining 100 were distributed as 30 each to Chingyong Star and Little Mocha Star, and 20 each to the 2 junk planets. After clicking purchase, 100 robots appeared in front of Ling Mo. Qiaman, these are yours now. Upon hearing this, Qiaman immediately responded, no problem. Then the screen before Ling Mo displayed the status of all 200 robots, including the 100 already sent to other planets. All the robots were in standby mode. Ling Mo clicked activate, and in an instant, all the robots sprang into action. They took the remaining land restoration solution from Ling Mo and began working in orderly fashion. Watching them busily at work, Ling Mo sighed in admiration. Truly, watching others work was far more satisfying than doing it herself. However, looking at the robots, Ling Mo suddenly realized she might have forgotten something. A flash of insight struck, she had forgotten to send the coordinates to the countries. Hurriedly, she opened her private messages. Wow, each one was nearly in a panic. She had been so focused on sorting the auction items that she hadn't been paying attention to the internet. Back on Blue Star in her room, she opened her phone to find a flood of posts about her, #shocked. Drank soy sauce and went crazy as a scammer. #the auction was just a fraud. #the most arrogant con artist in history. #he who drank soy sauce and went on a bender get off Blue Star. #traitor to humanity. #goodness, each headline was more exaggerated than the last. Ling Mo, however, understood. If it were her, she would be worried too. It was like spending a lifetime savings on a house, only for the seller to run off with the money. Anyone would panic. After sending the coordinates one by one through private messages, Ling Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for the online comments, she didn't care. After all, negative publicity is still publicity. Being scolded wouldn't hurt her, and if anyone couldn't handle it, they didn't need to buy from her store. After working so long, she checked the time, the next game was only a few days away. By the way, that Elven Sugar quest the system mentioned, was it solo or multiplayer? After thinking about it, Ling Mo decided not to dwell on it and just prepare early. Given the sticky nature of the elven syrup, the first priority was protecting her hair. She touched her thick hair and considered how best to shield it. Hair gel? A decent idea, but not entirely reliable. After thinking it over, she remembered the gelatin used by synchronized swimming athletes on their hair. She decided to coat her hair thickly with it for safety. Next was clothing, light, simple, and easy to move in. Once everything was ready, Ling Mo opened her phone again to check how to apply gelatin properly. Her hair was thick, and it might be tricky. Upon opening her browser, she noticed that the previous online rumors about her had completely disappeared. Only a matter of 10 or so minutes had passed. Ling Mo even wondered if she had imagined seeing the earlier posts. Looking closer, she saw that all the countries had released clarification and apology videos. No wonder the contrast was so drastic. She set aside her phone and found the previously saved videos, watching them. It didn't look too difficult. But comparing the length and volume of her hair to the person in the video, Ling Mo paused. Her hair was much thicker. Still, after testing on her own head, she realized it was doable. While wrestling with her hair, Ling Mo's movements froze as if she sensed something. Her gaze shifted toward the window. Because she had so many secrets, her curtains were usually drawn tight. Fortunately, even in complete darkness, her vision was unaffected. She approached the window and pulled back the curtains. From a distance, she saw someone collapsed on the ground, directly in front of her door. Using her psychic sense, she confirmed the person was alive, but bones were broken repeatedly, internal bleeding evident. Without help, they wouldn't survive long. Ling Mo frowned at the figure. This was a zone, and ordinary people couldn't enter. So whoever this was, they must be a resident of a zone. More importantly, Ling Mo noticed several people hiding nearby. She pulled out her phone and called the property management. The moment they saw the caller ID, they were shocked. Ling Mo? After double-checking, they picked up. Miss Ling, how can I help you? They asked politely. Captain, someone has collapsed in front of my house. Can you send help? Immediately, the management understood the situation. Miss Ling, please do not go outside, and do not let anyone else go out either, they said. After hanging up, the management arrived quickly and lifted the person off the ground. The person, barely conscious, tried to get up and run but was pinned down by the staff. The commotion outside caught the attention of Jiang Xian and the others. By the time Ling Mo went downstairs, she saw the management enter with the person in tow. Using her psychic sense again, she noticed the man's injuries had miraculously healed. She immediately suspected it was a unique talent. Sure enough, after the management explained, she learned it was a new scamming technique. Captain, what's going on? Jiang Xian asked. The management pointed to the restrained man. This person's talent is faking injuries. They can simulate any wound after being hit, broken bones, internal bleeding, and deliberately appear at someone else's doorstep. If anyone comes out to check, the scammer can immediately accuse them of causing the injuries. Chapter 260 Elves and Sugar, Part 1. Jiang Xian was the first to react. There was no way this person had acted alone. There had to be accomplices. As for the roles these accomplices played, he had already guessed. The property manager nodded. However, these people usually operated in Zone B. This is their first time coming to Zone A. After the explanation, the manager took the man away. As for his accomplices, they had already fled the moment he was caught. Once they were gone, Yi Kai suddenly turned to Ling Mo, you haven't trained for several days, right? Ling Mo didn't understand why he asked and replied truthfully. It's true, a few days, but I've been exercising. Why do you ask? Jiang Xian pointed behind them. When we trained in combat mode these past few days, the NPC kept asking questions about you. Yi Kai nodded. Mo, do you think this mode is bugged? That NPC actually thinks you aren't appearing because we're stopping you. Do alien machines get viruses too? Should we install 360 antivirus? Ling Mo waved her hand. Forget it. I don't want the background in battle turning into a bird wallpaper. In the end, Ling Mo didn't enter the combat mode. The reason was simple, the next game was about to start, and she didn't want to participate while injured. As usual, Ling Mo and the others prepared the food they would need for the upcoming game in advance. Soon, the day of entry arrived. Ling Mo prepared early. She pinned her hair up, coated it with a thick layer of gelatin, and let it dry. Her head felt as hard as a helmet, even the hat stayed in place. As soon as the clock struck 12, everything went black, familiar darkness. Players were now accustomed to this, each reacting calmly. Inside the game, as long as they didn't deliberately act recklessly, most of the time they were safe. The real danger came from other players nearby. Opening her eyes again, Ling Mo looked around. She had entered a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Lush greenery stretched in every direction, full of life. Treehouses were scattered among hanging vines in perfect harmony. Exclamations of awe rose from nearby players. Ling Mo glanced around. No familiar faces in sight. She breathed a sigh of relief. This time, she could act freely. Other players were clearly stunned by the scenery as well. Observing the environment, they mentally relaxed. This task shouldn't be difficult. Pulling her mask up, Ling Mo counted down, 3, 2, 1. At the final count, the familiar game notification sound rang in her ears. Dear players, welcome back. Before the game begins, an important announcement. Due to a high elimination rate in previous rounds and the sudden emergence of many awakened individuals on Blue Star, the system has decided to increase the player slots after this game. All, including previously eliminated players, may be selected. Now, the task is being released. The elves, one of the oldest interstellar races, are divided into many subgroups. Among them, the sea elves are responsible for producing sweets for the entire elven race. Elves love sweets more than any other food. They can skip meals and sleep, but they cannot do without desserts. To increase the production of elven syrup, a batch of outsiders has been hired to help plant giant sugarcane. You have 3 days to plant as much as possible. The sea elves will notice your efforts. At the end of the game, the best performing player will receive a mysterious reward from the flower elves. Friendly reminder, do not attempt to cheat. Cheating will result in elimination. There was no requirement on quantity. This should be good news. As long as they worked hard, players wouldn't be eliminated. Thinking of the system's earlier mention of increasing player slots, Ling Mo realized that too many players had been eliminated in previous games. However, Ling Mo frowned at the task description. She had heard the elven syrup was overproduced. Why was the mission now about planting giant sugarcane? The other players immediately set to work, leaving Ling Mo trailing behind. Chairman, contact Yunya. Wait, better do the task first. Ling Mo hesitated but decided to complete the task first. Yunya could wait until evening. Following the other players, Ling Mo arrived at the work site. 2 dark blue-skinned sea elves stood nearby, arms crossed, gazing at them as if to say, "Why are you so slow? We've been waiting here a long time." When players approached, each was handed a tool. Some had axes, others saws. Ling Mo eyed the plain axes, pondering. This was interstellar space, why such simple tools? Sea elves prefer quiet. Mechanical noise disturbs them, and the elves believe machines ruin the taste of sugar. They insist on handmade production. Ling Mo sighed. All right, then. She swung the axe, it was sharp enough. The 2 sea elves led them into a dense, colorful bamboo grove. These weren't ordinary bamboo, each stalk was as thick as a water barrel, hundreds of meters tall, growing densely. Ling Mo sniffed the air, there was a faint, sweet aroma. One sea elf pointed at the grove. Your task is to chop down all the giant sugarcane. Be careful when they fall, don't get crushed. Thanks to China's promotion of interstellar language, the players understood enough to follow instructions, though it was a bit challenging. Once the instructions were clear, everyone immediately started working. Ling Mo looked at the colorful bamboo grove as Man's voice whispered in her mind, giant sugarcane, during growth, it produces sweet, fruity juice. Many races love it. P.S. Overripe sugarcane has too much sugar inside, tastes extremely sweet, far worse than fresh sugarcane. Usually discarded. Chapter 261 Elves and Sugar, Part 2. The surrounding players gradually spread out. Seeing the 2 sea elves about to leave, Ling Mo quickly caught up. Excuse me, what happens to these giant sugarcanes afterward? Of course, they're discarded. No one eats this stuff, one sea elf said matter-of-factly. Ling Mo pulled out her badge. I'm a recycler. I can handle these giant sugarcanes for you. After verifying her badge, their attitude changed immediately. No problem at all. The sea elf pointed to a nearby treehouse storage. The recycled sugarcanes will be placed there. You can take them if you want. There are also some other things inside, you can take those too if you don't mind. With a confirmed answer, Ling Mo smiled and agreed. But she didn't go straight to the warehouse. Instead, she picked out a thinner giant sugarcane. One swing of her axe, crack. The cane snapped, juice spraying everywhere. One droplet hit her face and, through the mask's gap, landed in her mouth. Her first reaction, sweet. Immediately followed by a tight frown. Everyone knows too much salt is overwhelming, but too much sugar is just as brutal. At that moment, Ling Mo felt as if someone was pouring a whole bag of sugar into her mouth. Even sweeter than the sugar grass she had collected on the island turtle's back, it was a diabetic's nightmare. She pulled out a water mushroom and gulped down 2 large mouthfuls. The sweetness in her mouth was suppressed, but her throat still felt uncomfortably sticky. Around her, others were gulping water too, apparently experiencing the same ordeal. With her mask on, she drank less, but others weren't so lucky. She put the mask back in place and continued her work. After a grueling effort, she finally chopped down one. No wonder it was called giant sugarcane, the size was like a tree. Had she not dodged in time, she might have been crushed. As soon as it fell, a dozen robots came running from all directions, working together to carry the sugarcane away. By noon, everyone was exhausted, breathing heavily, completely worn out. Even those with body enhancement abilities were struggling, stomachs growling loudly. At that moment, 2 sea elves returned, bringing a cart of sweets. Good work. You can rest for 2 hours and have some food. Then continue working after that. Ling Mo received a portion. Inside were chocolate cakes resembling chocolate cakes, cream cakes resembling cream cakes, and several small snacks. But without exception, all were made of sugar. After the previous experience, Ling Mo now felt a twinge of pain in her teeth and throat at the sight of sugar. Luckily, she had prepared her own food beforehand. She stashed the sweets in her storage, then pulled out a large portion of fried rice. Using Jomi, it tasted just like normal fried rice. She ate heartily, cleaned her mouth with her sleeve, and saw others resting. With only 2 hours, they had to recover as much as possible. Ling Mo drank a stamina recovery potion and felt reinvigorated almost instantly. During the lunch break, she decided to check out the warehouse. Finding a hidden corner, she activated her phantom cloak to become invisible. She successfully avoided the other player's sight and approached the treehouse warehouse. The door was unlocked. Ling Mo pushed it gently, the door opened. Inside, the space was enormous. The robots she had seen earlier were working efficiently, stacking the giant sugarcanes neatly. One robot scanned her upon entry. Recycler detected. No threat. Entry permitted. Ling Mo approached a pile of sugarcanes. With her psychic vision, she estimated there were at least 1,000. There were dozens of such piles. She reached out and stored all the giant sugar canes in her space storage. In an instant, the once packed warehouse became empty. The robots were momentarily confused, then, realizing what happened, stared at her in shock. Ling Mo paid them no mind. The 2 sea elves had said there were other items she could take as well. Naturally, she couldn't be polite. Soon, she found the items mentioned by the sea elves, large sacks, thicker than barrels and taller than a person. Opening one, she found it filled with white crystals. Special sugar, extracted from giant sugar canes, pure sweetness with no other taste. Consuming too much at once can ruin the taste buds. The elves love sweets, but they are picky about flavor. Just like chocolate, good chocolate is completely different from cheap chocolate. Since they didn't want it, she'd take it all. After roughly examining the stash, there was quite a lot. She stored all the special sugar in her space storage, double-checked the warehouse, and left. Back at her work area, Ling Mo deactivated her invisibility. Looking at the time, only half an hour had passed. Including the 10 minutes for lunch, she still had over an hour to rest. Ling Mo put a ZZ stick in her mouth, eating while resting her eyes. Soon, she felt something brush against her ear. Opening her eyes, she saw a cloud-like creature with eyes and a mouth in front of her. Both were startled. Tang Tang? Xiaman. Tang Tang, a sweet-loving elf, like the flower elves, with no combat ability. Not recognized by the Elven society. Often appears where there is abundant sugar. Likely attracted by ZZ sticks. After consuming sweets, it can produce candy of corresponding flavor, though very inefficient. About 1 kilogram of sweets produces only 100 g of candy. Production efficiency was indeed low. Since Tang Tang was attracted by her ZZ stick, Ling Mo took another and waved it in front of it. Tang Tang happily wrapped the stick and began eating, a blissful smile on its face. Chapter 262 Elves and Sugar, Part 3. While Tang Tang was eating, Ling Mo used her psychic power to communicate with it. Since Tang Tang, like the flower elves, had no combat ability and wasn't recognized by the Elven society, Ling Mo thought it would be best to bring them to Chingyong Star to live with the flower elves. This would also enrich the ecosystem there. The communication went smoothly. Tang Tang's big, round eyes widened when it heard about the flower elves, then it joyfully circled around Ling Mo. Tang Tang. Tang Tang. Really? Really? I get to go? I get to go. Although Tang Tang could live in the elves' territory without being driven away like the flower elves, its life there was far from ideal. The sea elves didn't expel them, but treated them like pets. If in a good mood, they'd get some food, if in a bad mood, they'd be kicked aside. So, when Ling Mo offered to take Tang Tang to meet the flower elves, it immediately agreed. You agreed so quickly, don't you fear I might be a bad person? Tang Tang blinked. Tang Tang. You give me candy, you're definitely not a bad person. Even if you were, you wouldn't bother with us, we're useless. We're so worthless that even as pets, we'd have no value. Just as Ling Mo was about to store Tang Tang in her space, it stopped her. Tang Tang. Wait, I'll go get the others. With that, Tang Tang dashed away. With such a naive personality, if someone sold it, it would probably help count the money too. Ling Mo shook her head and sat down to wait. About 20 minutes later, she sensed a group of Tang Tangs flying rapidly toward her. Fearing they might attract other players' attention, she summoned them with her psychic power and stored them all in her space. The sudden change of environment initially startled the Tang Tangs, but when they realized they were in an orchard full of fruit, their fear disappeared instantly. So many fruits, is this heaven? The eldest Tang Tang called the others over and reached out a small, snow-white hand, patting the shoulder of one of them with satisfaction. Tang Tang. Good job, kid. Tang Tang. The praised Tang Tang happily squealed in response. Break time ended, and the players resumed their work. After a morning of trial and error, Ling Mo had figured out the best way to wield the axe. Chopping down the giant sugar canes became much easier, and her speed increased significantly. While cutting the sugar canes, she discovered many small sprouts. In the spirit of not wasting anything, she collected all the seedlings and planted them in her space. Throughout the afternoon, the two sea elves occasionally came by to check that no one was slacking off. 4 hours later, the sea elves returned with a cart full of sweets, just as the clock struck 6. Today's work is done. You may rest and eat. After that, you can choose to continue working or rest. Extra rewards will be given for overtime. Ling Mo looked at her portion of sweets and thought, this is basically overtime. Still, it was better than some heartless companies that don't pay for overtime. Here, it was voluntary, and they even offered extra pay. Some players chose to continue working, mostly those with body enhancement abilities, and a few who couldn't handle the work but still wanted to push on. Others rested, not wanting to overexert themselves on the first day, saving energy for the next 2 days. Ling Mo, however, decided to contact Yunya. She followed the group heading to the rest treehouse, a specially prepared area for players to relax. Near the rest treehouse, she changed direction. Chairman, contact Yunya for me. A communication interface appeared in front of her. After 2 rings, Yunya finally answered. A blue-faced smile appeared on the screen. Compared to their last meeting, Yunya looked exhausted, her dark circles showing even against her deep blue skin. Seeing the background behind Ling Mo, Yunya got excited. You've arrived? Ling Mo nodded. I don't know the way. Can you come pick me up? Although the place was as beautiful as a fairy tale, All the treehouses looked similar, making it hard to distinguish one from another. Ling Mo stood there, confused about directions, though she probably never really knew north from south anyway. Okay, stay put. I'll be right there. Yunya hung up and headed out. Soon, Ling Mo saw a blue figure swinging from the vines above, moving quickly toward her. Yunya landed in front of her, panting happily. Mo. You've changed so much. Ling Mo smiled. So have you. By the way, how did you get here? I thought it would be a few more days. Yunya asked curiously. You hired people to help plant the giant sugar canes. I followed them here, Ling Mo explained. Come, I'll show you where we store the elf syrup. Yunya grabbed a vine, swung herself up, then grabbed another, moving accurately and quickly. It didn't take long before she had traveled far from the treehouse. Ling Mo followed her example, grabbing a vine and swinging herself along. Though the vines looked thin, they were incredibly strong and resilient. Qianman displayed information about the vines, elf treehouses, grown from elf seeds, the most favored dwellings of the elves. The vines are exceptionally sturdy, allowing rapid movement between treehouses. Arriving at their destination, Yunya noticed Ling Mo had caught up. Surprised and delighted, she smiled. Ling Mo landed and saw a massive tree, larger than the previous treehouses, exuding an air of age and majesty. It must take dozens of people hand in hand to embrace this tree. This is where we process elf syrup. Follow me. With Yunya leading, Ling Mo entered the treehouse. Before entering, she had anticipated a large interior, but the space inside exceeded her expectations. Chapter 263 Elves and Sugar, Part 4. The interior of the treehouse was hundreds or even thousands of times larger than it appeared from outside. It was a true factory. Can I ask, since you already have so much elf syrup that you need people to handle it, why continue planting giant sugar canes? Yunya walked ahead without turning, explaining, because this syrup is from last year. Our elves only consume the syrup produced in the current year. Only fresh syrup? Yes, Yunya patiently explained. Only desserts made from fresh syrup taste the best. That way, our warriors can maintain peak condition at all times. Yunya's face glowed with pride as she spoke. Ling Mo silently nodded. Though it seemed wasteful, she reminded herself, she would be the one to benefit in the end. Yunya led Ling Mo through long corridors of the production hall, where numerous sea elves were busy at work. They all wore white protective suits, and the surroundings were spotless. In moments, a meticulously crafted dessert appeared in their hands. As mentioned before, to preserve the natural and pure sweetness, the elves insisted on making everything by hand. Seeing Ling Mo mesmerized, Yunya approached a glass window and tapped it lightly. Hearing the sound, a sea elf quickly came over, holding something resembling a sugar sculpture of a small creature. Yunya took it, then handed it to Ling Mo. Here, it's for you. Ling Mo blinked at the small blue bird in front of her and reached out. Thank you. Though she didn't know the species, every feather was exquisitely detailed. The little bird seemed alive, as if it might flap its wings at any moment. The next second, the bird flapped its wings and chirped twice, startling Ling Mo. Yunya explained, this candy is called cloud sugar. Desserts made from it move as if alive and are very popular with children. Ling Mo took a bite. It was sweet, but not overwhelmingly so, with a light fruity fragrance. Although it appeared to be a hard candy, it only stayed hard for an instant. Once in the mouth, it softened, with a texture between jelly and gummy candy. Following Yunya, they reached a door. Behind it was a long wooden staircase, with wooden walls resembling tree bark, textured and uneven to the touch. Every so often, a faintly glowing lamp was set into the wall. Upon closer inspection, the lamps were not bulbs, but small glowing insects, sweet glimmers, which Ling Mo had previously collected on the Krino grasslands. The sweet glimmers had multiplied in the comfortable, food-rich environment. Ling Mo had initially planned to sell them as commodities, but since Huagua's power grid was still operational and sweet glimmers only glowed after eating sugar, sales were limited to foreign IP buyers. After a few minutes of walking, they reached the end of the stairs and faced a door. Inside, it was dark, like a beast with an open maw. Ling Mo squinted, catching the faint light from outside, but then Yunya lightly snapped her fingers. Instantly, the space lit up like daylight. Yunya gestured inside. This is where we store last year's leftover elf syrup, unsold sweets, and desserts. Some are even older than last year. Take whatever you want. Don't worry if you can't take it all, we've hired other recyclers as well. Though Ling Mo already had top ratings, Yunya's gaze carried worry at seeing her small frame. Ling Mo ignored Yunya's last comment. Don't worry about taking too much? She didn't feel it was a problem at all. Instead, the first sentence caught her attention. Some of the syrup was from previous years, so this wasn't everything. Though Ling Mo wanted to tell Yunya one person was enough, Yunya's concerned gaze made her decide to first demonstrate her capability. Perhaps Yunya would be impressed and offer no objections. Ling Mo smiled politely. Okay. Seeing this, Yunya nodded. I won't go in. It's time for me to work. You do your thing, and contact me if needed. After Yunya left, Ling Mo stepped inside. The space was massive, at least 1,000 square meters. Fortunately, the items were well organized. Even discarded items were sorted and labeled, making things much easier for Ling Mo. Indeed, garbage classification really does help. Because it was all sugar, the air itself seemed sweet. Even saliva felt slightly sweeter. Ling Mo first arrived at an area filled with wooden barrels. Using her psychic powers, she scanned them. Each barrel was sealed and reached waist-high, bulging in the middle and narrower at top and bottom. Elf handmade wooden barrels, made from withered elf treehouses. Each barrel can hold about 1 ton of liquid. Nearby signs in interstellar language labeled the syrup and noted giant sugar cane. Meaning the syrup came from the giant sugar canes. Time was limited, better to take it all now. There were over 100 barrels of syrup from the sugar canes. Ling Mo took a few minutes to store them all in her space and then placed them in her warehouse. Meanwhile, her store's don't miss out sales skyrocketed. Some warehouses had emptied, making room for her new stock. After finishing one area, Ling Mo moved to the next. Chapter 264 Elves and Sugar, Part 5. The familiar wooden barrels remained, labeled elf syrup, but the text beneath had changed, from giant sugarcane to crimson bombs. I don't know what crimson bombs are, but they should be similar to giant sugarcane, right? Crimson bombs, an annual fruit, completely red, resembling a bomb. Once fully mature, it contains a high concentration of sugar. Sure enough, the syrup extracted from crimson bombs produced even more than that from giant sugarcane. Next, Ling Mo collected dozens of other types of elf syrup. Over a dozen were extracted directly from plants, while the rest were blends created from different proportions of those original syrups. She stored each type in its designated warehouse. After finishing the syrups, she moved on to various candies. Entering this section, Ling Mo felt like she had stepped into a candy kingdom. There were easily over 100 different candies, piled on the floor like small hills. Oversized rainbow lollipops, bigger than a person, were scattered everywhere. Any child visiting here would be overjoyed. After collecting all the candies into her space, Ling Mo ventured further into the dessert area. All kinds of desserts were neatly stacked. Wouldn't these go bad? The candies had protective packaging and long shelf lives, but the desserts were different. She asked Qiaman to scan them with a healing device. Desserts stored for several months, non-toxic, edible, but the taste is far from freshly made. Ling Mo relaxed. Taste aside, as long as they were edible, it was fine. She was surprised, she had never imagined there could be so many types of desserts. After the dessert area, she continued deeper inside. In the next section, Ling Mo blinked in astonishment. Was that a house? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she saw a pink-walled house with a red roof, a white fence surrounding a small yard, and a green lawn. A winding cobblestone path led to the front door. A candy house, something only found in fairy tales, yet here it was, right before her. Using her psychic powers, Ling Mo confirmed that the craftsmanship inside matched the exterior. It was fully functional. Small but complete, it had everything needed for a real house. By comparison, it seemed a bit small for an adult, but perfect for children. Got it. This candy house was designed specifically for kids, both edible and playable. Ling Mo then collected a batch of special sugar, finally clearing out the warehouse. Before leaving, she took a photo of the now empty space, sent it to Yunya, and followed up with a relaxed emoji. Heh, look at me handle this so easily. Exiting the treehouse, night had fully fallen. She glanced at the time, over 10 o'clock, and realized she had spent 4 hours inside. Stretching, she retraced her steps back. She headed to the house prepared by the sea elves for players to rest. Upon entering, she discovered it was a large dormitory. Men and women shared the same room. Exhausted from the day's labor, everyone was fast asleep, snoring loudly, and the room carried the unmistakable smell of sweaty feet. Everyone had been working hard, so some foot odor was inevitable. Even celestial beings would have stinky feet after sweating. Luckily, everyone was in the same situation. No one could really complain. Ling Mo, even with her mask on, was almost overwhelmed by the stench upon entry. It felt like being struck on the head with a heavy stick unexpectedly. Without hesitation, she stepped back and retrieved a red spherical item from her space. It was one of the tools she had obtained from an auction, the clown red nose. A beginner-level item, its function was to enhance and block the sense of smell. Ling Mo realized it worked much like a human-shaped police dog. She had several items with similar functions, but only this one could fully block smell. After the game, I'll check these tools and use my universal gloves to make copies. With the red nose on, she re-entered the room. This time, the odor was gone. Some cautious players had already woken and were observing her. Fortunately, many players hadn't returned yet, so her presence didn't raise suspicion. Once they confirmed she posed no danger, they closed their eyes and went back to sleep. Ling Mo found an empty bed in the corner and settled in for the night. She felt a sticky mess on her head. It was the residue from the giant sugar canes she had chopped earlier. The juice had dried and stuck to her hair. Thankfully, the thick layer of gelatin she had applied protected her hair well. A damp cloth would clean the stickiness completely. She slipped off her shoes and sighed in relief. If only she had a basin of hot water to soak her feet. Her space had hot water, but using it here would draw too much attention, so she let it go. She still changed her socks and shoes. Lying down with her eyes closed, she kept a thread of psychic awareness active outside. The next day, Ling Mo was awakened by a sharp scream. Ah! Who stole my necklace? Opening her eyes, she saw a female player frantically searching the area. Putting on her shoes, Ling Mo prepared to see what was happening. The louder the players' cries, the more people woke up. After a long, tiring day, being woken up early would frustrate anyone. Chapter 265 Elves and Sugar 6. Ling Mo had just stood up when she saw a female player beside her, who looked to be in her 30s, watching with great interest. Seeing this, Ling Mo stepped forward curiously and asked, "Sister, what happened? You don't know?" The female player looked at her in surprise. At this moment, Ling Mo's nose still had the red nose prop on it, pushing her mask up high, giving her a very comical appearance. "You must have come back very late yesterday." Ling Mo nodded. "I didn't get back until after 10. The female player revealed an expression of understanding. Youth really is wonderful, full of inexhaustible energy. Then she began to explain the whole incident to Ling Mo. It turned out that after they returned yesterday, the player searching for her necklace, named Shi, began boasting that she had a high-level item in her hands, capable of guaranteeing 100% game completion. At first, everyone didn't care. After all, even if the item was very good, it wasn't theirs. Rather than wasting time and words here, it was better to rest and recover their energy. However, seeing that the others' reactions did not meet her expectations, she became angry and, without thinking, mocked everyone. As she spoke, the female player showed an expression of disdain. "Little sister, keep away from this person. She has a screw loose. Don't get involved." Ling Mo hadn't expected that such a thing could happen while she wasn't around. Indeed, wherever people are, there is always drama. She nodded subtly. "I understand, thank you for the reminder, sister." The female player smiled happily. "You're welcome, little girl. You have a sweet tongue." "Qiaman, who's the thief?" Ling Mo asked, using her consciousness to communicate with Qiaman. "It's the person you just spoke with." Ling Mo. Ling Mo looked at the female player in front of her again. She appeared to be in her 30s, but her skin was well maintained, her face gentle, and her eyes curved with a smile when she spoke, a person who looked very kind at first glance. Yet, who would have thought she would be a thief? Truly, appearances can be deceiving. "So, what exactly happened last night?" Ling Mo asked curiously. "It is suspected that the player just awakened a theft-type talent." "A theft talent? There's such a thing?" Ling Mo was a little surprised. "Yes. Theft talents belong to the category of spatial talents, but unlike normal spatial talents that can create or teleport space, theft talents can randomly steal one item from a target person. If the exact name and shape are known, it can steal with precision. Currently, there are 3 recorded theft talents: Night Thief, Treasure Thief, and Hand Thief. Night Thief can only be used at night, Treasure Thief only works on precious gems, Hand Thief is the one I just described. Generally, if someone awakens one of these 3 talents, it must be registered with the Interstellar Federation." "I see, like how locksmiths also need to register with the authorities." "Then which of these 3 talents does this person have?" Ling Mo asked again. "Not clear. Based on yesterday's situation, any of the 3 are possible." "Alright." During Ling Mo's conversation with Qiaman, the commotion had already escalated. The female player who had lost something went from anger, to hysteria, to a complete breakdown and crying. Most of the people around were indifferent, standing or sitting and watching, not moving to help at all. Obviously, none of them wanted trouble. Ling Mo didn't want trouble either, so she didn't intervene. At this moment, the female player who had spoken to Ling Mo, in a voice she thought was quiet but was actually not, said, "I think it serves her right. She showed off yesterday, so it's normal for a thief to target her." Her words quickly gained the agreement of many. After all, they were all ordinary players with limited items. If you have a high-level item and don't hide it, fine, but if you flaunt it, being stolen is your own fault. A classic case of blaming the victim. Although stealing is wrong, Ling Mo couldn't sympathize with the one who lost the item. Don't flaunt your wealth, understand? Although Ling Mo didn't witness the scene, everyone's items are kept hidden until the critical moment. Checking the time, Ling Mo decided to wash up first, then continue working. Seeing Ling Mo leave, other players gradually departed as well. Ling Mo left the room, removed the prop from her nose, and stored it back into her space. Behind her came the sound of hurried footsteps. The female player who had spoken to her earlier quickly caught up. Since Ling Mo had learned from Qiaman that she was the thief, she remained very alert. Noticing the change under Ling Mo's mask, the woman's face briefly flickered, then quickly replaced it with a warm smile. "By the way, we haven't exchanged names. I'm Tianya Mingyue. I'm old heaven owes me a trillion." Hearing the name, Tianya Mingyue froze for a moment, then quickly forced out an awkward smile. "With a name like that, are you short on money?" "You're not?" Ling Mo countered. Tianya Mingyue froze again, slightly annoyed. Are kids these days really this irritating? She decided to get to the point quickly, fearing continued conversation would make her mad. "By the way, I saw something on your nose earlier, was that a tool?" Tianya Mingyue asked casually. Ling Mo's eyes sharpened. "No, it's just an accessory." Of course, this lie could not fool Tianya Mingyue, but Ling Mo said it deliberately. After all, there had just been a theft, and the other players were now alert. Among them was a thief, and no one wanted to become the next target. As expected, seeing her reaction, Tianya Mingyue's face showed a knowing smile, with an expression that said, "I understand." After something like that, your vigilance is reasonable. By the way, I see you don't seem to have any luggage. No backpack? She was trying to test if Ling Mo had a space link. Ling Mo replied seriously, "All my luggage is on me." Saying that, she quickly ran toward the dining area. Arriving at the cafeteria, unsurprisingly, breakfast was still primarily sweets. Some people liked it, while others made faces. Ling Mo collected her breakfast, a bottle of milk, 2 arm-sized bread rolls, a 3-layer cake, and a dozen differently colored candies. Except for the milk, all the other foods were extremely sweet. Chapter 266 Elves and Sugar 7. Ling Mo put away her breakfast and then took out her steamed buns. This time, the buns were filled with pork lard residue. The aroma of the lard mixed with the Chinese cabbage filling, combined with her craftsmanship, made the taste absolutely delicious. Paired with a bag of fulling pickled vegetables, it was a perfect match. As Ling Mo ate, she couldn't help but think to herself, no wonder these are handmade, the taste is simply incredible. Everyone else was eating their extremely sweet breakfast. In this environment, a sudden, striking aroma appeared. Many people noticed Ling Mo in the corner. Watching her pull out bun after bun, they couldn't help swallowing. Even with the help of the game, players could barely satisfy their hunger, let alone eat such white flour steamed buns. However, this was the cafeteria, and more importantly, the domain of the Sea Elves. If anyone caused trouble now, they risked losing their game privileges. Ling Mo took a sip of milk and then started eating the third bun. At this moment, she suddenly sensed another presence across from her. Looking up, her eyes met Tianya Mingyue's. "Why aren't you eating the meals provided by the Sea Elves? Don't you like them?" Tianya Mingyue spoke while staring straight at the bun in Ling Mo's hand, which had already been bitten. The thin skin and rich filling, so close, made the aroma even stronger. "I don't dislike them, I just prefer to eat buns," Ling Mo said casually. Tianya Mingyue chuckled twice. "Oh, I see." She kept her gaze on Ling Mo while saying nothing more. "Aren't you going to eat?" Ling Mo asked. She had just noticed that Tianya Mingyue had taken a meal and then directly approached her, clearly intending something. "I'm not hungry," Tianya Mingyue replied. "Oh." Ling Mo responded with a sound, then looked away and continued eating her bun. Hearing such a cold answer, Tianya Mingyue's smile stiffened for a moment. "What? Aren't you going to ask properly?" She had originally thought Ling Mo would politely offer a bun, giving her an easy opportunity. But this person didn't play by the rules at all. Watching Ling Mo eat so deliciously, Tianya Mingyue's stomach rumbled. She looked at Ling Mo again. She herself was hungry, so it would be inappropriate not to say anything. However, once again, she was disappointed. Ling Mo acted as if she heard nothing, continuing to eat with her head down. Soon, the third bun was gone, and the milk was finished. Rubbing her stomach, she felt only half full. She planned to eat 2 more, as the day's work was physically demanding and she shouldn't skimp on herself. Seeing Ling Mo take out a new bun, Tianya Mingyue thought it was for her and was about to politely say something before reaching for it. But as she reached out, she saw Ling Mo eat it herself, making her previous gesture look like a clown. "You're eating so much alone, aren't you worried about overeating? You're still young, ruining your stomach could affect you for life," Tianya Mingyue said earnestly. Ling Mo looked up, blinked, and said, "I'm not full. I'm still growing, so eating more is natural. Those few just now only made me half full." Tianya Mingyue's voice choked a bit, and a flash of anger passed through her eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. At this moment, her stomach growled again. Tianya Mingyue deliberately held her stomach, looking embarrassed. "Oh, seeing you eat so deliciously actually makes me a little hungry too." "If you're hungry, then eat. You should have received a meal just now too, Ling Mo said directly. Tianya Mingyue feigned a troubled expression. Actually, I have diabetes, so I can't eat such sweet things. You have diabetes? Then why didn't you buy a special treatment potion from the soy sauce and drunkenness shop? Entering the game with an illness is dangerous, Ling Mo said earnestly. Her expression and gaze seemed to say, "You're already grown, how can you be outdone by a child like me?" Tianya Mingyue chuckled awkwardly. It's just, I couldn't get one. You should have a lot of buns, right? Could you? She didn't know if Ling Mo was genuinely naive or pretending, so she directly stated her intention. Having said this, and being a patient herself, she surely wouldn't refuse. Ling Mo indeed didn't refuse. Yes, I have some. Hearing this, Tianya Mingyue's face lit up with joy, she knew. Since you can't eat sweets, why don't we swap your portion for mine? How about it? Ling Mo's lips curved into a smile, her gaze clear, as if saying, how about it? My offer is pretty good, right? You don't like sweets? Tianya Mingyue asked in surprise. I never said I don't like them, Ling Mo said, quickly finishing the buns in her hand without taking more. I just don't like overly sweet things in the morning, and I don't have diabetes. Seeing Tianya Mingyue hesitate, Ling Mo pressed further. Swap or not? Swap or not? For one breakfast, I'll give you 2 large buns. I made them myself, thin skin, rich filling. You'll want a second one after the first. Every pig in her space was fat and plump, capable of yielding plenty of lard. Combined with the fat she collected from pigs, cows, and sheep at Liangchen Ranch. The extracted lard would be enough for her for hundreds of years. After keeping her own share, she sold the rest of the lard and pork residue. She hadn't touched the cow and sheep fat yet. Tianya Mingyue still hesitated. Other onlookers couldn't sit still any longer. A young man with a refined appearance stepped forward first. Hello, I haven't touched my breakfast. Can I swap with you? Ling Mo looked at the elegant young man, fox-like eyes, fair skin, and gold-rimmed glasses. Paired with a suit or a white coat, he would be a perfect refined rogue. Yet, Ling Mo couldn't shake the feeling that his face seemed oddly familiar. Sure. Ling Mo nodded, taking out 2 steaming buns from her space. Seeing the 2 buns, a smile appeared on the young man's face. By the way, can I continue swapping food with you later? He asked. He had always disliked sweets. Each time he ate them, he felt uncomfortable for days. Yesterday he had eaten 2 sweet meals, and even now his stomach still felt full of undigested cake, and even his breath carried the smell of cake. Chapter 267 Elves and Sugar 8. Ling Mo saw a trace of pleading in the young man's eyes. Okay, but only if you use your own food to trade with me. No problem. The refined young man agreed readily, looking as if he weren't giving away food but tossing out a burden. The 2 happily reached an agreement. Seeing that it was about time, Ling Mo stood up and walked out, paying no attention to Tianya Mingyue beside her. Watching Ling Mo's departing figure, Tianya Mingyue finally revealed her true feelings. She spat sharply at Ling Mo's back. At a time like this, people truly lack heart. It's just a bun, nothing valuable, and yet she wanted to trade other things for it. Young people these days have no generosity at all. Truly, each generation is worse than the last. Back in their day, everyone helped one another. Now, they can't even spare a single bun. If Ling Mo heard her thoughts, she would probably wonder how much water was in her brain. What do you mean just a bun? That's food. How many people on Blue Star even have the conditions to eat this? Her stomach growled again in protest. Finding nothing to gain, Tianya Mingyue took out her own portion and devoured it. As she ate, she recalled Ling Mo taking the buns earlier, trying to deduce the location of the space node. You won't give me any? Tomorrow, I'll grab your space storage, I'll see how bold you are then. However, what she didn't realize was that all of Ling Mo's items were stored in a space storage, while her talent could only steal items on a person's body. Meanwhile, Ling Mo left the cafeteria, now certain that Tianya Mingyue's talent was indeed thief's hand. And she probably had already set her sights on Ling Mo. Although Ling Mo wasn't afraid, being marked by a thief was never a good thing. Ling Mo considered whether to inform Yunya and let the sea elves handle it. This would solve the problem while keeping her invisible. Perfect. The reasoning was already there, someone had lost something here. This was the sea elves' territory, so it was only natural to let them handle it. By the time Ling Mo arrived, other players had already started working. The two sea elves from yesterday stood at the entrance, glancing over occasionally, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing this, Ling Mo turned to look behind her. Could it be that some important person was coming to inspect the work today? However, no important person arrived. The two sea elves, who had been glancing around, immediately ran over to her with bright smiles upon seeing Ling Mo. Thank you for helping us clear out years of accumulated trash. You worked hard yesterday. We didn't expect your ability to be so powerful, and we apologize for yesterday's rudeness. Seeing the two sea elves, Ling Mo already understood the situation. No need to thank me. This is what I should do, Ling Mo said with a smile. By the way, is this the only warehouse you have? If there are others, I can help clear those as well. Hearing this, the two sea elves' eyes lit up. Really? You're willing to help further? Ling Mo nodded. Of course. You've seen my work efficiency already. The two sea elves nodded simultaneously. They had seen it. Using only one lunch break, an entire warehouse's accumulated items had vanished. According to their investigation, when she left, lunch break wasn't even over. Considering their clan's warehouses are always full, stacked with leftover or unused items from previous years, if not cleared, they would continue to waste space. Finally, such a powerful recycler had arrived. If they missed this opportunity, there would be no one else. From what they knew, her recycling ability must be S rank. Such talents are usually monopolized by the military, civilians hardly get a chance. In the end, the two sea elves agreed to take her to other warehouses during lunch break. Actually, they wanted to take her immediately, but she refused. After all, this was a system task, and she didn't want the system to catch any loopholes. Players were gradually leaving the cafeteria. Leaving now could attract attention, and a short delay wouldn't matter. Seeing Ling Mo insist, the two sea elves had no choice but to compromise. Ling Mo arrived at the worksite. Many players had noticed her friendly chat with the two sea elves earlier. Tianya Mingyue leaned over, gossiping curiously. What were you talking to those two sea elves about? Her voice wasn't low, so others also looked over. Oh, didn't someone lose something last night? I reported it to them, hoping they can catch the thief quickly. I don't want to live on edge every day. Others silently nodded in agreement. Indeed. It was a pity that their interstellar language wasn't good enough to complain to the sea elves themselves. Previously negligent students now resolved to study properly, improving day by day. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how to report incidents if something happened. Hearing Ling Mo, Tianya Mingyue's smile stiffened. I see, but will reporting help? What if the elves themselves are the culprits? Sometimes you act too hastily. The elves seem wealthy enough, they wouldn't steal just for one item, especially from other planets. That would tarnish their own race's reputation. Ling Mo shook her head. If the elves really did it, their punishment would be even harsher. After speaking, Ling Mo resumed working. Other players also started working, but Tianya Mingyue remained dazed, her mind in panic. At the same time, she resented Ling Mo in her heart for meddling. But it was too late now. She could only comfort herself that the elves might not be able to investigate, since she left no clues, and the entire process never even approached the person. In any case, it was absolutely impossible for Ling Mo to return the stolen items. Seeing Tianya Mingyue's flustered expression, Ling Mo snorted inwardly. Deserved it. Who asked her to set her sights on Ling Mo? If she had known she would be entangled by this person, she would have asked someone else, or simply asked Chiaman. Chapter 268 Elves and Sugar 9. Retracting her gaze, Ling Mo began diligently chopping the giant sugar cane. After yesterday's exhausting work, it was obvious that everyone hadn't fully recovered. Aside from those with physical enhancement talents, the others all looked somewhat drained. But no one slacked off, they still worked hard. Seeing this, Ling Mo refused to fall behind. Her hands moved continuously, and in just a few strikes she felled a giant sugarcane stalk. Just as Ling Mo was getting into the rhythm, a scream suddenly came from not far away. Ah! Immediately after, more screams rose one after another, both male and female voices. Ling Mo was about to go over and see what had happened. But after taking a single step forward, she pulled it back. With how terrified those people had sounded, she decided to probe with her mental power first, just in case she saw something she shouldn't and traumatized her eyes and soul. After investigating, Ling Mo was immensely grateful she hadn't gone over in person. Because scattered all over the ground were insects the size of eggs. No wonder they screamed so loudly. If it were her, she would scream too. But what was going on with these bugs? On the ground lay a giant sugarcane stalk split into 4 pieces. Unlike the others, the core of this one had clearly been eaten hollow. As for who ate it, the answer was obvious. Man, do these giant sugarcanes contain bugs? Yes. These insects are called caneworms. They are the elf clan's most troublesome pest. Adult caneworms lay their eggs on giant sugarcane. After hatching, the larvae grow by feeding on the cane. One giant sugarcane can provide enough nutrients for hundreds of caneworms. Hearing this, Ling Mo suddenly remembered that she had collected quite a lot of giant sugarcane yesterday. Could those contain worms too? Fortunately, Man quickly denied her concern. Once a giant sugarcane is parasitized, its exterior becomes extremely fragile. With just slight pressure applied externally, it will immediately burst open. Thinking of the shattered cane she had detected earlier, she let out a sigh of relief. By the way, caneworms are edible. Understanding Ling Mo well, Man answered before she even asked. Since they grow by feeding on giant sugarcane, caneworms in their larval stage are edible. They are highly nutritious, containing dozens of times more protein than meat, and they taste sweet. That's enough. Stop. Ling Mo was already feeling uncomfortable. On Blue Star, people had already turned insect eating into an art. Even if she brought these back, they probably wouldn't sell for much. She repeated this to herself internally. Do these worms have any other use? Ling Mo asked. Only then did Man realize that Ling Mo did not eat insects. They can be used as feed or as fishing bait. Large fish are particularly fond of the taste of caneworms. To prevent them from growing and pupating, it's recommended to freeze them immediately after capture. Got it. Previously, Ling Mo would simply pick a giant sugarcane and start chopping. But after learning about the caneworms, she added a new step, scanning with her mental power before cutting. If she detected worms, she would collect them into a freezer she had prepared in her space, then move on to another cane. She absolutely would not eat insects. But as feed or bait, they might come in handy someday. The cracking sounds of bursting sugarcane echoed continuously. This was followed by screams as egg-sized worms rained down from above. Ling Mo noticed that as time went on, more and more cane worms appeared. Yesterday, there hadn't been a single one. Gradually, the number of worms on the ground increased. Looking at the white, plump cane worms wriggling on the ground, Ling Mo couldn't help but shudder. Living ones were even more disturbing than dead ones. Collect them. Collect them. She quietly gathered the fallen worms with her mental power, though she didn't clear them all, just kept the number at a level that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Finally, it was lunchtime. The 2 sea elves brought lunch with them. Looking at the worms on the ground, they frowned slightly and said in low voices, "This year's cane worm infestation seems especially severe." Isn't that so? As usual, the refined young man came over with his lunch to find Ling Mo. Ling Mo took his lunch and handed over 2 disposable lunch boxes of fried rice with egg, minced meat, sausage, and vegetables. After thanking her, the refined young man went off to eat. While everyone else buried their heads in lunch, Ling Mo followed the two sea elves to another location. Feeling a bit hungry along the way, she ate an energy bar to fill her stomach. Ling Mo had assumed they would take her to a warehouse similar to yesterday's. But when they arrived, she was stunned. What was with these rows of machines? Weren't the sea elves always insisting on handmade production? You can take all of these away, one sea elf said. Ling Mo stepped closer and asked curiously, these machines all seem new. Is there some problem with them? The other sea elf shook his head. The sugar we elves eat is handmade to preserve its original flavor. But some radicals in the clan wanted to replace manual work with machines. After purchasing the machines, the products they made were inedible and even caused irreversible damage to the surrounding treehouses. Before long, the plan was halted, and these machines were left here unused. Hearing this, Ling Mo recalled that on the way here, the leaves of the surrounding treehouses did look paler and slightly yellow compared to others she had seen before. Looking at the machines again, a thick layer of dust covered them. But once brushed aside, the exposed surfaces were indeed brand new. At least 90%, even 95% new. As for the model numbers and functions, she could study them later. After all, she had the all-purpose Qiaman. By the way, how long will it take you to collect these machines? Why not skip your afternoon work? There are several more places like this. Several more? Ling Mo's eyes instantly lit up. Then she said firmly, don't worry. My work efficiency is very fast. As she spoke, she stopped hiding her ability. She directly spread out her mental power, enveloping all the machines in the area. The next second, the machines vanished from the warehouse and appeared inside her space. A wave of dizziness hit Ling Mo. The healing device went into full operation, continuously restoring her mental power. Fortunately, she hadn't come in the morning. Morning was when her mental power was at its weakest. Chapter 269 Elves and Sugar 10. Looking at the now completely empty warehouse, the jaws of the two sea elves nearly dropped to the ground. Are recyclers this efficient nowadays? No, what's impressive isn't the recycler profession, but the person standing in front of them. After Ling Mo casually showed a bit of her ability, the two sea elves were clearly even more respectful toward her. To save time, the three quickly headed to the next warehouse under the elf's lead. On the way, with the help of the treatment device and recovery potions, Ling Mo's mental power had already recovered by about 70 to 80%. The second warehouse was also filled with machines. Judging by their condition, they were probably purchased together with the previous batch, though their designs were slightly different. Forget it, she would study them after going back. She released her mental power and enveloped the machines. This time, Ling Mo didn't collect everything at once but divided it into 2 rounds. Although her mental power had mostly recovered, the feeling of exhausting it completely was unpleasant. Since there was plenty of time, she decided to take it slow. The third warehouse, still machines. This time there was a slight difference, these machines were completely brand new. You're sure you don't want these? They haven't even been unpacked, Ling Mo said, pointing at the contents of the warehouse. The two sea elves waved their hands. No, just take them all. May I ask why you bought these in the first place? The earlier batches had at least been unpacked and showed signs of use. But these? The packaging hadn't even been opened. If they weren't used, why buy them? Money to burn? Of course, she didn't say that part out loud. One sea elf explained, these were originally meant to improve life within the clan. Then why give up later? Ling Mo was very curious. She had already noticed that these elves seemed to dislike technological products. Because we truly couldn't tolerate the things produced by these machines. Elves have extremely delicate taste buds, even the slightest off flavor can be detected. Hearing this, Ling Mo showed an understanding expression. To others, this habit of the elf clan might seem pretentious or even absurd. But to Ling Mo, she could only say, may there be more habits like this. After collecting everything from the third warehouse, Ling Mo eagerly went to the fourth. However, instead of machines, the fourth warehouse contained rows upon rows of green sacks. Calling them sacks was generous, they were only about the height of her calf, sealed at the top and neatly stacked to fill the entire warehouse. Ling Mo opened one sack and immediately smelled the scent of grass after rain mixed with soil. Inside were oddly shaped seeds. Elf treehouse seeds. A qualified elf treehouse seed should be a perfectly round shape. 1 month after planting, it can grow into a flawless treehouse, and within a year it will produce seeds. An elf treehouse is warm in winter and cool in summer. A qualified treehouse includes 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, plus a storage room, and has automatic defensive capabilities. Unqualified seeds are irregularly shaped. After planting, they have a certain chance of dying outright. Growth time is unknown, and the final product is unpredictable. It may grow into a perfect elf treehouse, or it may become an ordinary elf tree. Anything is possible. P.S. Unqualified elf treehouse seeds do not have reproductive capability. Good heavens! All the treehouses outside were grown from seeds like these? Although the ones here were unqualified seeds, as long as they were seeds, that was enough. So what if the success rate was lower? So what if growth time and shape were uncontrollable? That wasn't a big problem. She could just turn them into blind boxes. Judging by the configuration of an elf treehouse, countless people would rush to buy these seeds. She collected all the seeds into her space. Next was the 5th warehouse. Upon opening it, inside were rows of transparent wings, large and small, all different. Molted elf wings. At regular intervals, elves shed their wings and grow new ones. Old wings retain some flight ability and are particularly suitable near the sea, where they can be thrown like darts. Different sizes of wings come from different types of elves, and their functions vary. P.S. When existing independently, elf wings become extremely fragile. Please handle with caution. Seeing the reminder from Qiaman, Ling Mo instinctively slowed her movements. After clearing out this entire warehouse, the 2 sea elves led her to several more warehouses. This time, they were all filled with various kinds of sugar. When they pushed open the last warehouse, a cloud of dust billowed out, making them cough repeatedly. Once the dust settled, they looked inside. The contents were a complete mess, chaotic and varied. There were small mountains of sacks and elf treehouse seeds. The sacks were self-explanatory, most likely special sugar. As for the treehouse seeds, since they were in direct contact with the ground, some had already begun to sprout. But without sunlight, water, or sufficient nutrients, their growth was slow. They were still only small saplings. These sacks look old. How long have they been stored here? Ling Mo asked. The 2 sea elves shook their heads. We've forgotten. This was the very first warehouse, so it contains all sorts of things, even toys from our childhood. Ling Mo collected everything in the warehouse into her space. However, she ran into difficulty when collecting the elf treehouse seeds. Excluding those that hadn't sprouted, nearly 2/3 had already germinated. Roughly estimated, there were tens of thousands. Originally piled together, after sprouting, many of their roots had become tangled. Separating them would not be easy. After finishing all the warehouses, Ling Mo returned to the original work site. The player's lunch break had just ended, her timing was perfect. Are you sure you don't want to rest? One sea elf asked. After expending so much mental power, she still seemed energetic. She truly was no ordinary person. Strangely enough, why hadn't someone like her been recruited by the military? Instead, she was working for the elf clan. Ling Mo shook her head politely. No need. Thank you for your concern. She was about to turn and leave when she suddenly remembered something and withdrew her step. She stopped the 2 sea elves and recounted what had happened that morning. Chapter 270 Elves and Sugar 11. When the 2 sea elves heard that someone had been stealing on their territory, they immediately took it seriously. Although they didn't believe it was one of their own, if word got out, it would still damage their reputation. We will thoroughly investigate this matter. There should be results by this afternoon. Rest assured, we will deal with this kind of theft very seriously. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded in satisfaction. When she returned to the giant sugarcane area, the other players had already resumed work. Although Ling Mo wasn't late, she was the last to arrive. Most people were busy working and didn't notice her. Suddenly, a crisp explosion sounded in the distance. Ling Mo looked toward the sound. She saw with her own eyes a giant sugarcane over 10 meters tall and as thick as a leg suddenly burst open. The cane worms inside scattered like celestial maidens scattering flowers. The expressions of those nearby had shifted from initial shock to complete numbness. As time passed, the probability of worms appearing grew higher. Whenever someone prepared to cut a new stalk, the people around would immediately move away. A parasitized giant sugarcane would explode with just a slight external strike. Only after the first hit caused no reaction would everyone breathe a sigh of relief and return. At this point, most of the giant sugarcane in the area had been cut down. Ling Mo scanned the remaining stalks with her mental power. There were just over a dozen left. Only 2 or 3 were intact, the rest had been hollowed out by cane worms. Seeing this, Ling Mo quietly used her mental power to collect all the worms inside those sugar canes. So when a player struck one of the stalks, it didn't explode. Instead, it was cut down with surprising ease. Only after it slowly fell did everyone realize something was off. The inside was completely hollow, no wonder it had been so easy. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Only a few stalks remained, and they needed to speed up. Before long, the last of the giant sugarcane was felled. When the final stalk was carried away by the robots working together, a slightly taller robot appeared, larger than the ones from before. Ling Mo wasn't unfamiliar with this model. In the first and second rounds of the game, she had encountered robots of this type. From their limited conversations, she had learned they were hired by farms and ranches originally. Ling Mo had planned that if she encountered this model again in a future game, she would ask where to hire them and how much their monthly salary was. But now she had a better option and had abandoned that idea. You have completed your task well. Now I will take you to the next location, the robot said in a voice devoid of emotion. Since we've finished the work, shouldn't we be resting now? A player suddenly spoke up. His words instantly gained approval from several others. They had worked so hard precisely because they thought finishing early meant resting early. The robot merely glanced at them. It is not yet time to rest. Please continue working. With that, it turned and walked off without another word. The man who had spoken felt humiliated. His face flushed red with anger. You're just a robot. Why should we listen to you? He then threatened the others, none of you go. Come back and rest with me. They can't punish all of us. If we all refuse, it can't do anything to us. Ling Mo looked at the man, whose mental state clearly seemed unstable. She remembered that his awakened talent was called endurance. This talent allowed one to overdraw future potential. Simply put, if someone couldn't possibly finish a marathon with their current stamina, they could use the endurance talent to borrow future strength and make the impossible possible. However, the side effects were obvious. Overdrafting was like taking a loan, what's borrowed must be repaid, with interest. Studies showed that excessive use of the endurance talent could damage the nervous system, leading to emotional instability, reduced intelligence, and impulsive behavior. Just like the man in front of her. Faced with his threats, no one took him seriously. He might not want his game qualification, but they certainly did. Watching the robot grow farther away, Ling Mo was the first to follow. The others quickly trailed behind. Even those who had initially echoed the man did not stay. Left behind alone, he shouted angrily in place. His mind was completely consumed by rage, unable to consider the consequences. Like someone on the verge of collapse, he screamed and caused a scene recklessly. At that moment, 2 robots descended from the sky and swiftly subdued him. At the same time, the game system's voice rang in all players' ears. Warning! Player DePicio has maliciously damaged public property. Player status revoked. Permanently disqualified. At the start of the game, the system had just announced it would select a second batch of players from Blue Star. Such a punishment could not be considered light. After hearing this, all players fell silent and obediently followed the robot ahead. After walking for several minutes, they arrived at a vast, endless field of crops. Your task is to pull out all the sugar beets here and stack them neatly over there, the robot said, pointing to a flat area nearby. So this is sugar beet. Ling Mo looked at the field. Not long ago, under the guidance of the two sea elves, and last night as well, she had collected quite a lot of elf syrup made from sugar beets. The dark green leaves resembled radish tops. The actual beet must be underground. After assigning the task, the robot didn't leave. It stood to the side, seemingly supervising them. Ling Mo walked to the edge of the field, grasped the base of the leaves with both hands, and pulled hard. As expected, the part beneath the leaves didn't budge at all. She wasn't the same as before. She could now lift a gas cylinder onto her shoulder without effort. Looking around, the others were in the same situation. Not a single person had successfully pulled out a sugar beet yet. Some had even transformed into their alternate forms, yet it was still useless. Others used too much force and snapped the leaves clean off, while the root below remained unmoved. Chapter 271 Elves and Sugar. Ling Mo tried several more times in a row without success and decided to change her approach. She no longer pulled straight upward with force, but instead applied force left and right. After loosening the surrounding soil, she then pulled outward with strength. After some effort, Ling Mo finally managed to pull out the first sugar beet. The sugar beet looked like a radish enlarged several times and laid horizontally. Its skin was black, with small bumps all over it. Unlike radishes, which are crisp, the skin of the sugar beet was thick and extremely tough. Ling Mo leaned closer and sniffed it. Aside from the damp smell of soil, there was no other scent. Seeing Ling Mo succeed, the people around immediately followed her example. After mastering the method, everyone's speed increased. This was much easier than cutting giant sugarcane earlier. Previously they had to stay bent over the whole time. Now they could sit directly on the ground. There were 50 players in total. Apart from the one who had been eliminated earlier, 49 remained. With 49 people working together, even if someone occasionally slowed things down, the overall speed was still very fast. Soon, the sugar beets on the open ground were piled into a small mountain. Just as everyone was about to continue their efforts, hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind. 2 elves were walking over, but judging by their build, they did not appear to be sea elves. Ling Mo turned her head just in time to see 2 green figures appear. Unlike the sea elves, whose entire bodies were blue, these 2 elves were green, even their pupils, but their skin was white. Tree elves, rare in number, not skilled in combat, but very intelligent, possessing strong mental power, and representing wisdom among the elves. Looking at the 2 tree elves, Ling Mo noticed a gemstone hanging on each of their foreheads, swaying slightly with their movements. The swaying gemstone looked extremely familiar. It was exactly the same as her blessed gemstone, just smaller in size. One of the tree elves swept his gaze across everyone and finally stopped on a single person. Following the tree elf's line of sight, Ling Mo saw Chingyong struggling to pull out a sugar beet. As if sensing Ling Mo's gaze, Chingyong looked over as well, but quickly withdrew her eyes. After watching Chingyong for a while, the 2 tree elves began discussing something in low voices. Their voices were very soft. Even if the players wanted to eavesdrop, they were powerless to do so. As for Ling Mo, after guessing that they were most likely here for Chingyong, she withdrew her attention and focused wholeheartedly on her work. After finishing their discussion, one of the tree elves beckoned to the robot and whispered a few instructions. The robot nodded, indicating it understood. The tree elf patted its head, indicating it would receive extra food once the task was completed. The 2 tree elves turned and left, while the robot returned to its original position, as if nothing had happened. 2 fields away from where Ling Mo was working, there was an open area. The players brought there were arranged neatly in rows, each with a cutting board and a sharp kitchen knife placed in front of them. Here, the player's only task was to process the various unfamiliar crops continuously delivered there according to the requirements. Ye Kai and Fuyu were assigned to this place. Ye Kai skillfully picked up a washed sugar beet and split it in half. The kitchen knife in his hand deftly peeled and chopped. Fuyu beside him performed similar movements, except that he was processing another sugar-rich crop. It looked like ginger enlarged more than a dozen times, and even smelled like it. Good thing I've kept up with training lately. Otherwise, after a day of work, my arms would be useless, Ye Kai said while swinging the knife. Though the knife in their hands looked thin, it was not light at all. I wonder how Boss and Momo are doing over there. This game isn't dangerous. As long as they don't slack off, they should basically be able to clear it, so there's no need to worry about them, Fuyu said. Ye Kai nodded in agreement. You're right. And with Momo being that super strong girl, this game is practically effortless for her. Fuyu smiled without saying anything. Soon, the day's work ended. Looking at his dinner, Ye Kai saw nothing but cake, even the drinks were sweet. After putting it into his spatial button, he took out a steamed bun and began eating it. Fuyu did the same. I remember your second brother hates sweets the most, right? Fuyu suddenly asked. Ye Kai nodded. That's right. Big brother said that when second brother was little, he ate candy and got chased by bees. He was stung all over his head and stayed in the ICU for a month. Since then, he's had a psychological shadow. Just seeing sweets makes him nauseous. If he enters this game, he'll really suffer. Among their family members, others had also become players. Ye Kai's second brother, Yi Cheng, was one of them. Hearing this, Ye Kai's eyes widened suddenly, but he quickly returned to normal and said helplessly, then we can only wish him good luck. With his second brother's strength, if he entered this game, clearing it definitely wouldn't be a problem. He would just have to endure some suffering. Meanwhile, the second brother Ye Kai had just mentioned, the one destined to suffer, found Ling Mo early after finishing his day's work. This is today's dinner. Ling Mo, according to their agreement, took out 2 extra-large boxed meals. Because players had large appetites, she prepared extra-large portions every time. Yi Cheng happily left with the 2 boxed meals. Seeing this, the other players grew restless. At first, they could still accept eating cake, since it did taste very good. And ever since natural disasters struck Blue Star, they hadn't eaten desserts for a long time. But no matter how delicious it was, they couldn't eat it every single day. After several consecutive meals, their stomachs had already begun protesting. Although there was no way to test their blood sugar, it was certainly off the charts by now. Even their teeth faintly started aching at the sight of the food in front of them. After hesitating for a moment, one player finally stood up and walked toward Ling Mo. Hello, could I exchange for a portion of food with you? The person asked. Ling Mo shook her head. Sorry, I don't have much food left myself. Although Ling Mo really wanted to agree, she had not missed the expressions of the others. If she agreed this time, more and more people would definitely come to exchange food with her afterward. Although she had enough food in her possession, taking out so much at once would inevitably arouse suspicion and bring unnecessary trouble. Chapter 272 Elves and Sugar 13. But you just exchanged with that person, the man said unwillingly. We had already made an arrangement, Ling Mo replied. The implication was clear, who told you to come a step too late? Moreover, with Chia Man's reminder, Ling Mo now understood why that person had looked familiar before. That man resembled Ye Kai by about 50%, and even some of his small habits were the same. According to Chia Man's analysis, the two were most likely brothers. Previously, because of the soul returning grass incident, Jiang Xian, Ye Kai, and Fuyu had each introduced their family situations to her. Among them, Ye Kai was the youngest in his family. He had 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. One brother, Yi Cheng, and one sister, Yi Xia, were players. If her guess was correct, this person was Yi Cheng. But the man wanted to continue, but didn't know what to say. After all, the food belonged to her. Whether she exchanged it or not was entirely up to her. Ling Mo didn't give him another chance to speak. After quickly finishing her dinner, she left the cafeteria. However, she did not return to her resting place. Late at night was precisely the best time to work. She sent a message to Yunya. Before long, Yunya found Ling Mo. As soon as they met, Yunya was extremely enthusiastic. "I've heard about what happened today. I didn't expect you to be so capable." Ling Mo smiled modestly. "I only did what I could. Being able to help you is my honor." "That's more than just helping us, you've helped tremendously. The elders asked me to thank you properly." Thinking that she would be leaving tomorrow and that time was limited, Ling Mo said, "If you really want to thank me, then please give me more work." Yunya had not expected such an answer. Usually, people asked for more rewards. This was the first time she had heard someone ask for more workload. "That's certainly no problem. But that can't count as a thank you gift." "Oh right, my father holds a position in the military. If you're willing, I can ask him to write you a letter of recommendation. With your powerful ability, staying here is a waste. You should go to the military and make full use of your talents." Hearing this, Ling Mo thought that the military should have all kinds of weapons. It did sound like a good suggestion. But if she truly entered the military's sights, would she still be able to return to Blue Star? And what if Blue Star's location were exposed? After all, compared to the interstellar civilization, the current Blue Star lagged far behind. Ling Mo gently declined. "Thank you, but there's no need. I don't have such plans for now." Yunya sized Ling Mo up and then said to herself, "You look so young." Refusing is understandable. "I've heard the military has strict discipline, women are treated like men, and men are treated like beasts of burden. Newcomers might even get bullied." "Forget it. I'll exchange your reward for something else instead. For now, I'll take you to the warehouse." After about half an hour of walking, the two finally reached their destination. As soon as they landed, they saw two sea elves each driving a massive vehicle slowly out of the warehouse. It seemed they had just delivered something inside. "What's loaded in there?" Ling Mo asked curiously. "You'll know once you go in." After entering the warehouse, a rich chocolate aroma greeted them. What came into view were massive blocks of chocolate stacked like walls. Luoluo cocoa, a type of candy made from the resin of the luoluo cocoa tree. It tastes bitter with sweetness and contains a large amount of energy. Just a small bite can provide enough energy for a whole day and keep the body from feeling cold. P.S. Adding it to nutrient solution might produce unexpected effects. "Are you not going to use these anymore?" Ling Mo asked. Yunya nodded. "These are surplus from overproduction. They're just sitting here anyway, so you might as well take them all." "All right." Ling Mo spread out her mental power and stored all the wall-like blocks of luoluo cocoa into her space. This was Yunya's first time seeing Ling Mo collect items. Although she had heard about it from other sea elves before, witnessing it in person was still astonishing. If her father saw this, he might even try to snatch her into the base by force. "Is everything in this warehouse luoluo cocoa?" Ling Mo asked after collecting more than a dozen blocks. Yunya nodded. "Yes, but these are raw materials. Further inside, there are also processed finished products." Hearing this, Ling Mo began calculating her mental energy. She couldn't use it all up at once, after all, the warehouse area was not small. So to conserve her mental power, she walked deeper into the warehouse while collecting the luoluo cocoa from both sides into her space. The warehouse was enormous. Besides the initial wall-like blocks of luoluo cocoa, the finished products further inside were even more numerous. By the time Ling Mo had collected all the luoluo cocoa in the entire warehouse, an hour had passed. After leaving that warehouse, Yunya immediately brought her to another one. Before they even went inside, Yunya began introducing it. "This warehouse stores all kinds of seasonings." "Seasonings? Don't you prefer sweets? Why would you have seasonings?" Ling Mo asked curiously. Over the past few days, whether it was breakfast, lunch, or dinner, it had always been cake or sugar. It was obvious how deeply the elves loved sweet food. Different tastes exist. Not all elves like sweets, though such elves are rare. Besides, after eating sweets for too long, sometimes you want to change flavors, Yunya said candidly. Then why don't you need so many seasonings? Because the consumption is too low. And every year, we purchase a lot of fresh ones. They just keep piling up. I see. Ling Mo stepped into the warehouse. Originally, she intended to directly store everything into her space. But driven by curiosity, she walked to the nearest sack and opened it. Inside was glowing red powder. As soon as it was opened, a pungent, spicy smell rushed toward her. Shiny mala chili powder, made by drying and grinding mature shiny mala chili peppers. Extremely spicy. When sprinkled on dishes, it produces a sparkling effect and serves as excellent decoration. P.S. If you can't handle spicy food, do not try shiny mala chili powder. After tying the sack closed again, Ling Mo sneezed several times in a row before finally feeling better. Chapter 273 Elves and Sugar 14. However, adding chili powder into a cake, Ling Mo had to admire the creativity of these elves. Seeing this, Yunya stepped forward and said, "This sparkling spicy sharp chili powder is my second favorite. Dipping cake in it makes it sweet and spicy and delicious. You can try it too later. It's just that you can't eat too much. If you eat too much, it's easy to hurt your stomach." What a pity. Ling Mo gave a dry laugh. No, that's not a pity at all. It took several minutes to put the several hundred bags of sparkling spicy sharp chili powder in front of her into her space. Next was the second type of seasoning. Sour ginger, a kind of ginger that is both sour and spicy. It is related to white ginger but has stronger medicinal effects. For the next period of time, Ling Mo saw all kinds of different seasonings. In Yunya's own words, in order to test which seasoning tasted best with cake, they had collected almost all the strange and unusual seasonings in the interstellar world. So what was the final result? Ling Mo asked curiously. Salt and sugar taste the best and are liked by the vast majority of elves. There's also a kind of fruit jam. Desserts with fruit jam are my favorite way to eat them. Under Yunya's introduction, Ling Mo also saw the fruit jam. Inside a transparent bottle was a semi-transparent green jam. There were no particles in the jam at all. From a distance, it looked like a bottle of green fruit juice. Fruit jam, produced from a tree called guagua. The fruit is green and semi-transparent, like jelly. After ripening, with just a slight squeeze, the jam inside will burst out, making it very convenient. After putting all the fruit jam into her space, the warehouse was almost at its end. Next, there was only one last thing left. Ling Mo looked at the rectangular objects in front of her, wrapped in paper and placed against the wall. If you smelled carefully, you could detect a faint tea fragrance mixed with floral and fruit vegetable aromas. In short, it was somewhat complex, but not unpleasant. These are drinks we made ourselves. Since we couldn't finish them, we stored them here. I didn't expect we had accumulated so many without noticing. After collecting these items, another hour had passed without her realizing it. When she walked out of the warehouse again, it was completely dark outside. Let's go. I'll take you to the last warehouse. You've been tired all day. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Hearing Yunya's words, Ling Mo was about to say she wasn't tired and could even stay up all night, but at that moment the treatment device suddenly issued a warning to her. Her mental power had already been overdrawn too many times today. If she didn't choose to rest, she wouldn't be able to provide mental power to Moonwheel and Calming Bell tomorrow. Hearing this, Ling Mo froze. She had almost forgotten about those two. They arrived at this final warehouse. Looking at the obviously aged elf treehouse in front of her, Ling Mo couldn't help but begin praying in her heart, hoping this time it would be something good. There was already enough food. She hoped for something else. Heaven heard her call and fulfilled her wish. Pushing open the warehouse door, there was indeed no food or candy inside. Inside the warehouse were neatly arranged bows and arrows, as well as various staffs of different kinds. Elf bow and arrow, made from elf trees. In different people's hands, it can produce different effects. P.S. In a semi-worn state, attack power reduced. Elf cloak, dyed with the sap of elf trees. When worn, it allows one to become invisible in the forest and reduces one's weight, making the body as light as a swallow. P.S. In a semi-worn state, not as smooth to use as when new. Elf staff, made from the core of the elf tree. Staffs of different colors represent different elements and can enhance combat power. P.S. Semi-worn state, effect weakened. Seeing these, Ling Mo was already so excited she was almost incoherent. These should be the various weapons the elves used in daily life and then discarded after being phased out. Although they weren't firearms, if she brought these back to Blue Star, they should be able to raise the player's combat power by several levels. Besides that, it also showed that the elf tree was truly very important to the elves. After calming her excited mood, she walked into the warehouse. This time, Ling Mo spent a long while before finally clearing out everything inside. By the time she finished collecting everything, her mental power was on the verge of exhaustion, but Ling Mo was still extremely excited. "You're amazing." As soon as she came out, Yunya immediately pulled Ling Mo into a hug. She was now extremely glad that she had sent Ling Mo a letter asking for help back then. No, she should be glad that when they met on the island Turtle, they exchanged contact information. "By the way, the reward I applied for you has been approved. Do you want to know what it is?" Yunya asked mysteriously. Seeing this, Ling Mo cooperatively nodded. "What reward is it?" "Besides the elf tree leaves we promised you at the beginning, I also applied for an additional 100 elf treehouse seeds for you." Sure enough, upon hearing this reward, Ling Mo's eyes lit up. "I really like this reward." "Thank you." "Right? I knew you would like it." Looking at Yunya smiling happily, Ling Mo suddenly said, could you help me with something?" "What is it?" "As long as I can help, I definitely will," Yunya said, patting her chest. Hearing this, Ling Mo didn't hesitate and said directly, "It's like this, I want to purchase a batch of phased-out brain computers." Brain computers were very strictly regulated in the interstellar world. Each person could only apply for one with their ID card. If it broke or they wanted to upgrade to the latest model, they had to take their ID card to a designated location to register. But if they were phased-out brain computers, there weren't so many rules. These brain computers had most of their functions removed, retaining only the most basic functions such as calling, messaging, and searching. Even so, not just anyone could casually purchase them in large quantities. But since Ling Mo was a recycler, she had the qualification. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Mo's request, Yunya agreed readily. "How many do you want?" Yunya asked. Ling Mo thought about it. Brain computers were like mobile phones, demand exceeded supply. The more, the better. Yunya said, "We currently have tens of thousands that were just phased out. If you want more, you'll need to wait a bit. I'll have to transfer them from other places. They should arrive around noon tomorrow." "Alright, it's a deal. As for the price, we'll just go by the market rate," Ling Mo said. Yunya waved her hand. "Why talk about money? These things weren't of much use to begin with. Even if you hadn't come, they would have been given to someone else, not to mention that you helped us so much. If you really feel bad about it, then tomorrow help me clear out the remaining warehouses." "Okay." Chapter 274 Elves and Sugar 15. Returning to her residence. Before going in, Ling Mo took out the clown nose and put it on. Yesterday she had come back around 10 o'clock. At that time everyone was already asleep. Today she came back even later than yesterday, but the lights in the room were on. As Ling Mo approached the room, she immediately sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Everyone had stood up, their gazes focused in a certain direction. Because their attention was drawn away, aside from one player sitting closer to the door, no one noticed Ling Mo's arrival. Following everyone's line of sight, she saw the two tree elves she had met during the day, now inspecting the players in the room one by one. Beside them stood the player who had lost something during the day. The two tree elves quickly arrived in front of Tianya Mingyue. Originally, Tianya Mingyue still harbored a bit of luck. After all, the previous inspections had only been a cursory glance, not even a single question asked. This made her think that the two elves in front of her were merely going through the motions, perfunctorily dealing with their duties. Who would have thought that the two tree elves did not just glance and leave as before? Elves were generally handsome, and tree elves were the best among them. Under normal circumstances, being stared at by two such handsome men would have made Tianya Mingyue blush long ago. But now, facing their sharp gazes, Tianya Mingyue felt a sudden panic for no reason. "What's your name? What is your talent?" one tree elf asked. A trace of panic flashed across Tianya Mingyue's face. "That's my privacy. I have the right to refuse you. And why didn't you ask so many others before? Why only ask me? This is discrimination." Tianya Mingyue spoke loudly, as if only by doing so could she conceal her guilty conscience. The two tree elves showed no change in expression and said unhurriedly, "We now suspect that you are related to a theft case. Please come with us." This time Tianya Mingyue completely panicked. "On what grounds do you say I stole something? What evidence do you have?" The two tree elves looked at Tianya Mingyue as if she were an idiot. They had already made it so obvious, how could she still not understand? Tree elves possessed a talent called super-perception. Even extremely subtle movements and clues could be sensed. Therefore, after learning that a theft had occurred here, they had only needed to take a look around before locking on to the culprit. What they had done earlier was merely routine procedure and a way to prevent such incidents from happening again. When the other players saw this scene, none of them were fools. How could they not understand what was going on? They never expected the thief to be this kind of person. Tianya Mingyue had very good popularity. Even at the beginning, when everyone didn't know each other, under Tianya Mingyue's deliberate efforts, after a day of getting along, everyone had a very good impression of her. Anyone who had interacted with her thought she was a kind person who loved a bit of gossip. Of course, among these people, Ling Mo was the exception. No one had expected that such a person would steal things. My God, when she approached us before, was it just to steal our things? I remember now. She secretly asked me what items I had on me. Luckily, I kept my guard up and didn't say anything. She asked me too. But I only had 2 low-level items that weren't very useful. She probably didn't think much of them, so she didn't steal. Everyone began talking at once. If they hadn't talked, they wouldn't have known. Once they did, they were shocked. Their experiences were astonishingly similar, and without realizing it, all of them had been taken advantage of by Tianya Mingyue. Some had inadvertently revealed their talents or items, others had lost some food. After understanding the situation, everyone looked at Tianya Mingyue with angry eyes. And among them, the angriest was undoubtedly the player whose item had been stolen that morning. For the others, it had only been minor losses. She, however, had truly lost a high-level item. Anyone in her position would be unable to stay calm. "Ah! You bitch! Hurry up and return my item!" Shouting as she did, the female player rushed forward, shoved Tianya Mingyue to the ground, and then frantically pulled at her hair. Tianya Mingyue wasn't someone to be trifled with either. She immediately started fighting back. "Stop talking nonsense! I never took your item. And who told you not to be discreet? Even if your item was stolen, you deserved it. What does that have to do with me?" Seeing this scene, not a single other player stepped forward to stop them. Avoiding unnecessary trouble was one reason, after working all day, wanting to watch the excitement was another. The two tree elves watched the two fighting fiercely, their brows tightly furrowed, then pressed a button. Soon, 2 sea elves rushed in. Each sea elf grabbed one of the fighters and forcibly separated them. At this moment, both their clothes and hair were extremely disheveled. Their faces bore clear slap marks and scratch marks, showing that they had truly been ruthless just now. Take them both away, one tree elf said sternly. Under the gaze of the other players, the two were taken away. The two sea elves looked slender, but the strength in their hands was terrifying. No matter how the two struggled, they couldn't break free and could only obediently be taken away. After their figures disappeared, the other tree elf said to the remaining players, "Take this as a warning. Do not let similar incidents happen again." After the tree elves left, Ling Mo returned to her bed. The surroundings were silent, everyone was busy with their own things, and no one spoke. Just then, the system's cold voice suddenly rang out. Player Tianya Mingyue, suspected of theft with sufficient evidence, is hereby stripped of player status. Effective immediately, she will be sent to the interstellar prison for 18 months of reform through labor. Upon release, she will be immediately repatriated to Blue Star. Player Little Bunny, for engaging in a public fight, considering the circumstances, is given only a warning. Let this be the last time. All players are requested to take this as a warning. Hearing the system's punishment, almost everyone instantly raised their heads, eyes wide open. Stripped of player status. Interstellar prison. 18 months of reform through labor. Everyone had been mentally prepared for Tianya Mingyue to lose her player status, but why did she also have to serve 18 months in interstellar prison? After all, in this game, no player dared to say they had never done a single bad thing. Even Ling Mo couldn't help but feel a moment of panic, though she quickly calmed down again. The game system's punishment should only be the stripping of player status. Chapter 275 Elves and Sugar 16. Ling Mo had read the interstellar law and had some understanding of its contents. 18 months of imprisonment should be the punishment under interstellar law. Interstellar law clearly stipulated that those who stole important property in large amounts would be sentenced to 1 to 3 years of imprisonment and fined. After figuring this out, Ling Mo immediately felt much more at ease. Lying on the bed, she closed her eyes and began sorting through her recent gains. Several warehouses full of luoluo cocoa. Aside from those luoluo cocoa blocks stacked like walls, the remaining candies made from luoluo cocoa alone would be enough for her to sell for a long time, not to mention the various candies and special sugar she had collected before. There would be one more product added to her shop. It had to be said that these elves were truly wasteful. Only a year had passed, sugar didn't even expire. You had to know that on Blue Star, sugar was a precious commodity. Besides that, there were all kinds of seasonings. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty were just the basics. There were also many seasonings she had never even heard of before, as well as various kinds of fruit jam. Then there was all sorts of tea. Ling Mo used her mental power to open one. A flat, rectangular brick appeared in front of her. This should count as a tea cake. It was white overall, slightly yellowish, and you could clearly see the shapes of flower petals. This should be a kind of floral tea made from certain petals. Victory flower tea. After consumption, the body enters an excited state. Not suitable for excessive drinking, may cause insomnia. Children should not drink. Finally, there were the various elf bows and arrows, elf cloaks, and elf staffs. All elves were master archers, and their bows and arrows were not something just anyone could use. Ling Mo tried one. Even a random elf bow was extremely heavy, heavier than her 1,000-feather bow. But her 1,000-feather bow was an item and had already fused into her mental power, so that didn't really count. Besides the elf bows and arrows, the elf staffs were also quite hefty. They looked small, not even as tall as she was, but in reality they weighed at least 20 to 30 jin. After organizing everything, Ling Mo checked what she had collected during the day. If there was one most valuable thing she had obtained during the day, it was definitely those machines. Kaiman, can these machines be used to produce nutrient solution? Nutrient solution, as the greatest invention in the interstellar era, might not taste very good, but it had indeed saved many people. And military grain radish was the most crucial ingredient. Aside from that, the other materials were not important. Yes, not important. In fact, as long as one had a suitable manufacturing machine, along with military grain radish and water, nutrient solution could be produced. Yes. This production line is a product developed by Aska Company and has excellent operational capabilities. In addition to making nutrient solution, this set of machines can also process other foods. As long as instructions are input, there is nothing it cannot produce. Qiaman quickly gave an affirmative answer. Hearing this, the corners of Ling Mo's mouth couldn't help but rise. These machines could produce nutrient solution. She had originally planned to keep one set for herself and sell the rest. But after hearing Qiaman's words, she decided to keep 2 more sets and sell the remaining ones. Besides these machines, she had also collected quite a few interstellar household appliances. She kept what she thought would be useful and prepared to sell all the rest. After spending several hours organizing everything, suddenly, a barking sound came from not far away. Woof woof woof. Following the sound, she saw a black and white figure running quickly toward her. Its black and white fur was sleek and flowing, fluttering in the wind as it ran. Looking closely, Ling Mo realized it was actually a border collie. This change seemed a bit too big. Not only had its size grown several times larger, but it also seemed to emit a faint glow all over. In any case, it didn't look like an ordinary dog. Ling Mo knew that something must have happened while she was not in the space. Her mental power swept through the space and quickly discovered the anomaly. Several marrow-cleansing fruits were missing. Thinking back to the border collie's transformation, it was obvious who had done it. No, how did it manage to? Never mind. A dog is a dog, but a border collie is a border collie. It was normal for it to manage such a thing. Not to mention that, in order to make them more obedient, Ling Mo had also used her mental power to develop its brain. To prevent another incident of stealing food, Ling Mo called over Moonwheel and made it responsible for guarding those special fruit trees. After settling these matters, Ling Mo finally fell into a deep sleep. There were more important things to do tomorrow. She had to conserve her energy. The next day, Ling Mo opened her eyes on time. For Moonwheel and Calming Bell, Ling Mo opening her eyes was equivalent to the sound of their meal bell ringing. Thus, 3/4 of Ling Mo's mental power was instantly drained. Feeling the weakness in her mind, Ling Mo got out of bed and went to wash up, splashing cold water on her face. She immediately felt much more awake. With the help of the treatment device, her mental power was gradually recovering as well. The other players woke up one after another. After eating candy for 3 meals a day for 2 consecutive days, some people were already unable to bear it. Fortunately, the sea elves had also noticed the players' emotions this time. Although breakfast was still cake, it had special seasonings added. Ling Mo received a serving sprinkled with grass salt. Grass salt was a kind of salt extracted from plants. Its saltiness was milder than ordinary salt and mixed with a hint of grassy flavor. Yiqing came over to Ling Mo and asked, "What are we eating this morning?" Like Ling Mo, Yiqing had already guessed her identity. However, neither of them had any intention of acknowledging it. Then again, they didn't really know each other to begin with. "Today's cake isn't sweet." "You're still not eating it?" Ling Mo said. Yiqing shook his head firmly. "Not eating." At first, he only had a shadow over sweets, but gradually, even seeing anything shaped like cake made him uncomfortable, regardless of the flavor. Pork lard residue buns. Since buns weren't as filling as boxed meals, Ling Mo deliberately gave him a few extra this time. After saying thank you, Yiqing hugged the buns and found a table to sit down and eat. Seeing this, Ling Mo also put away her breakfast and took out a serving of egg fried rice instead. After being exposed to too many desserts lately, Ling Mo honestly didn't have much appetite for them either. She would rather eat egg fried rice. She wondered when Yunya would deliver the brain computers. This time, when they entered the game, it showed morning. That meant today was the 3rd day. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be teleported away after finishing work in the afternoon. Chapter 276 Elves and Sugar 17. Yesterday's sugar beet field had all been harvested. Today, the sea elves assigned them new tasks. Ling Mo was assigned to the job of stirring syrup. The juice extracted from plants was processed into syrup. At this stage, the syrup could not yet be called elf syrup, it was only the most ordinary kind. Ling Mo's task was to continuously stir the ordinary syrup until there were no bubbles left inside. This was the first step in making elf syrup. Ling Mo looked at the several-meter-tall pot in front of her, as well as the stirring rod thicker than her leg, and was a little dumbfounded. Although she was indeed strong, she hadn't reached the point where she could stir such a huge vat of syrup. Seeing that the sea elves had already left, Ling Mo had no choice but to brace herself and get started. Fortunately, she had plenty of strength potions on hand. Ling Mo had already prepared herself to suffer a bit, but once she began, she realized the task wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. Holding the stirring rod with both hands, she was able to easily stir inside the giant vat. Aside from the rod being overly large, she didn't feel any resistance throughout the process. As Ling Mo kept stirring, bubbles continuously rose from the syrup inside the vat. At that moment, the tip of her nose was filled with the fragrance of flowers and fruit. She guessed that the syrup she was stirring had probably been extracted from some kind of fruit. Looking around, the situation was similar everywhere. Quite a few players had been assigned the same task as her. The closest to Ling Mo was a player who had awakened a body enhancement talent. It was probably only partial enhancement. Ling Mo noticed that the man's arm muscles were disproportionately developed compared to the rest of his body. On Blue Star, partial enhancement was classified as a mid-tier talent because only one part of the body was strengthened, while the unenhanced parts remained very fragile. In battle, it was easy for opponents to find weaknesses. However, arm enhancement, wasn't that perfectly suited for this job? Clearly, the player thought so too. His already thick and powerful arms swelled another size, and gripping the stirring rod with both hands, he began stirring wildly. He moved so fast that afterimages appeared. Ling Mo stared at the scene in shock, thinking that this probably wasn't a good idea. The purpose of stirring was to expel the bubbles in the syrup and thoroughly mix the liquid. Now, it was certainly well mixed, but at such speed, wouldn't it create even more bubbles? Very soon, the commotion attracted others' attention. A group of sea elves in work uniforms rushed over in a panic. When they saw the syrup churned into a vortex, they almost fainted on the spot. The leading sea elf quickly stopped the players' actions. At that point, even a fool could see that the sea elves were very angry. Realizing he had made a mistake, the player stepped down from the platform with a nervous expression. Because Ling Mo was some distance away, she could only vaguely hear their conversation and couldn't make it out clearly. At this moment, it was Qiaman's turn to shine. Through Qiaman's interpretation, Ling Mo roughly understood what they were talking about. It was nothing more than criticism. After all, the player hadn't done it on purpose. Unfortunately, the syrup he had stirred happened to be a particularly rare variety. Now that it had become like this, the entire vat had to be discarded. Even if it were used forcefully, once made into elf syrup, it would be full of bubbles and affect the texture of the final product. This was something the sea elves absolutely would not allow, so it had no choice but to be scrapped. After watching the spectacle, Ling Mo continued her own work. As she kept stirring, the bubbles in the syrup grew fewer and fewer. As the syrup gradually cooled, its surface turned a beautiful amber color, and Ling Mo's stirring became more laborious. After reaching this stage, she continued stirring for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, a ding sounded above her head. The light overhead turned green. Seeing this, Ling Mo guessed that it meant the task was complete. Immediately after came a click. The stirring rod in her hands was locked in place, probably to prevent someone from overstirring the syrup and ruining it. Now that the syrup was finished, what was she supposed to do next? It wasn't time to get off work yet. Ling Mo checked the time. From the beginning of stirring until now, she had spent an hour and a half. That meant it took at least an hour and a half to finish one vat of syrup. Since this was her first time, her speed was slower. The real speed should be faster than that. Fortunately, Ling Mo's confusion didn't last long. Soon, a burly sea elf walked over. He first gave Ling Mo a friendly smile, then wrapped both arms around the giant vat and effortlessly lifted it off the ground before walking away. Seeing this, Ling Mo sucked in a breath. No wonder elves were said to be a warlike race. After a while, another well-built sea elf carried over a new vat filled with syrup. After nodding at Ling Mo, he left. Ling Mo looked at the syrup in front of her and sniffed it. The smell was different from before. Had ginger been added this time? It smelled a bit like ginger candy. She began stirring again. With the previous experience, Ling Mo's movements were much more skilled this time, and she finished in just over an hour. Then came the third vat. This time it was green apple flavored, a taste Ling Mo liked. When eating fruit candies, her first choice was pineapple flavor, followed by green apple. She glanced at the time. After finishing this vat, it would be almost time to get off work for lunch break. Once syrup stirring began, it couldn't be stopped midway. So, to avoid working overtime, Ling Mo deliberately slowed her movements. Clocking out exactly on time, she was a professional at that. When noon arrived smoothly, Ling Mo had just finished her task. She collected her lunch from the sea elves and then exchanged for another meal with Yi Ching. "You seem to be in a hurry. Is something going on?" Yi Ching couldn't help asking. Ling Mo blinked. "Am I that obvious?" Yi Ching nodded. "Very obvious." He had known before that Yi Kai often brought items from the game back to Blue Star. Could it be because of this? There were now many people who owned spatial storage devices, but very few who could truly bring useful items out of the game. There were many reasons for this, and the biggest one was that they didn't understand alien items at all. Chapter 277 Elves and Sugar 18. Not knowing what was good or bad naturally meant not knowing what to bring back. Take Yi Ching for example. This time he had brought several space devices into the game, and besides a few giant sugarcane seedlings, he never really knew what else to take back. Another reason was simply that space was limited. The luggage brought into the game already took up a lot of space, let alone bringing things back out. Since the two of them weren't familiar, Yi Ching didn't ask further. But he remained cautious, planning to ask Yi Kai about it later. Meanwhile, unaware of Yi Chang's thoughts, Ling Mo had already received a message from Yunya saying that the items she needed had arrived. Arriving at the location Yunya mentioned, Ling Mo looked around, seeing nothing except Yunya herself. "What are you looking at?" Yunya blinked in confusion. "The things you wanted are right here." She then took out a black box from her hands. "There are 200,000 decommissioned intelligent brains in here. 50,000 of them I collected from other elves, the rest were provided by my father." At this, Yunya looked slightly uneasy, she almost revealed Ling Mo's involvement. After all, this was the first time Ling Mo had asked her for help. Yunya didn't want to disappoint her friend. But figuring out how to gather even more intelligent brains in a short time was a problem. Even leveraging all her connections, she had only managed to gather 50,000. At that moment, she overheard her father mentioning that the army was decommissioning a batch of intelligent brains, roughly 100,000 units. Yunya's eyes lit up. Perfect timing, this was exactly what she needed. So she directly asked her father for the decommissioned brains. Her sudden request for such a large quantity naturally raised suspicion. As expected, Yunya was questioned. Fortunately, she was clever and managed to talk her way through it. Ling Mo took the black box and immediately noticed something was off. This black box was essentially a large volume space device, but it seemed to have something installed that shouldn't be there. "Chia Man, scan the lower left corner of this box," Ling Mo whispered mentally. "It's a tracker." Chia Man quickly returned the result. Just as she suspected. Looking at Yunya in front of her, her eyes were clear. The tracker was probably not installed by her, though this didn't rule out the possibility that Yunya's acting was just that good, revealing no hint of deception. No trace on her face, and no way to hide the tiniest fluctuation in her spirit. Given what Yunya had just said, Ling Mo leaned toward the second possibility, her father had noticed something. But these hidden trackers were useless against Ling Mo. Not only could she easily locate them, her spiritual power could also block their signals. Thinking this through, Ling Mo smoothly stored the box into her space. Thank you. Let's head to the warehouse. I won't be able to stay long here. Time is limited, we need to work fast, she said. Yunya nodded. I know. Someone as capable as you must be very busy. The remaining warehouses are close by, it won't take long. Ling Mo expected another warehouse full of all sorts of sugar. She was wrong. Pushing open the warehouse door, she found it completely filled with furniture, each piece featuring exquisite natural patterns. Previously, Ling Mo had collected furniture made from sandalwood or rosewood, but none looked as beautiful as what lay before her. Moreover, the wood seemed to emit a pleasant fragrance. Elfwood furniture, made from the scraps of elfwood, each piece carries the unique essence of elfwood. Elderly users may experience increased longevity, children may open their minds, increasing the probability of awakening strong talents. P.S. The older the elfwood, the stronger the effect. After Qiaman's explanation, Ling Mo had only 3 words in her mind: good stuff. With so much elfwood furniture, she immediately went into full collection mode. Time was tight, so Ling Mo didn't worry about conserving her spiritual power. With the healing device running at full power, she treated recovery potions like water. After finishing the entire warehouse, they moved to a second one. The first warehouse had furniture, this one contained various tableware. Spoons, chopsticks, forks, all crafted from fine elfwood branches. What is this? While collecting, Ling Mo suddenly encountered many sealed wooden barrels. These barrels looked very similar to the ones used for elf syrup. But they certainly didn't contain syrup this time. Yunya explained, these contain elf resin. Elf resin? Elf resin, a secretion from elf trees, transparent, non-toxic, sweet in taste. Consuming it can relieve constipation, though it lacks enough sugar to be popular among elves. By now, Ling Mo was fully aware of how much elves loved sweets, so she thought that while humans might find it lacking in sweetness, it would be just right for her. As for its laxative effect, vegetables were scarce, and on Blue Star, supply could never meet demand. Whenever vegetables or fruits appeared in Ling Mo's shop, they were sold out within seconds. With too many people chasing too few resources, many could not get vegetables, leading directly to constipation. Some people desperately sought remedies online, some even resorted to extreme measures. Young people fared better, but the worst affected were children and the elderly. Although Ling Mo's pharmacy chest could produce all kinds of medicines, it lacked treatments for constipation. Moreover, the chest seemed incompatible with Blue Star medicines. She stored all the elf resin into her space. This was the last item in the warehouse. Once the elf resin was gone, the warehouse felt empty, so much so that even their voices echoed. Let's go to the next warehouse, Yunya said. The next warehouse contained more furniture, mixed with children's toys. Of course, these toys were also made of elfwood. As the saying goes, you can endure hardship, but not for children, you can be poor, but not in education. Elfwood could help children awaken stronger talents. No parent could resist such an opportunity. After all, who wouldn't want their child to start ahead? Chapter 278 Elves and Sugar 19. Ling Mo followed Yunya, moving from one warehouse to another. When they opened a completely new warehouse, it was filled with metal boxes and metal storage containers. What are these? Ling Mo asked curiously. Since these were just unused, soon-to-be discarded items, Yunya didn't bother hiding anything. These are nearly expired medicines, as well as treatment pods and hibernation pods that have reached their usage limits, she explained. In the star system, food was classified into 2 types. One was ordinary food, like elf syrup. While it contained energy, it only met the body's basic needs without any additional effects. Such food fell under the category of ordinary food. The other type consisted of special food with unique properties, like the shisui fruit. Half of these special foods were processed into medicines, making them usable by more people. For example, one shisui fruit could only be eaten by one person, but if made into medicine, it could serve 10 or even more people. The medicines before them were made from these specially functional foods. Currently, besides food, what Blue Star most lacked were medicines. Although Ling Mo's medicine chest could produce various potions, its capacity was limited. Besides medicines, there were also hibernation pods and treatment pods. Hibernation pod, lying inside, allows rapid recovery of stamina and eliminates physical fatigue. Using it with potions enhances the effect. P.S. Usage limit is 2 years. After the expiration date, the company bears no responsibility for any accidents. Treatment pod accelerates wound recovery, with better effects when used with corresponding healing potions. P.S. Usage limit is 3 years. After the expiration date, the company bears no responsibility for any accidents. Ling Mo automatically ignored the warnings. What harm could expired pods do? They weren't broken. After confirming with Qiaman that the hibernation pods and treatment pods were all functional, she eagerly began moving everything into her space. While moving items, Ling Mo suddenly had an idea. With all the cash she now had, could she have Yunya help purchase a batch of supplies for her? Considering time constraints, it would be best to get items the elves already had on hand. Thinking this, Ling Mo instructed Qiaman to search for elf specialties. Elf Star System Online Store. Ling Mo was surprised. Despite how technology-averse the elves appeared, they actually had an online store. She continued collecting items while allocating a portion of her attention to opening the store via Qiaman. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of items appeared before her eyes, leaving her momentarily stunned. Skipping over the useless candies and desserts, Ling Mo focused on items with special effects, preferably ones that were cheap and practical. Bold candy, when consumed, even cowards gain courage to face danger. Not bad camouflage lollipop, when held in the mouth, the body can blend into the surrounding environment. It's one of the most popular snacks among elf children. P.S. After blending in, the body emits a faint sweet scent and can only blend with natural environments. The effect weakens as the lollipop melts. Also good. Mother-child candy, specifically for pregnant elves. With long-term consumption, the child in the womb stops growing but continues developing. The mother remains slim during pregnancy, with no harm to the fetus. Ling Mo searched carefully and found only these 3 candies with special effects. After selecting them, she happened to finish storing the last treatment pod from the warehouse. On the way to the next warehouse, Ling Mo leaned close to Yunya and said, "Yunya, can we make a deal?" "What deal?" Yunya turned her clear, watery eyes toward her. "Well, since I came all the way here, could you help me purchase a few things?" Ling Mo then explained about the bold candy, camouflage lollipop, and mother-child candy. "Order 1,000 packages of each. We'll settle the agency fee separately." It wasn't that Ling Mo didn't want more, it was just that 1,000 packages was the maximum per order on the store. Yunya frowned slightly in confusion. "Why don't you just order them yourself online? Shipping is free, we can send them straight to your place." Having her help seemed redundant. Ling Mo chuckled awkwardly. "My place is far, and I don't even know how to fill in the address. I'm afraid it won't reach me. Also, I'm in a hurry, I need them today." In the end, Yunya agreed, "Fine. Place the order on the smart brain system, I'll pick it up for you now." Seeing Yunya agree so smoothly, Ling Mo happily started ordering online. Besides the 3 special candies, she also bought various clothes and skincare products. Elves were all strikingly beautiful, aging slowly, and their cosmetics were famous throughout the star system. After leading Ling Mo to the next warehouse, Yunya hurried off, knowing Ling Mo was in a rush. Ling Mo, watching Yunya's back disappear, turned her attention to the warehouse's contents. Even though break time had passed, she didn't plan to return. Before coming, Yunya had already adjusted Ling Mo's afternoon work schedule, removing her from the syrup mixing room. So now, Ling Mo's job was to clear out these packed warehouses. This warehouse differed from the previous ones. The door bore a clear symmetrical mark, likely from frequent use. Unlike the earlier warehouses, which were dusty but pristine after wiping, this one was clearly in regular use. Inside, she found stacks of vegetables and fruits. Besides the giant sugarcane and sweet beets she had seen before, there were many unfamiliar items. She picked up one that looked like a cabbage, but upon peeling back the leaves, it was actually a purple apple inside. It looked extremely fresh, even the point where it had been connected to the tree hadn't changed color. This indicated it had been freshly picked. But why was it discarded? Ling Mo quickly found the answer: the fruit was infested with worms. Chapter 279 Elves and Sugar 20. Hidden at the base of the leaves was a tiny wormhole. Of course, the worm inside was long gone. To Ling Mo, this was trivial. So what if there's a worm? A worm means the fruit is ripe. All the other fruits and vegetables were similar, either worm-eaten or showing black spots on the skin. Shaking her head, Ling Mo stored all the produce in her space. With these vegetables and fruits, a promotional event back home would be insane. Even slightly imperfect items would sell like hotcakes. Previously, even one slightly spoiled apple would trigger a frenzy. These fruits had just a few bites missing or a couple of black spots, nothing to worry about. No processing was needed, they could be eaten as is. After all, these were vegetables, rich in vitamins and dietary fiber, and anything that could grow here tasted naturally sweet. Over time, her shop had supported quite a few scalpers. As Ling Mo was collecting the produce, another batch of discarded fruits and vegetables was delivered by a group of sea elves. Seeing this, she immediately rushed to help. After identifying herself, she collected all the fruits and vegetables amidst the stunned sea elves. Next came a pot of syrup. It was the same bucket of syrup previously ruined by the player with enhanced arms. Now, the syrup had fully solidified, stuck to the bucket. Ling Mo didn't hesitate, she stored it all in her space without a second thought. Busy at work, she occasionally glanced back for Yunya's presence. They reached the next warehouse, filled with all kinds of branches. According to Chaman, these were all trimmed from elf trees. The furniture and tableware Ling Mo had seen earlier were all made from such branches. Elf trees needed periodic trimming, and the leftover branches that couldn't be used for crafting accumulated, forming these warehouses. The oldest branches, placed at the back, had slightly discolored over time, but they were still perfectly usable. 2 hours later, Ling Mo had cleared the entire warehouse of branches, feeling her head spin slightly. Her mental fatigue was showing. Despite treatment devices and restorative potions, her mind felt exhausted. She decided to take a short break before tackling the next warehouse. Not long after sitting, she saw Yunya swinging over on a vine. Landing beside Ling Mo, Yunya flashed a row of pearly white teeth. "All done," she said, pointing behind her. "Wait here a bit, the stuff will arrive soon." Seeing her panting heavily, Ling Mo offered a bottle of milk. This milk had been provided at breakfast, presumably suited to elf tastes. "Thanks." Yunya drank it in one gulp, then pouted, shaking her head. "Not sweet enough." "Not sweet enough?" Ling Mo exclaimed in surprise. Even Blue Star's sweetest milk wasn't this sweet. Yunya explained, "This milk is for outsiders like you. We have the elf syrup, not every race can handle our diet." Makes sense, they knew outsiders wouldn't adapt easily. Despite consuming huge amounts of sugar and calories daily, elves remained slim and fit, with broad shoulders, narrow waists, and long legs, no excess fat anywhere. Ling Mo asked Chaman, curious, why don't elves gain weight despite eating so much sugar every day? Elves engage in heavy training or labor daily. Also, excess elf syrup is converted to invisible fat that isn't detectable. Soon, a vehicle arrived carrying large crates. "Here they come," Yunya said cheerfully, waving to the approaching sea elves. Having already paid, Ling Mo quickly stored all the crates in her space. Yunya gave some careful instructions about the mother-child candy. Pregnant elves only take 1 dose per month, avoid taking too much, especially in the last month. Newborns grow quickly within 10 days, if possible, keep them in incubators for a few days. Ling Mo nodded repeatedly. Got it, thanks for the reminder. Once the delivery elves left, Yunya whispered, You're not from a highly fertile race, are you? Of course not. Why would you think that? Ling Mo gave her a strange look. I'm not even an adult yet. Although she was of age on Blue Star, she was still a minor in the star system. Oh, I see. I was startled. Then why buy so much mother-child candy? Normally, only pregnant elves purchase it. For my family, Ling Mo said casually. Better to have more than less. After the break, Ling Mo resumed her work. The next few warehouses were older. Unlike the previous ones, which Yunya could open with a simple scan, these required keys. While unlocking the doors, Yunya remarked, I almost forgot these warehouses existed, the clan leader reminded me. Turning the key several times, a rainbow-colored aura spread from the keyhole, the metal doors rumbled, and slowly opened. Once the doors opened, the dark interior instantly lit up like daylight. Ling Mo's eyes widened. Mechas. Yunya added, I was wondering what was inside. Turns out these are mechas and combat ships the clan leader and his peers used in their youth. Chapter 280 Elves and Sugar 21, End. These are really old things. I didn't expect them to be kept so well. Yuanya chattered on endlessly about stories she had heard since childhood, but Ling Mo couldn't focus on a single word. Her eyes were fixed solely on the mechas. Compared to all the items she had collected so far, these mechas were far more important. Wasting no time, Ling Mo immediately started her work. Because of the large size of the mechas and combat ships, she could only store them one by one in her space, which significantly slowed her efficiency. Still, she didn't mind. Carefully, she continued storing each mecha. To prevent them from bumping into each other and causing damage, every motion was extremely cautious. Yunya observed her careful movements. You don't need to be so careful. These mechas have been sitting here for many years, many parts are likely already aged. Ling Mo took the opportunity to ask, so, these mechas are still functional? They work, Yunya replied after a moment's thought. Though these are outdated models, back then battles were intense, war raged across the star system. The only requirements for mechas were 4 words, durable, sturdy. Everything else was secondary. Modern mechas were more advanced, prettier, and more feature-rich, but also more fragile. Ling Mo nodded in satisfaction. Functional was enough. Durable and sturdy, translated into her terms, good quality at a bargain. By bringing these mechas back, she effectively had model machines. With the expertise of scientists back on Earth, they could reverse engineer them to create better ones. Previously, she had brought back broken farming machines, and after research and modifications, they were turned into treasures. She even regretted selling them too cheaply. Thinking this, Ling Mo increased her pace. Feeling her mental energy draining, she drank a restorative potion. Luckily, the medicine box refreshed even while in the game, she had plenty to spare. Time passed relentlessly. Ling Mo didn't dare rest, fearing she wouldn't finish in time. After all, it was already the 3rd day, and who knew when the game would end? This time, previous experience was useless. By the way, do you know when we can leave? Ling Mo suddenly asked. Do you have something urgent? Yunya asked. No, Ling Mo shook her head. It's just that we were only hired for 3 days. Today is already the 3rd day. After 8 o'clock, the workday ends, and you can leave. But if you stay, well, if my dad sees you, you probably won't get out. Yunya shook her head, thinking of her father. A skilled collector like Ling Mo would never be ignored by the military. Ling Mo understood immediately. Any thought of lingering vanished, she focused on finishing her task. 4 hours remained, plenty of time. She worked at full power, storing mechas and combat ships into her space. Unfortunately, these machines didn't contain any weapons or ammunition, but that problem would be someone else's headache. The next few warehouses were all the same, mechas and combat ships. Ling Mo's excitement grew uncontrollably. As she continued, a moment came when her vision darkened. Dizziness hit, followed by intense pain. Her head felt as if it were splitting. It was like someone was pounding her skull with a hammer. Pain forced her to bend over, cold sweat instantly breaking out. Calming bell. Holding her head, Ling Mo activated her healing flame and summoned the calming bell. White flames appeared, and the warehouse echoed with gentle chimes. The pain gradually subsided. It had been a mental backlash caused by overusing her psychic energy, her mind attacking her body. This was a clear symptom of overexertion. Luckily, this was the last warehouse, and little remained. Half an hour remained, enough time. After resting a few minutes, Ling Mo resumed storing the items. With so many mechas and combat ships, missing even one would haunt her sleep later. As for mental exhaustion, she treated it as a challenge. Besides, the treatment device would help restore her energy. If not, a few days of rest would do the job. After what felt like an eternity, she finally stored the last combat ship in her space. The warehouse was empty. Ling Mo collapsed in relief. Thankfully, Yunya wasn't around, or witnessing this would have scared her. Ling Mo lay still, appearing unconscious, but fully aware, simply unwilling to move. Her psychic energy was vibrant, noticeably increased. Like a spring, the more it was compressed, the stronger the rebound. But it was dangerous. The treatment device highlighted her psychic energy in bold red. To restore mental energy, avoid using psychic power for the next half-month. Even with all the exclamation marks, Ling Mo grumbled, was she really so reckless? This was an accident, after all. Who could stay calm seeing so many mechas and combat ships? Oh, Moonwheel and Calming Bell, they won't starve, right? She asked. These two spirit beasts fed off her psychic energy. The next half-month will be the owner's psychic recovery period. Understood, during recovery, she couldn't feed Moonwheel or the Calming Bell. But they were newborns, half a month without food, would they be okay? She recalled that spirit beasts shouldn't go hungry. Backup plan available, the owner's psychic body can temporarily sustain them. Ling Mo's lips curled into a small, confident smile. Even in recovery, she had solutions. Mission complete. The warehouses were emptied. The mechas, combat ships, furniture, candies, and all resources were safely stored. She had done everything, and survived the challenge unscathed, her power and control stronger than ever. It was a triumphant end to an exhausting 3-day journey. Chapter 281. Open the 5th floor. Ling Mo's eyes lit up. Of course, there was Xiaobai too. With the spirit beast situation solved, she lay on the ground for an unknown length of time, feeling much better, though she still didn't want to get up, her eyelids felt too heavy to even open. After an indeterminate while, the familiar system voice sounded in her ears, "Time's up. Congratulations to all players for completing the game. The system will now increase the number of players, raising game difficulty. Your competition will become fiercer, please continue your efforts. Congratulations to player drunk on soy sauce for attracting the attention of the interstellar military. Your next game will enter a higher difficulty instance. Please look forward to it." Startled, Ling Mo opened her eyes. Before she could react, her vision went dark and the world spun around her. Having been standing before entering the game, she naturally fell backward, landing on her soft bed. Her mind replayed the system's last words, she felt both anger and helplessness. Lying down, the crushing fatigue overwhelmed her. She decided to rest first. The cold floor had nothing on the comfort of a bed. Shortly after, she got up briefly, rubbing her head. The gelatin on her hair was somewhat useful, it saved time on daily hair care, though cleaning it was tedious. Despite exhaustion, she entered her space to clean the gelatin off her head. An hour later, Ling Mo changed into a silk set of pajamas and emerged from her space looking refreshed. Before sleeping, she remembered she hadn't checked the rewards from the game yet. But that thought soon faded, and she fell asleep again. Her stores program was already automated, so she didn't need to manage anything. She had brought back many valuable items from the game, most of which were candies, but at this moment, having enough to eat was already a luxury. By 6 a.m., Ling Mo was still asleep, showing no signs of waking. At the store Don't Miss, Man had already put the newest products on display. When the doors opened, people from all over rushed in, flocking to the food section. It quickly became apparent that something had changed. A new stall had appeared in the food section, piled high with candies. Wow, one candy lasts an entire day? What kind of magical candy is this? Candy that lasts a day? No way. Unless someone lets me try it for free. The person before you, you wish. Why limit candy purchases to 3 per person? How is that even enough? Beyond the food section, some noticed differences elsewhere: elven staffs, bows, cloaks, and wings. Though used, these items performed like high-level equipment. Besides these, Ling Mo's game spoils included mechas and combat ships, and Man even dared to list them for sale individually. Oh my god, mechas, combat ships, how did Drunk on Soy Sauce even manage this? Wait, are those AI cores too? My 20-year single-handed speed, curse it. Who took my AI core? Previously, the Elven 4-piece set was impressive enough, but now Drunk on Soy Sauce seemed capable of mass-producing high-quality items. It didn't take long for players to confirm the suspicion. Using a learning machine revealed the truth: Drunk on Soy Sauce had awakened a psychic talent, and it was very powerful. The store Don't Miss opened precisely at 6 a.m. every day. Many waited in line, especially influential figures from various nations. Their focus wasn't the food, they sought medicines, weapons, and other resources refreshed daily in the store. Chaos ensued globally. Orders flooded in, and staff shouted at each other. What do you mean wait a bit? Do you know how many people are eyeing these 2 items? Wait too long and they'll be gone. One observer, known as 123 Wooden, calmly sent messages to Drunk on Soy Sauce, knowing she often ignored messages, but would eventually reply. This time, the urgency was higher. The world was watching the combat mechas and ships. 123 Wooden briefly worried, couldn't these things have been traded privately? But he quickly dismissed the thought. These items belonged to her, she could do as she pleased. He reminded himself that she had already helped them greatly, complaining would be ungrateful. Meanwhile, some visitors noticed something unusual. Normally, the 5th floor of Don't Miss was restricted, accessible only to invited guests, like during previous auctions. This time, however, the 5th floor was open, a brand new area. Previously modified for an auction, Ling Mo hadn't restored it. After all, she had invested in it herself. The floor was divided into 2 sections, filled with silver pods, one for sleep chambers and one for treatment chambers. The first visitor was stunned. After reading the instructions twice, he approached a sleep chamber. A player with muscle-strengthening talents, he had overused his gift during the game and now a simple movement caused him pain. He examined the sleep chamber, curious to try it out. The sleep chambers offered 2 modes, with or without medication. The former was pricier, as players had to cover the cost of the drugs, but the effect was superior. Chapter 282 about to be exposed? After carefully comparing the prices twice, the player chose the first option. Though it took longer, it was cheaper. The sleep chamber's door slowly opened. Once inside, as the door closed, a cool sensation spread around the person lying within. It didn't feel cold, quite the opposite, it was extremely comfortable. Soon, drowsiness overcame him. He closed his eyes slowly, and when he awoke again, the previously sealed door had opened. He rose, stretched, and was astonished to find that all his pain had vanished. The fatigue accumulated during the game had disappeared, leaving him lighter than he had felt in a long time. After leaving the 5th floor, he casually posted about the experience online. Unsurprisingly, the post went viral. The public flocked to see for themselves. Treatment chambers capable of healing injuries and sleep chambers that restored fatigue with just a nap. Most people would never believe it otherwise. But Drunk on Soy Sauce was no ordinary person. he had already created countless miracles. While most couldn't afford mechas and combat ships, the AI cores drew even more attention. These AI cores could directly interface with the brain, essentially acting as fully intelligent personal assistants. They could do everything a smartphone or computer could, and even more, freeing the user's hands entirely. However, only 10 AI cores were available, creating a frenzy. Those who obtained one rejoiced privately, while those who missed out cursed their slow reflexes. In addition, furniture made of elven wood sold like wildfire. Elven wood wasn't just beautiful, it could extend life. People replaced their old furniture with it, appreciating both aesthetics and longevity. Unlike traditional claims about health products, don't miss delivered real effects. Online, countless messages begged Drunk on Soy Sauce to restock items, and private messages flooded in. None of these messages received a reply, because Ling Mo was still asleep, blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, in a distant base, a man in a purple robe adorned with silver crystals, like stars in the galaxy, sat cross-legged in a black pentagram drawn on the floor. A wide-brimmed hat concealed his features entirely. At each point of the pentagram burned a white candle, and he chanted in low tones. As time passed, one of the candles flickered violently, then abruptly extinguished. Immediately, the man's eyes bled, and 2 streams of bloody tears ran down his face. In divination, the greater the matter being predicted, the higher the price one pays. A strong talent can reduce the cost, as in the case of Fuyo. Ling Mo had noticed that each time Fuyo divined, his reaction slowed afterward. This was his cost, a temporary decline in physical function that would eventually recover. The duration depended on the magnitude of the divined event. For Fuyo, this short-term drop was like creating the universe from scratch. The man's eyes remained tightly closed, blood tears dripping onto his robe. If nothing goes wrong, Drunk on Soy Sauce is currently in the base we're in. Where exactly? A scholarly-looking man asked from the shadows. I don't know. Something around him is blocking my exploration. I've said all I can you now let my family go? They're innocent. The diviner had been kidnapped, his family was being used as leverage to force him to reveal Ling Mo's location. The scholarly man smiled, though his gaze was icy. This is natural. I said I would reunite your family, but first, you must reveal everything you've divined. The diviner didn't respond immediately. Blind, he hadn't noticed the murderous intent in the man's eyes. But he understood he had no choice. After hesitation, he disclosed the rest of his divinations. I foresee that Drunk on Soy Sauce is in either Area A or Area B, and he is surrounded by formidable individuals. Is that all? That's all. The next second, blood sprayed from his neck. The scholarly man had silently approached from behind, dagger in hand, dripping with blood. The diviner's hollow eyes stared ahead, hearing a devilish whisper, "Your family has gone ahead. Soon you will reunite with them." He opened his mouth but could not speak another word. He had one final prophecy left unspoken, a warning that the man behind him was a threat to his life. Seeing the diviner's lifeless body, the scholarly man carefully removed the purple robe, folded it, and set it aside. The robe was a top-tier item, usable only by a diviner. It enhanced both accuracy and capability. Without it, the diviner could never have found Ling Mo. The corpse was stored as well. With the location narrowed down, the man prepared the next phase of his plan. The diviner had mentioned areas A and B. The scholarly man preferred Area B. Ling Mo's low-profile nature made B ideal, while it was too conspicuous and D/C too undesirable. He resolved to begin his search in Area B.